it becomes absolutely impossible in a lot of circumstances. I do appreciate, certainly you've got to try and go for those emblems early on. Maybe you'll find something very strong. Standing up on the other side, though, finds Primordian from the very beginning, and we'll have the stronger augment later on.
This is a huge fight on the side for Guan. He's actually trying to tempo with an Anima, a fairly weak emblem right here, and does go straight to level 4. He faced Sanyap, who hits a lucky Belveth too. But finally, Guan does shut him down right there. At least he doesn't get him to run away with it.
Yeah, so we'll be looking from our early game to see, again, well, I mean, sure, we're only a couple of rounds in, but we are starting to see something different beginning here. We've got Weibo up towards the top. We've got T1 being pushed a little further down towards perhaps more loss streaks. Of course, from game 1, we had T1 managing to have so many of their streaks intact. This time, Weibo, they've got 3 candidates to carry the win streak forward instead.
Yeah, and look at how strong these boards are coming out from Weibo Gaming. You have Salpimi in a very strong spot to go for something like the Jinx. He already has the Guinsus built up already. He could be playing for the Brawlers as well. So this is a good committal to the early game. What I wanted to see coming in from game 2 for them, you had Guan also trying to play tempo, not completely ignoring the loss streak possibility because they know T1 is so adamant on getting an early game lead.
Salpimi will not, I think, be the one to carry forward the streak. Just let's see across the rest of the board. Note as well, Tianlong at the bottom for Weibo is controlling the loss streak right now. And as we come out of the round, Weibo, yep, they've got both the win and the loss streak. A very different look from game 1.
Right, 2 tiny duplicators on the left side. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone is angling for that 1-cost reroll. It could be very strong if you just want to 3-star Rek'Sai earlier on. For some of the players, we did see the 3 Primordian in, I believe, for Salpimi, who already has a Guinsu built. On the other side, the gold option, I feel like this is a little less interesting, but you can communicate, like, maybe only one player goes there, so you take less damage overall.
Yeah, you can see we have got a bit of a split between them. Of course, every point of HP will absolutely count. To check in with LBTC, so will be the win streaker controller. Has the good for something, so had a start which could easily have been much more with sitting back in the game, but has managed to
Weibo Gaming. In the previous game, their full loss streaker actually still tried to play a level 8 board. It didn't work out. The tempo didn't work for stage 3. So we'll see where Tianlong goes afterwards. Can he run into Crazy Moving? Can he make sure that Crazy Moving doesn't run away with the full loss streak? That's going to be the critical key here.
All right, we've got one more round before this stage 2 is done. LBTC stays in place.
Good morning, y'all. We are having the weirdest thing ever in the morning.
To what we see
Honestly,
right now, Crazy Moving was
our cold stream isn't working.
Yes, he already had that loss streak,
and things are kind of weird.
That's a big difference from game 1 where you had someone run away with
but good morning. It is like 1:52 in the morning.
From the Weibo side of things, we're looking for as many differences as possible to go in. So we know more money is coming from the win streak and from the loss streak as well. We're seeing some aggressive board selling going forward to make sure that stays the place.
Yeah, 2 full loss streakers still going to be appearing here. SCSC selling his full board. And this is the most interesting thing, right? Because they introduced the largest
we're gonna see how this looks.
For
I didn't have enough time this morning to do the basic tests and stuff like that on basically anything. I hope everyone's having a good morning.
So how they pivot out, how they use that 3-2 is going to be critical. We also have to remember, because of this encounter, also gives you an additional prismatic on 4-2. That's also going to be huge. It gives a lot more econ possibilities.
All right, just checking in with Crazy Moving here, of course. Managing to find the time break as well. You're talking about the, while we haven't necessarily seen the loss streak maintained, because Tianlong, of course, has been absolutely camping that. We are getting a little bit of extra resources creeping in here. So for Crazy Moving, as you mentioned before, The extra resources means that he's very well set up to be a big hitter later on. I do notice as well, as we look further up the table, Sangya is starting to build up the only team, well no, sorry, not the only team on win streak, because Bintam is there as well.
Yeah, once again, T1 still finding themselves decently in the tempo, but this time, Weibo Gaming is able to wrestle away just the HP lead for the board going to stage 3. And stage 3, I think, is actually the most critical in 4v4. Stage 3, you take a lot of damage right here, and it's you have more agency on if you want to roll or not. I think that's a very key thing that Panda did point out on the analyst desk. Stage 3 is where a lot of these team strategies actually show up. We have seen players just go on 3-2 and aggressively row down, go straight to level 7, and try to wrestle control.
Yeah, and I mean, just to break that down,
it's very kind of weird
we talked about that, you'd be able to grief each other if you're checking with Bintam. You said
it's not looking like we're able to knock.
Do anything they like at the same time and have an outsized effect on the rest of the game. So we've got our two win-streaking players from T1 up against each other. We'll see which one ends up.
And then it's not allowing us to do the co-stream from the button to broadcast together.
It was bound to happen at some point. So finally their win streakers run into each other. It looks like Bintam, unfortunately, will have his win streak snap right there. And this is the moment for the power-up augment, right? We have SCSE on the power-up. Can he actually land a prismatic? It's going to be absolutely huge.
Because at the end of the day,
it is going to be a gold augment for him. Usually, if you get the prismatic, it's an over-doubling of power. But just getting the gold means that your first augment wasn't that worthwhile.
No, so we're starting to see some of the bumps in the road appearing for T1 in a way which we really just didn't see in game 1 at all. So Bintam, the one left in control of the win streak. I suppose at least, you know, for Sangya, which you mentioned with the power up,
I hope everyone's having a
little bit more going on. We are seeing the misfortune dropping for the time being, and of course the little bit of extra crits. So we'll see how well these two do for T1 long term.
You see Sayep starting getting a little bit nervous about his position, has rolled down to just 2 gold. His position on T1 is just to maintain tempo. This is something that T1 does a lot. When you have a win streaker like Sayep, who just beat Bintam here, then, you know, you have that, who lost to Bintam, but can still maintain his win streaks here. You want him to go in pretty aggressively. He rolls down to just 2 gold to find that misfortune 2. And is going to go for the sort of challenger misfortune into Jinx line.
Well, we're talking, you know, it does seem like we are seeing something very different.
I'm so sorry. What is going on right now?
Well. Game 1, what sort of role reroll plays in an overall 4v4 strategy?
So what we've seen, the way T1 likes to play them is
I don't know what's
win
going
stage
on,
3 outright, and then later on in stage 4 or 5, you lend your additional HP to the players that have to win out. So you're thinking about your fast 8 lines that might take a while to actually hit their 2 stars. You're thinking about your fast 9 lines. They act as a sort of cover for your players that are your late game carries. That's the way that T1 likes to play it. But I think there's also situations where, you know, Bintam in the previous game where he was like, Zoe 3, I hit the right artifact. I'm going to be the carry now. I'm the carry now.
Okay, there we go. I don't
certainly showed himself more
know
than
what's
capable of doing
happening.
so. We'll go on Salpimi in this round. So these are the 2 win streakers on the opposing
like,
squads.
it didn't make sense what was going
This will
on.
be huge. If Bintam can move in here, he can break Weibo's early hold across this game. The Gwyn is caretaking her way through most of the backline. I don't think she's got quite enough punch. So that means Weibo will be the only ones with a major win streak coming out of this round.
Massive win going up against Bintam here. Bintam was very well set up to go into a space groove line, and as we've seen in scrims, typically the win out position for them. So making sure that he slows down a little bit, absolutely critical for Weibo.
Oh my gosh, the Evelyn emblem. We know our players love to take this chance because, you know, in terms of power injection, this is off the charts potential.
Yeah, so far SCSE the only one going for the random emblem here. We're going to have a little bit more time to talk about the different options. We saw on Vars it was going to be lovers, so you're going to have a 4 cost and a 3 cost of the same tempo right here. And actually in 4v4, I would say that this particular boon gets a lot stronger, because the denial factor is also much, much higher on that. You basically double your outs there. You could either deny from the opponent or you could take something for yourself. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why you saw most of the players actually picking for the Varus.
Well, I suppose, yes, of course, you know, you're guaranteed At worst, that's 7 gold. Whereas for the emblems, I imagine at this point, you know, particularly as you're looking at this across teams, particularly from the Weibo gaming side of things, taking that risk that you may end up with, say, a whole bunch of terrible emblems that do nothing for you, it's going to be the death knell for not just this game, but the series as a whole.
Yeah, I feel like there are a couple of compositions that really want to go into it. I actually think like Sanyap's composition with the Jinx is very strong if you can try and attempt an emblem. You have Challenger outs, you have Brawler outs, but as we're seeing right here, this is going to be Tianlong's board building up towards the Akali. The most critical thing that he wanted to hit was actually going to be the Kindred and Maokai. If he was able to hit that Nova pair, that would be absolutely massive for his board. It would be almost as flat out close to win. Is unable to tempo so far, so has to just use the Misfortune right now as a secondary carry.
Well, checking in with LBTC towards the middle of the table. We talked before, of course, about how potent and how ubiquitous the Shepherd board has been so far across multiple taunts. On the other side from Gran, we are seeing more. There's Ribbon coming out with a little bit more of the AD side. Of course, you mentioned before, the Anima Emerald coming from very early on was not ideal. I think against this Shepherd board, which is most of the way there, is not going to be remotely enough.
LBTZ just pulling a page out of T1's book. He's got the Leona printer online, a very strong segue directly into the Shepherd board, as you were mentioning. And then we have Corki coming up. We'll see Corki a lot more. This has been kind of an America's special when it came to Tacrown. It's considered a C-tier composition. But because 4v4, everyone's cap is a little bit lower, it gets a lot better. You see Corki a lot more than you do in solos.
Well, checking in with Sangam, we mentioned the Kindred as being a chase unit for a lot of us. Our players here has got that one on the bench for the time being, so able to keep hold of it and while also denying it from anybody else. See what he does here. Sangyup on the 3-round win streak. Remember, Salpimi, his opponent, is still
I'm trying to figure out some
win
stuff, chat. I'm so sorry.
Weibo, and hopefully preserving a ton of HP, as you mentioned before.
Salpimi is angling to be the win-out player on the side of Weibo Gaming. If you look at his items, this is a perfect Vex setup, and he has been storming in on the Econ just by playing the Primordian as well. So the 4-2 augment's going to be massive. If a 4-2 augment is something that gives him enough gold, like invested, to go straight level 9, he could be the anchor, the first place to deny tiebreaker for Weibo.
All right, crazy moving. It has going to be procking down as of this round. That's the final piece we put in place. His HP is very low, though. I mean, how optimistic are you feeling about Crazy being able to turn this one around?
It really depends on his roll down right now. He's 53 gold and still a ways away.
I'm asking mods. I've been the most active. I've been one of the few most active people in the EWC co-streamer chat because, you know, I care about co-streaming and I've been more into it.
If he doesn't manage to find those mecha units, he could be in dire straits right here. And the roll down so far, a lot of forecasts being shown, but not the ones that he really wanted to get. Still no. Oh, no Galio, no Aurelian Soul.
Gone in it.
It's his first copy, but that is very, very late.
Just gonna have to try and make the most, but yeah, doesn't have the money, doesn't have the time to do
I
too
had
much
some
more. So it's
breakfast ready and some popcorn I might have cooked up, but I think right now I'm not getting it because, well, for starters, I'm not getting on right now.
Yeah, hopefully that pipe doesn't do anything silly.
I'm in full screen. I'm in cold stream mode, so it's perfectly fine. So right now, guys, to catch you guys up, aside from me not being able to cold stream it, right now, we are in the EWC week number 3. Yippee. This is supposed to be one of my least stressful weeks, or actually, okay, talking about least stressful is like kind of crazy. This is not my like quote-unquote least stressful week. This is like my light week. This is only time I think during EWC that I will be only streaming one game this week. Why? Is because I felt like there's a couple more things I want to get ready. I want to make sure that I have quality over quantity for streams for you guys. And the one thing I want is to make sure that if I was ever going to do a co-stream or anything, that there's actual quality into it. So yeah, the one thing that I also want to say is we will be doing a lot more content as in releasing on YouTube. So if you guys are watching via YouTube, congratulations, you'll get more of my long-term videos, or sorry, my full form. Long form. There you go. There you go. I was like, it's not like one of those words, but yeah. You get more of my full form videos. Mainly because I am going to be uploading a lot of my stuff. My art class sessions, I feel like it's been going really well because we get a good decent amount of people that tune in, and I think it's mainly also because it's in the middle of the day and people like to just, you know, in the middle of the day have time, wake up, and plus let's be real here, we're North American streamers, so North American streamers wake up really late, so that's what we're at.
That massive win streak, which means that
I hope everyone's having a great morning. Things should be great.
Some of these high HP players you mentioned that are so valuable before. Crazy
starting the day right, starting the day before the actual day starts.
Panicking too much.
I know on the mobile it's hard to see a little bit.
Think about how many copies that he was actually missing in
the previous We're gonna redefine a lot of what we do for the stream to make sure it's more accessible. Then there is a thing to this week I have to figure out. I have to figure out how to stream this and stream on YouTube separately for 2 separate games, because we've signed up separately for 2 separate games on I think it starts next week for EWC.
Necessarily strong enough, but I imagine at this point that's not even necessary anymore.
Yeah, he's in a great position to actually just win out this game. Now we're going to be looking at the final item here. It would be really strong for some of the tempo players, but it looks like most players actually missing their copies are going to be going for Vars once more. Can Vars please save us? We're missing the core keys, we're missing the Shens and the Blitz. Everyone actually heading toward Vars.
Well, you know, when you need the units in a hurry, that's who you call upon.
Just a quick reminder again for any of our
folks who are tuning in as of game 2.
We are on both streams, so the streams that we're on right now is on Team B, Stream B and Stream A. And Stream A is Weibo Gaming against SKT or T1.
And Salpimi is going to be the difference maker. We were talking him
I'm on my other pillow. Look at my back. I got my
PC pillow. He still has 69 gold, Commerce Core online. He's going straight for 9
because he's been in my car, and then like the sun in Vegas is like huge. It's like hurting. It damages things. So that's where we're at with that.
Crazy moving. If he's able to get online fast enough and take down take down Crazy Moving, send him 8th, that would be a huge swing.
For one of the players with that sort of potential, Tianlong up the top left of your screen,
fans to make good
dance. Took Cold Chaos about 36 rerolls to bring his board online in a hurry. We need that tempo player. You can see the power of all those found units means SCSC takes the L.
We're gonna go over some TFT this week, and during my co-stream, I will be teaching you guys the new sets and what TFT is. It's because I'm gonna be real with you. So we did a Riot Games night. Oh, hi, Homu. We did a Riot Games night, and basically we taught people like how to play some games and said, hey, do you want to play like any of our Riot Games for free, etc. Like we had like Valorant, 2XKO, which is the fighting game. We also had
he's just trying to salvage placements at this point.
We also had League of Legends, of course, but then we had a section for TFT. So we had 2 kids that wanted to try it, and they were trying it, and then they just stopped. They just kind of didn't like it, and I don't blame them. because it's not an easy game. Like, especially when I had to like teach him, tell him what to do, stuff like that. I should have really just did that, but I was just also initiating that they should just learn how to play the game. It is pretty nice.
More and more, I think, has to be riding on Salpimi at this point. Tianlong has rolled
Do you
He's
play TFT at all?
But unfortunately, that's not usually a win-out line. It does very poorly against Space Groove that can just passively heal up their backline. So he's not going to be able to take down Bintum. I think a lot of the situations
I'm also very
roll
thirsty,
down
so I
when
might
it gets to
actually
level
grab some
9
water.
is going to be critical. How fast can he find the Vex 2?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab some quick water real quick too.
Started the roll just yet.
Yeah, so it's kind of a game. I will explain it to you for sure. And there's quite of a complicated bits into it too. So don't worry, if I lose you somewhere in there, that you know that is the most normal thing that could ever happen with this game. People get lost.
Those items are built specifically for the Vex.
I'm gonna grab some
if the Gwinsus and the Giant Slayer have a home, it makes this comp so much stronger.
Nice.
Is not going to hit on his vital carries.
Hey, let me go grab some more water.
Really want Fiora to,
I usually grab like 2 or 3 waters. I don't like
stable carries
being dehydrated.
Pretty much everything.
That means you guys should go drink water too. If I'm going to get water, you guys go get water. All right, be right back.
Less power. He's on the loss streak and he's got the HP to be able to shrug off a few more losses up against Bintum, who is starting to put together the board in earnest. We mentioned before we saw Nami, he wasn't necessarily built for damage, a little bit of utility. Right now, I'd have to imagine Bintum should be standing a pretty good chance.
Yeah, really tough matchmaking coming in for Salpimi here. He's fighting Bintum, who's still on level 8, and I think Bintum will take this one. Just not enough damage coming out from the other side. Hitting the Graves 2 in stage 5, really not as important as hitting your damage dealers.
Our first elimination comes in. Guan just creeped off the edge of the table there. So we've gone from a game which looked like Weibo were in firm control to them taking the first 1/8 of the lobby. That does change things. So when we look on the other T1 members currently in 6th and 7th, they are also low.
Kind of a doomed game plan for Guan once again. Branching out into Anima, has to basically forget that he ever had an emblem, doesn't get a chance to reforge it either, and gets hard denied by the Corkies on the other side. So SCSC does win the matchup. This is the most important thing. Even if he goes 7th place here, because the mental mapping was against Guan, that's still a +1 for T1.
Oh no, absolutely. And with Crazy moving, who's currently in 6th on a 6-round win streak, there doesn't seem to be too much chance of him dropping out and basically resetting the game by leaving us with a sandwich finish, which leaves both people the same points. The SCSC, though, very low against Bintum, and I think, yep, will survive for this round. So that's another further step forward as LBTC takes a big hit. T1 refusing to drop.
Wow, and that was a great awareness play coming in from the side of Bintum. He actually removed the items on the Nami, made sure his teammates stayed alive, and right now SCSC even has a chance to overtake LBTZ. We should be looking at LBTZ's board right here. It's been a while since we checked in on all of his units. But at 8 HP, bad matchmaking could mean that once again Weibo Gaming find themselves in a must-win 1-2 spot.
Yes, Pimi, as we see here, is still not at the full power he needs to be. SCSC, we're fighting here once again against Sangyup, his teammate. You mentioned, of course, the item removers being used. Of course, in the more recent sets, the addition of those extra removers means that players on the 44 have the extra layer of strategy. As you see on the right-hand side of your screen, will get the win against Bintum, so crucially, does not fall down early either.
Yeah, LBTZ finding a good match. Bintum still trying to go straight level 9, so hasn't spent his gold. We will continue the fight onto the other run, but wow, a huge loss from Crazy Moving. I think that could only happen against Salpimi. Yeah, Salpimi was the one that took him out. So those were the 2 players most likely to take first places here. And in that strike alone, it takes a huge amount of pressure off of Weibo Gaming. They no longer have to go at 1-2.
And we look at the HP totals on the right-hand side. Remember,
we're gonna see if we can also co-stream together with someone.
This game is done, and we'll be seeing a blowout from the other side of things. SCSC signing up to both on single digits HP. Crazy moving was central to the game plan.
I like how they have two dual things too. I have a dual thing too, and man, it doesn't look that good.
Online and you start falling off, then
TFT.
sometimes a player like LBTZ with a very creative 4 Darkstar board can overtake you. The fight is definitely more important on the right side right here. It's going to be signed up with 1 HP, losing to LBTZ. That means an additional
I am
position.
an official co-stream
is out as well.
They're both out. It's a reverse blowout. We've seen it turned around. EVO stepped up to the task and said, T1, we're just going to do exactly the same to you did to us.
TFT is also weird. It's not as competitive. It's just fun. But it can get competitive as well, depending on who's doing the restream for
his
it.
spot was the most nebulous to kind of maneuver. It was an AP flex spot, and look at what he landed on.
Which issue?
4 Darkstar with Radiant item. That's the great thing about 4v4. A lot of times you can have more space for creativity because everyone's ceiling is a little bit lower.
You can see the relief on the face of the EVO players. This could easily have been the end of the series for them if this didn't go their way. Now we're left in a position where game 3 is for everything.
Absolutely. Salpimi finding the
let me
critical
try
win
this
against
in my
Crazy
chat.
moving before he could scale up was the critical play of this game.
All right, we're heading to a short break. Stay tuned. Our first series will conclude.
They're doing a
after
break,
the break,
which means either the actual EWC stream people or production is gonna help out with something, or they're just gonna leave us and they're gonna leave us. EWC co-stream EWC. Well, alliance, right? What? ALLI.
It appeared we were going to have a big 2-0 win for the side of T1, but against all odds, last match.
You're not start co-stream. Okay, well, they don't have it active, that's why.
Surprised you two. It's actually quite unbelievable because
if they don't have it active, that's fine.
Panda, it was
I am going to do what I always do and what I love doing, and honestly, what I am here to do is to educate the masses. Alright, so this is kind of crazy. We're gonna do a couple things on stream actually. Well, we do have an option to email them.
Basically carried the entire team on his back in this game too.
Yeah, it sounds like at the start of this game that it was kind of a, the same as game number 1. We had the branching out, we had the caretakers, the same again for Bintum. This time it was a Gwen, wasn't the Zoe this time around, but I think
okay.
Kind of what I said at the
We're
start.
talking about tracking hours, and then I have anything to be tracked for.
They feel like they're going to lose. They come out of nowhere. Salpimi, the finals MVP from last year, coming in completely clutch in this game number 2.
Yeah, even looking at the emotions of Weibo after they get the win, they even themselves seem surprised, which is a big difference from game number 1 loss where they all looked a bit, disappointed, obviously, naturally so, losing to T1, but then they come back all of a sudden. After all, this is the friendship team that surprised everyone.
This is the this and the other Mobile Legends ones are the only ones that are about to start. That's why. Okay, so then I guess it kind of makes sense. So why?
Yeah, the big thing with Tianlong is that he was trying to, lose streak the entire stage.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense to why lagging a little bit. Sorry, not lagging, but what am I trying to say? That the people who are just trying to give us cold streaming access aren't doing the job. It makes sense because everyone's up way too early, or the people who are in charge of these things called do we call them production in the background, that are in charge of the stream and stuff like that, they're not kind of all there. Yeah, they're not all there, and they're not probably doing this as a main priority or worrying about the co-streamers. They're probably worried about the mainstream which is fine. I don't have any problem with it. I just have an issue because I want to be that co-streamer and getting some visibility, right? And then I think a lot of people also just worry about visibility a lot more. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see Kyle.
So Panda, it seems risky though. I mean, you're basically weighing all of your hopes and dreams on one player. In this case, for Weibo, Salpimi, right? Salpimi drops the ball. Does T1 win this?
Together, friend. Try to see if we can get some new perspectives into it and talk about it a little bit more. Then again, you have to be very careful when you ask people to go stream with you or to stream with you in general, because sometimes they could be a little bit weird. And like, I'm not talking about weird in a good way. I'm talking about weird. Weird as in like, they will do things for their own type of version and for on their own side way. You can do it up and do. Alright, Weibo Gaming's 1-1. TFT is kind of weird. The formatting kind of weird. Let me try to see if I can grab. There's also pick'em. We can also do some pick'ems as well.
Ready to play the final game number 3 in this best of 3 for Weibo.
Best of 3.
I thought they were going to lose 2-0, but against
they just doing team. Are they doing team 4v4?
Game 3. T1 has been setting the tempo. But my worry, Stuart, is T1 was in the lead for such a long time. They were playing.
They do a best of 3. How the heck does this happen? They don't even explain this as well as much.
For the final game 3.
I think they just have to stick to their same game plan. We know T1 as this tempo team. We know they like to
we're gonna use Team Liquid. Oh, sorry. Liquidpedia. Liquidpedia. TFT. So Teamfight Tactics is shortened to TFT. And I think for here on out, you guys are gonna hear me call it TFT because that's the normality. Fun fact, I actually worked for TFT at the Vegas Open when it was in Las Vegas. I worked under a group and we worked on for Riot Games, and next thing you know it, haha, I am now a person that's an expert at TFT. So you got someone who's experienced. Now, when it comes to the 4v4 thing, I think I have seen this before. I've seen this done. Right now we're doing group stages. Does he explain how the group stages work? Esports World Cup. Okay, so since all of this mess is kind of happening right now, and there's like problems with Twitch, we're gonna go over what TFT is and everything about it. So let's go. Oh, you guys can't read this. You guys can't see anything like this. Y'all can't read anything like this. It would be worthless to do for me to do it that way. Alright, what is it gonna do with the full screen? And then I'm just gonna explain with via my mouth. Alright, so verbally, I mean. Pause. Alright, so Esports World Cup hosting a TFT World Final, sorry, not World Finals, but World Cup match. The prize pool is about $500,000. So not as big as the other games that are be hosting this week. We also got Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG, Player Battleground Unknown is what the full name is, but that's the Battlegrounds version. We also have FC 26, EA FC 26. It's so hard when I keep saying EA FC 26. It doesn't roll off the tongue well. It's kind of brandy, like you can totally feel that like its entire brand for it. And then the other big one is this. It just doesn't sound like it's all there. But basically, those games are also going on. And out the games I've chose to co-stream, TFT is my major one that I've chose. Why did I choose TFT? I feel like I like TFT. TFT is a really fun game. It's called Auto Chess. Auto Chess was something that was introduced to me, and this game did come out more during 2020. And in 2020, during that year, it was a pandemic. People were just trying to get into games, find games to play, etc., etc. Everyone's doing like Tarkov that year, or GTA 5. I was just trying to find some cool games to play. And when TFT came out, I'm like, I like League. I want to play something else. I jumped on, and next thing you know it, I got addicted to this game. It's basically auto chess is where you build the best chessboard ever, and then you face off against one of your random opponents. As you can see right now, you have to buy units and stuff, and you can put them and place them in certain areas. Placing them in certain areas either gives you an advantage or disadvantage, and when you're fighting against other people, you can go into their board. You look at what their placements are and stuff at a certain amount of time. You only got like 10 seconds, 30 seconds type vibe. And then afterwards, you guys face off each other. Here's the combat. They call that combat stage. From there, all the units, they just fight automatically, and they try to do their best to win for you. If you lose during your fight, then guess what? You lose HP. If you win, you don't lose HP, which is funny. They have different rights and stuff. And when you lose your HP, you have to start out with 100, you go all the way to 0, you're eliminated, knocked out of the game, and get placed in a certain placement. How this one works is kind of crazy. One big thing is you want to kind of be the last one standing. Like I said, this one's kind of weird, because these games are 4v4. Usually in TFT it is 1v7 or like free for all. But because it is 4 against 4, they have a different system of tracking points, different systems of what considers as first place. Here, I'm gonna change my screen or change my webcam. We're gonna go on the other cam anyways. Other limited cams for now. Imagine I had a standing desk, that'd be cool. But I don't got a standing desk. And let me it's starting to get cold in here. Crazy enough.
There's actually quite high chances for someone to do that, so just because you get more selection opportunities, I feel like open 4 chances are actually higher.
Okay, we are getting word that Benton fought against
I feel like Leboing everyone too.
so hopefully
I'm very OCD. But I also have like strong organizational skills. It's just that I'm very picky. You know how it is. Am I right? I'm kind of like want to design in a certain way, doing certain things. Okay, so basically, there's 16 different teams. They're split into 2 groups of 8 teams. For each group, 8 teams compete in a double elimination GSL format. I don't know what GSL is. I do not know what GSL is. Let me look that up. What is a double elimination GSL format? Wait, group stage leaderboard? GSL double elimination is a 4-team mini bracket system used for esports to advance up 2 competitors to the next stage. Teams must lose a series of 2 to be eliminated, while carrying matchsticks, no dead rubbers. A format which the global StarCraft, StarCraft did this, wow. 4 teams or players are split into 2 additional matches. Split into 4 teams. 2 different matches. The 2 opening winners face off, and the victor immediately takes first place in the group advances. The 2 in the losers match, 2 opening losers face each other. The decider match, the loser of the winners match plays the winner of the losers match. Victor claims second place, advances. Okay, yeah, basically what we were doing with the regular brackets. All matches are best out of 3. Top 4 teams are moved to playoffs. Playoffs are sent over, etc., etc. etc. I keep saying etc. because I'm trying to see what is the real rules here. What are the real things here going on? How do you do this? How do you play this?
By the handful as quick as possible.
Okay, so
when I worked for TFT, right? Because the one thing is I don't want to get it wrong for you guys, and I want to tell you guys wrong things or things that like aren't happening or aren't real or things that just don't exist and matter, and it's misinformation. How is really placed out, but it looks like it is a. Looking at the game, it's a 4v4, and the part about the game is that you guys are randomly rotated to against other people. With the random updated against people,
so we're looking at Weibo Gaming with the 4-loss streak. We'll get Talon with the 4-win streak. We're starting to see echoes of Game 2 already.
That was a tough
this is like how it is, like how it really is.
They
don't show even roulette wheel, the rotating wheel. So there's a carousel where you can pick up random champions in the middle instead of buying it. So it's like a free champion, but you know, you only get it based on what placement you are. Obviously, if you're doing the worst, you're getting your placements first, and if you're doing the best, you don't get to choose until very last. And it looks like Weibo versus T1. Okay, can we jump over to another board? No? Are we only caring about the first place board winner? Wait, Bynum's not even first place. Okay.
Yeah, most of the times in 4v4, going for 400.
Okay, so it is what I think it is. So what it is right now is that you have to be placed top 2, or sorry, not top 2, to place first place. If you place first place and you're on that other team, or let's say the top 2 who are fighting against each other on the same team, then you win the entire game. You win the entire match. What happens is when you're 4v4 and you're fighting against random people, you can't fight against your own teammates, which is fine and whatever, right? There's probably some ways to strategize that, but if there's one team and there's like top 4 players and the team is eliminated and it's only the 4 people of the same team, those 4 people just win automatically. They don't need to finish the game, which is great. Where this does get a little bit confusing is that like there's friendly fire. People can attack each other and stuff like that, and that's the sucky part about it. If they were if Riot was able to make a 4v4 to where you only get randomized against the other team and not like your own players, like maybe that'll be fair, but then it wouldn't be. A lot about TFT is all about luck. Let me explain the entire process of how to play it too. There are things that you do in the game that are just all luck with some
instantly able to play for stage 3 now.
Hi, it's available. Oh, is it available now? It says available now. Let's refresh. Check now. Is it working? Is it gray? Oh, it's working now. It's working.
He breaks Bintum's streak early on and then goes directly into win streak for stage 3.
Wait, let's broadcast. Let's start co-streaming. I'm pretty sure someone else already found it. Yeah, Coach So Small's already found it. Alright, sweet. Now we're on the code streaming version. Yay! Yippee! Man, I want to eat eggs right now. I could go for some eggs.
Great matchmaking for Sanyam.
It says I'm not allowed to code stream the second broadcast, which is kind of crazy. But I want to code stream the second broadcast. For me, it's only the first broadcast, not the second one. But I don't need it now. Yes, eggs. Eggs, homo. We need the eggs. And speaking of eggs, that is literally what it is.
A bit of a miss from Salpimi.
Well, they're actually now just putting up for last week. They're very behind, but I get it.
We have got T1 in first and second position HP wise.
Alright, so what was I explaining was the actual TFT. It is kind of crazy. How would I want to show this to you guys?
There you go, having the calling in. But he's still quite a ways away from getting good Akali items. We'll see how he plays this. In the meantime, bits of...
Like, I know it looks small. I could actually do something. How about this? Because I know the promo is nice. I like the promo. I think the promo's good. I'm also gonna revamp my overlays sooner or later too. Yeah, I'm also gonna revamp my overlays so they have motions, and then we can flow state with some introduction stuff, which I think would be awesome and cool. How should I do this? Should I do this like this? Looks horrible. Do it like this. Okay. This is a lot better anyways. Okay, so we're just gonna have that on there like that. And what I'm going to do is open a new tab. Open a new tab. Dude, I really want IHOP right now. I don't know why. I do not know why, but I want IHOP. If you've never had IHOP or the 5 a.m. IHOP, dude, 5 a.m. IHOP hits different. Real different. All right. Okay. Alright. Let's do a refresh. Not allowed to co-stream their second broadcast. Crazy. But I don't need now. I really would. It'd be better if I got that access though. But okay, it's whatever. Whatever. We're gonna jump into our other friend that's co-streaming as well too. Oh, he's Portuguese. Me, Portuguese. I also do this. I also jump around and try to look at other people's co-stream and see how they're doing these things. They're probably looking at me too. I'm being lurked on by someone. I know you're lurking. I know you're trying to look at my co-stream. It's okay. I appreciate you, homie. You are appreciated. There's a lot of watch parties. Crazy. That's kind of crazy. There's a lot of people watch party. Portuguese, Portuguese, Portuguese. Portuguese, Portuguese, Portuguese. Portuguese. Not a lot of people watching right now. It's okay. We're gonna go back to teaching y'all TFT. Okay. So there's two things that I have cravings. It is a vibe, and it is making me hungry. Alright. See. So we use Liquipedia to get all of our information about esports and esports team because it's like the official site. They also won I think best esports publisher or journaling or something like that. They won basically the best group to do esports stuff and etc. or keep track of these things. We are doing TFT. Is it MOBA builds? Mobalytics. Mobalytics. So let's show you up. So this is the team Liquipedia's page for EWC. That's where I'm giving our brackets and how things are going to be separated, etc. I'm explaining basically everything. Again, for the week of EWC Paris, I am going to be co-streaming just TFT. And to go start off with, wait, hold up, my title. I need my title here. Alright, boom. Alright, so, where was I? Yeah, so I'm only doing TFT. It's probably a game that I like the most anyways, too, between this entire week. And how that works is this. There is $500,000 as a prize pool. You have first place getting $150,000, second place 90, third 50K. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Anything over $20,000, I'll never run in a tournament. If that was anything cool, dang, that's awesome. And the MVP gets another additional 200 and sorry, not 200, but $25,000, which is kind of big. Still over like freaking $20,000. Actually, that's crazy. 9th place all the way to 16th place, you only win $10,000, which I still think is the most craziest. But you're splitting it between 4 people. However, that 4 is split up. That's on them. And the participant teams we have are qualifying: Weibo Gaming, Mouse, Vitality, Godlike Esports, Movistar Koi, Team Nemesis, Fnatic, NS Red Force, JD Gaming, Team Vision, Virtus Pro, T1, AGA.AGL, Flash Wolves, Data Division, and Aura Gaming. Why did I explain all of these teams? Why? Mainly because there is a huge difference between some of these people who played TFT and some of these people who are just new to TFT, or I'm not going to say they're new, but they're definitely not the professional pick. There is no big TFT national big open except the World Finals. Well, they used to have some things in the middle. But I can only explain those really fun parts and all that stuff after we get into what really Teamfight Tactics is. So this right here is Mobalytics. Mobalytics is kind of like one of the knockoff websites that people use, or okay, not knockoff. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be very nice with it. It's a community website, and as a community website, people update it. And the community updates these things for the latest trends, the latest metas, the latest things that are going to work, everything about the new season right before it comes out sometimes, which is kind of weird because they're like, who's leaking? And that's what Mobalytics does. And no, I do not download anything. But you can look at your summoners, team comps, database, stats, team builder, guides, all that. You can even look out other players and find out who they've been playing as and what they've been playing as, which is kind of crazier. But we are going to explain what Teamfight Tactic is. It is a auto chess game where you have your own board and you can place your own units. To give a good example, we're going to look at this right here. This is the Astral Meep. I'll define what these characters are, what they do, how the set is for this entire thing, because a lot of people are going to be like, what is the set? What's going on? La, la, la. I might be repeating this too for the last couple of days, because with new people coming into my stream, I really want to educate you guys and get you guys caught up to date. Alright, so how this entire thing works and what it is you have your own board. The formation of the board. You have 3, goddamn, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spots on your board. It's 14, 21, 7, 28. You have 28 spots on your board. They're all hexagon. And what it is you place your units in certain positions, certain spaces to either do damage or to help defend you. After you do that, you fight against random people out of the 8 people there. Since this is EWC and it's 4v4, all you have to do is knock out the other team. If you knock out the other team, it doesn't matter if you're first place or second place. I can also explain match point as well. Match point is kind of crazy too. Well, I don't know match point will work in this entire bracket because their new section of what they're doing is so different of a double elimination GL, I think it was called. It was called GL. It's where you have to basically win rounds. So it's like best of 3, best of 5. But all you have to do is just survive as a team and knock out the other team. Kind of crazy. And it's like way different. Because, again, I was to explain, I worked for TFT back in 2024, and I was a referee for the Vegas Open because it was the first ever like team fight tactics, or TFT. Again, I'm calling it TFT, y'all. It was the first ever TFT tournament basically, and they did a different format. Their format made sense. It wasn't a team-based factor. It was more like you have a player and they represent your team. And heck, if they were in the same round or if they were playing against each other in that entire pool, because people got split off into different pools and you just have to keep making it. Top 4 moves on, top 2 moves on, you get points, etc., whatever. Yeah, out of like best of 3 rounds or something. Yeah, that's fine. That's how it is. But in the match point is what they would call it when you had the top 8 players, and this, again, this is all individual people on their own team doing their own stuff. You play until you hit a certain amount of points. Being in a certain amount of place and getting a certain amount of kills, you get points. And once you get enough points and you hit the thresh mark, like say 30, right? And like if you win your round, since there's 8 of you guys, you get 7 points, and whoever you eliminate, you get like 1 or 2 more points. People would be playing about 5 to 6 rounds, stuff like that. But once they hit the point round, let's say 20, right? They hit 20 points during like round 4. Then they must play the next round and win first place. It is kind of like Apex Legends, to where you have to play in the Battle Royale and you're playing against your teammates and stuff, and you have to get points, have to get a certain amount of points, reach the threshold, and then be on match point, and still have to win the entire match. But EWC is not taking that vibe, and maybe it's because, again, not a lot of people are attracted to this game, but TFT is one of the nicest communities ever. If you are meeting anyone, finding anyone, playing with anyone who is a part of the Teamfight Tactics, like, entire thing, then well, you 100% will meet a nice person. They will not complain for anything, right? And doubtly they don't complain about anything. I'll explain a little bit more lore about the entire convergence that's coming up for Teamfight Tactics later on. But let's go back to what the board is and what the metacops is, and what are we looking at? We're looking at an entire board of players and people just fighting each other. As you can tell from above, above here, above, close enough. Above, across from the promo. They're fighting each other randomly, and you get sent to another team. You can do a couple things with this, actually. Maybe I should just hop on a TFT too. That'd be cool. I should hop on the tutorial, show you guys the tutorial. It is kind of complicated. You need to buy units. There are a lot of units in this game. Every season, they change the units with a different theme. Buying a unit gets one person into the team, and you can put them on the map. Crazy enough, this is where the luck comes in. It's kind of a gamble. If you buy just units with no stars, or with no border that signifies it's a level up, 3 of them, right? You have to have enough gold. Every round you get more gold, and if you're over 10 gold, you get another 1 gold piece. If you lose, you don't get 1 gold. If you win, you get 1 gold and then another set gold number, which is like 5 or 6. If you build 3 of them or purchase 3 of them that are the same units, they level up to a tier 2 or level 2 star, 2 star. And then once you have a 2 star, you have to make 2 more 2 stars, which you can buy about another 6 of that same champion, to level them up to their final level, which is a 3 star, which makes them more powerful. It's basically leveling them up to do more damage. They have stuff like that, etc., etc. So not only do you have to randomize your entire board, and every time you get a set of only 5 units and you gotta re-roll with your coins, you definitely have to keep track of your economy. You have to keep track of what you're re-rolling. You have to play with. It's crazy because there's a small little number on the side of that carousel. They call it the. I guess they do call it a carousel or whatever. There's a small little number that has percentages. You have to randomize your percentage to get your unit. So not only are you fighting to get your unit and trying to fight holding up your gold, you also have to buy it in a certain actual like number analytics percentage. It's very much kind of gambling. I'm gonna try to show you what the set has, which is kind of crazy. Because not only do you have to go randomize, keep your gold alive, and do a bunch of other stuff, this is... Where is it? My set 16. What the heck? So that's the other big problem with this. There is a lot that goes into this game. I guess the new meta stats just came out too. Champions, there you go. There are currently 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, there's number on the side. Why am I counting? There are currently. Wait, what? Or is this? Are these from last sets? Oh yeah, these are from last set. Okay, we're gonna click set 18. It's been a while since I've been on this, by the way, y'all. So I'm also having a hard time catching up here. Alright. Let's see all champions in set 18. We're in set 18 currently. So do I have to count them all? Oh my gosh. Alright, y'all, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, sorry. 1, 4. So we have 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, hold up. This is a different set. See, it gets very complicated. I'm not gonna lie. It gets very complicated. Are we in set? We're in set 17. I'm not doing much. I'm not doing us a favor right now, guys. And it's been a while since I played. Alright. Oh, sweet. We can just do team builder. Okay, you get 21 spots, etc. And there's 1, 2, 3. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Pantheon. 4, 5. 5, 60, 60. There's 60 plus 3, 63. With 63 champions. That's right. You have to play the random roulette with 63 champions at the right level too. So there is a spot to where you can level up yourselves to get more with your gold. You can pay 4 gold, which is a lot of gold that you have to pay for, to level your champion up. There's a certain amount of gold. First it starts with 3. First it starts with 2, because every round that you finish, we call it a round in the game itself, and you move on to the next round to fight someone else, right? You get 2 free XP. They call it XP, experience points. So with the experience points, you can buy more experience points, level yourself up. But the more you level yourself up, the more gold you have to put in order to get to the next level. But you can put more units on the field. If you have more units on the field, then you can buy more units out of the 63 pool, and then from there you can fight, win, have more, like win the, what is it called, better in numbers type of vibe, like fights are better in numbers, something like that. All of that can happen. So it's a whole thing that I was just explaining to you, but you just buy any one of these 63 champions. Some of the champions will pop up at certain times or at certain levels. The more you level up, the more you get the higher level champions. There's about 5 of the 5 different levels or tiers. They call them tiers. 5 tiers, with 5 being the golden tier. And then as you level up more and more and you get unlocked more and more units, you start to back away from all the very tier 1 units, and it's rare and it's harder to find them. And again, welcome to TFT, where it is more likely more about gambling. So gambling and testing your luck. So on top of the entire strategy of building your team, building your formation, and on fighting against other people, there's so much luck into it. It is so 50% luck, 50% skill. It's kind of crazy. Alright. Did I lose you guys? Are you guys extremely confused? Is this hard to follow along at 2:52 in the morning a.m.? We're about to end this stage. I don't know how many games we're seeing, but the games are like an hour each too as well. Because when you do defeat your opponent, or when you win the round, right, and you're throwing stuff to attack the opponent, which is super cool. Look, they got super cool animations. You do only a certain amount of damage with how many units you still have alive. If you have like a lot of units alive, you do more damage. If you don't have a lot of units alive, it's yeah, brain power is super low. Actually, I think I just might throw in a tutorial to show you guys what the heck I'm talking about. Because there's also more things to it. So not only are you trying to play randomly, oh, look at the little bird. Again, the TFT players, they're all very nice. They have zero complaints. They're just, I like the games. And what's crazy enough, not only do they like the games, they also like hard games. And to explain a little bit more about the convergence, you guys get the gist of it, by the way. So there's some more nitty-gritty stuff. I won't explain the nitty-gritty stuff right now. But the gist, again, build your team, fight someone else. Hella luck, hella random. Save some skill into it, but it's definitely hella luck. They're doing another Vegas Open, so another big tournament for TFT in Vegas, which is crazy. But they've added something different for the first time ever. League of Legends, or the Riot Game people, which is a publisher, is bringing this game here. Team Fight Tactics, the card game. So not only will the tournament feature the game TFT, the auto chester, they're also gonna have card games there and host a regional, which is kind of crazy. It's super funny, but it makes sense, right? If I heard from Paris last year when people were down and they got knocked out of TFT. Oh, by the way, when they host their tournaments, they have 100 people. So it's not like just teams and professional teams. They have 100 people, and it's kind of crazy. Yeah. So what it is that they're putting both games together, which is super cool. It's a super fun and unique game. They are on break. So each game is like an hour. And what do we have for today? Let me try to refresh and see if I can go to broadcast B. If I can control stream. If they give me access, that'd be cool. If they don't, that's all. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not allowed to. Holy. Okay, that is a lot of games. How many games are gonna be played today for group stage? It's best out of 3, and the game's like best at like 1 hour, 1 hour per round. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 games. So that's 8 hours of this, guys. And that, well, hold up. They're best out of 3. They're best of 3. So that means if it's best of 3, and you have to, like, even if you win one round and that's 1 hour, you have to win another round. And if you don't win that round, you have to go to the final round, which is 3 hours each. So 8 times 3. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 8 times 3. That's about 24 hours We're oh my gosh. Oh, it's okay, but we divided by 2 because there's 2 stages. There's two stages. Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to talk to the co-organizers. 12 hours? There's a if everything goes to game 3, that's 12 hours worth of TFT. That is crazy. I will be streaming a lot. Holy. Oh my god. I chose the hardest game ever to do this. Hi guys. Can I get broadcasting access for stage B, please? There is a game that I want to Twitch stream. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is a lot of games, but what we're trying to do is so they're gonna split it up for sure. There's about what is it? 8 games. So we're just gonna watch 4. So that means we divide that by 2 as well. So that'll be 6 hours. So hopefully we only get to do 6 hours. There's a couple games that I actually want to watch. So I want to watch the hot. So here's some hot teams that you want to watch. Weibo Gaming is actually the team that won last year for EWC. So yeah, which is super cool. Let's refresh this because I don't think it's refreshing automatically. Oh, there's a rule book. What's the rule book? Wow. 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 Oh, actually, there is a way for me to look at something, but I don't want to like. Dang. It's okay though. Thanks, man, for trying. I'll just peep through like how I usually do for a bit. Okay, so I won't be getting co-access stream to the other one because there's an error, but that's it. Okay, so let's go back to it. The hot teams you want to really worry about and look for are Weibo because they were like our last year winners, so they might win again. The other 2 teams, this is kind of crazy, and this is something I've seen personally in person. So the ones that I've seen that are super good in person, this is when I worked at Riot's Vegas Open, is Team Vitality, Team Fnatic. Those are the 2 teams that I think you should be watching out for and learning. They are from the Americas. Crazy. I don't know a majority of these other teams. I have heard about Aura Gaming, and I think Aura Gaming is also one of the spots for it. Uh-oh. Wait, we gotta update. We gotta update. Come on. Wait, come on. And we freeze. We lagging. We lagging up there. Alright. Okay. Well, saying that we lag up there, it's fine. We're gonna go back to our stream and do our stuff. So those are the 3 teams that I personally would look for. Oh, they told me restart again? We'll restart again. Okay, sweet. Check in 5 minutes. 10 minutes if you We're having a bunch of problems for co-streaming. Crazy. Okay, funny. We have a lot of co-streamers, but they're a lot of like co-streaming and like, how is this guy co-streaming both games? Huh? There's a penguin that's co-streaming both games? Wait, how does he have 500 viewers? But he's co-streaming. Huh? Wait, how are you co-streaming both games at the same time? Huh? Okay, someone's co-stream. This penguin guy is co-streaming both games at the same time. That's some crazy. Some crazy shit. What? It's working, but not sure how it's working. Bro, I am so confused. I'm about to lose my brain. Okay. Okay, whatever. It's okay. The game I really want to show you guys is this. I want to show you guys this game right here in Group B, which is why I'm also asking, right, is the Zeta Division 1. Zeta Division versus JD Gaming. These two teams have really good people on there. There's some people that I recognize their names, like Box, but I don't think he's here. We also had, back then, a team called Disguised Toast, which is one of the, they're basically one of the funny people who are on offline TV. They do YouTube stuff, and that influencer owned a team, which is like that, which is super cool. But yeah, some of the names that I wanted you guys to look at is for when Zeta Division plays. Mori's pretty cool. Lotus is also very cool guy too. I've seen these people in real life. Zayu Quinn has made top 8 multiple times in multiple things, so he's also a cool person too. And those are the people that I know that you should look for on this group stage B. What the other teams that I told you to look out for, which we're looking out for, is Team Vitality stuff. Setsuko, that's his name. He is he's kind of an influencer and a streamer as well that plays a lot of TFT. Met that guy. The guy's super nice, very nice. And then Bosso Skills, I think won the Paris Open actually. So, and it's kind of weird, you know, you get your own people to be on the same team and to play this game in this weird format, and it's kind of complicated. Like, the game wasn't complicated enough already. Rather than doing one-on-one, so like you're playing by yourself. I get it, it does require team play, which is esports is. It's team play. That's what it really is. But it also makes it weird to when you go back to the actual game and the actual competition, like the real one, and you're just like playing a whole completely different format. You don't need to be on a team, or even if you are on the same team, you're just cheering and rooting for that one person when they make it top 8. But besides from that, TFT is a pretty fun game. It's pretty adorable. Look at this. This is Poggles. I bought 3 of these things when it was in Vegas. I will buy more of these things. I have what did I have? I have Poggles. I had like this long hat, which is funny. I get that one to my friend, Nancy. And then I also have a bunny, but I'm too lazy to grab the bunny. It's like a Valentine's Day bunny. But they always have these things called Little Legends. They're like super cute. They're like the reps of the entire game. If you were at my class session last Thursday for class session number 2, where we went over the games, and just to let y'all know, I do another class session on what the games are at TFT. Oh, sorry, EWC, and I explained what TFT was. You see that they have like really cutesy stuff, and they love to invest in the game to make it look fun. All right. Oh my gosh. No way. I know this caster. I know this one on the left. I've seen him. He does fighting games. Hollywood Rob TV. Oh my gosh. He's so cool. That is crazy. He does fighting games, which is crazy. Cool. And the Matsius is there. Demasus, that's his name. Demasus also does a lot of teamfight tactic stuff. Alright. Here we go. Alright. I will show you guys. Oh, Team Oro just won Group B. I will show you guys some tutorial about this game. So that way it makes more sense. Because it gets even more complicated, y'all. I appreciate you guys. Like, real quick, I just want to say a huge shout out to Homu for you for also being here too. I appreciate y'all tuning into my stream and trying to learn about esports. It's super crazy. It's kind of crazy about how much goes into TFT and in esports. Oh my gosh, there's so much that goes on. Like, it's crazy. But I'm happy y'all are here and y'all are learning and getting involved and staying engaged with me. That makes it worth it, right? All this esports stuff is worth it when you have people who are about, oh, you guys can't hear these things either because I closed the browser. Oh my god. We're not gonna do audio mixer for the browsers, especially we're only doing one game this week. I appreciate you guys showing you guys love.
We have to adapt this
Love
way.
y'all.
We have to do this. You have to do this. I have to commit to this. And he is making sure there are
We are going to explain the next part
with that Weibo and T1 match, for example. And I think he's the player who, maybe with Mori as well, has the most pressure in terms of finding ways to win out games, finding ways.
Because there's another thing that happens. So not only can you
I mean, on the other side as well, you got Hong Liang as well. I mean, it's very, very difficult to kind of take over title, as you said. One of the undisputed GOATs in TFT, but Hong Liang has so much experience in EWC, being both in 2024 and 2025, coming in with one of his old teammates, Kezi, as well. I think Hong Liang and Title is going to be two players to watch out for both these teams.
But I guess arguably you can say for JD Gaming, this would potentially be an upset if they do defeat Zeta. Again, there's a lot of questions revolving around this JD Gaming roster. How good are they going to be? They enter the EWC stage. That's quite a bit of pressure, but the chat believes in them, as well as, of course, if you're getting your predictions in, you saw how one-sided it was for JD Gaming. So they're putting a lot of trust into this roster to ultimately get the win. As far as playstyle goes, I mean, obviously you've got Japan on one side, on the other you've got China. Differences in playstyle via region, what do we expect from the two?
I think it's a difficult one. I think for JD Gaming, we're going to see probably very similar to Weibo. I think in terms of the high risk, high reward play style. I think for Title, he's known for trying to go for tempo as well. He wants to try and control his team. You have to think 4v4 TFT as well isn't just about your own game. You have to communicate to it for your entire team as well. Make sure that you keep everyone in a strong enough spot that you don't reach that bottom spot.
But also for Zeta, I mean, we've been talking a lot about them for Summertimer, Yatsuhashi, Mori. This is their first time at EWC. This is a very unique play style and format. How do you think they adjusted a 4v4?
I really want to pay attention to Mori in this next series. I think he was the pickup. He was the most recent pickup. He was a pickup who was meant to be kind of the X-Factor player, the player that at certain moments can find very unique game plans to win out. That's what he was picked up for. That's his role on this team, and we have to succeed on that. That's the big question.
Well, it's Zeta Division going against JD Gaming. Casanova, Dobbs, let's get it started.
Here we go. Game one of Zeta Division versus JDG. Dobbs, looking at this matchup, man, I mean, this has got to be the best roster Zeta has ever sent to EWC, and they still have to take on a big powerhouse from China to kick things off.
Yes, for sure. I feel like the Zeta played in 2014, 24, and their roster now is just way better. They have Summertimer, also Tactician Crowd winner, alongside Title, so high expectations on this team.
Yeah, and we're going to kick things off with Kale and Soraka as our gods for the Space Gods for this one, and it will be a Zoe encounter.
Yes, I feel like these two gods are that crazy, so the game just will have like a slow pace, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see, especially with Soraka giving that extra HP, can definitely allow for a lot of opportunities for these players to use that as the team's pool, especially players who kind of playing the tank role, that kind of holding on to a lot of HP, playing tempo early game, and then using Soraka to make sure they have enough HP for the team as things go on. Kayle probably going to be the more tempo style that we'll see from this game in general, though, being able to get the extra items and look for those bigger cap outs.
Yes, I feel like Kayle is the god that people will aim to pick a little bit more, because having more items can enable more carries, you can slam more items early. So it's certain more tempo, and people kind of likes to play more towards tempo in 4v4 matchups.
Yeah, we'll see how the start goes. But the stories of these two teams are kind of different, right? One side with Zeta Division, we have 3 TAT Crown wins, 2 of which are titles, of course. And then Mori with the big kind of breakout set to join Yatsuhashi and the rest of this team, making it the best roster we have seen from Zeta Division in the past. They have come in with big expectations, primarily on titles' shoulders at EWC in the past in 2024, but they fell short. And this time it's kind of redemption, trying to bring this back, trying to remind everyone why title has been in the conversation for GOAT status for so long. And on the other side, you have JDG, which this team has basically been, you know, not exactly the legacy of Weibo, who won previously, not exactly the pedigree of Aurora when it comes to the top players from the CN region, but they still have a lot of skill and of power coming out of the region that has been the strongest in 4v4.
Yeah, I feel like every time a Chinese team puts their feet at EWC, they show as a contender, you know. Being the second seed in China has some weight, and having 2 teams that comes from China winning EWC 2 seasons in a row, so we always gonna have a high expectation on their teams, despite the fact that they're not as known as Huami or other high stars from China, but still a very strong team, and they finished at second seed in the qualifiers.
With the leader of Hong Lian playing under Lotus at this event, you know, he was known as the magician for a while. He was always finding these really unique spots where he could pull off these miracle plays, a lot of sneaking out 3-star forecasts in the past, but a player that's been respected for a very long time, and kind of coming together with some other younger talent from the CN region to see what they can put together. And we got to mention that in the past, it has not usually been the CN team that we expect to come in and dominate and win EWC that has done so in the past. Sometimes it has been the team that does not have all of the legacy players, all of the players that have had so much success individually, but instead they come in and they play exceptionally as a team.
Yes, I mean, the team playing it's way important when you're playing in a 4v4 format, as sometimes you cannot shine as much as you do in the individual tournament. So that's why you need to have like some synergy.
And we've got Prismatics to kick things off for our first game of this series. It'll be a Forged in Strength picked up by Yatsuhashi, but we'll see if we can keep tabs on these Prismatics as we go through the start, see where the lobby is headed.
Yeah, very risky. Strength Forge gives you low tempo, but late in the game, you're gonna have so much resources.
Now let's see if Yatsuhashi can leverage those resources in the end game, as he had an Akali start, which is going to be kind of one of the big stories of our tournament, will be this Akali Jax reroll line. Now, just because he has one early doesn't mean that it will be his role in the team to go for that Akali, but very likely that one on each team will be headed in that direction for many of these games.
Yeah, I want to highlight Mori as well, getting artifacts. Living Forge, very strong augment as well, but it just scales up pretty much, so we already have 2 players from Zeta aiming to scale up in the late game.
We do have a couple of players end up picking up some early emblems, so those will be other things to watch for cap outs. I think emblems often can lead towards players finding very high cap spots, and they can play for that end game. We'll always have to watch out who is on the early loss streaks but has win equity versus people on loss streaks just for the economy, trying to look to hold enemy units. So we'll continue to watch these spots and see where these players are headed, as we do have that first winning round so far. If you look at Chuchi here, trying to go up against Mori, who did end up getting that Living Forge, and we see the early armor item for the Poppy, which is going to provide a very stable front line.
Yeah, you can see that Mori is actually trying to play tempo, because the longer you live, the more artifacts are you going to have, and probably they already have the other player that is going to sack the round, so you want to mix your team style. Some players are trying to focus on blue streaking, and he's probably trying to maintain the high tempo.
And, you know, speaking of lost streaking, we did have a bit of an open fort set up here for Yuchin, trying to set up a way to prevent Zeta Division from keeping a lost streak, but now he's going to buy out his shop and represent a board. We'll see if he decides to sell it again, if he's still contesting lost streak, and it looks like with Yatsuhashi, that is going to be the contest. So these two players looking to see if they can hold on to their lost streak against each other as we go forward in this stage 2.
Yeah, they just sold the boards, and if they face each other, they will break both of their streaks. So sometimes you want to sacrifice your own game plan to help your team, like shutting down the opponent.
Yeah, so it will be Yuchin and Yatsuhashi on that race to the bottom until they pair into each other for a fight. We'll probably just be seeing them sell out their boards as long as they are in each other's fight pools. And this will just be trying to prevent too much of the economy going to the other side. Meanwhile, for the win streaks, currently both Lotus and Mori on full 3 streaks. See which team is able to hold on to that win streak as we go forward. But the first selection of the gods, Soraka and Kale, and it looks like everybody going for the extra early items.
Yeah, I mean, KO is just such a strong decision in here. It keeps the tempo. You can itemize everyone, like front line or back line. And play is aiming for tempo just to save some HP throughout the game.
So I went to the bathroom,
and
I came back
with Mori looking for the win streak
you know
against
what?
Lotus. Currently looking at
It
this,
might
though,
as
I
well
would
be
say
breakfast time.
definitely a bit of an edge towards
So
Mori
we're
with
also
the
eating
extra
breakfast. I don't like eating on stream,
artifact
but,
on the
I will
board
do
versus
it
just the
because it's you
Stargazer
guys.
emblem. I think the Stargazer emblem has a lot of potential scaling that can happen.
If
We are on
you're Filipino,
the
you know what
altar,
sinigang
so it's going to
is.
provide a lot of power
Right,
for
I mean
Lotus
sinigang.
in the late game, but as of right now, I think this artifact is going to give you a bit of an edge.
Oh, thanks for the
I feel
follow,
like
5
Lotus
Nor.
having,
Thank you. Sick shout outs.
having
Let's go.
Alter in this spot
Hell
right
yeah.
now, it doesn't seem that too good.
They are fighting.
Because he doesn't have the that to
It's so
stack.
hot.
Yeah, so they are going to be fighting up
We are
against each
good.
other. This is very important for the stage 2 win
we're going
streak.
back
Mori
to
going to be able
our
to keep a lot of
okay.
extra econ by finding this fight win. Ornn gets one more cast, which is very impactful to get that
Alright.
additional shield. As the
But look, we got the
backline is
Pengu right
itemized
there.
for Lotus, but not
Pengu
for Mori,
is the
but
main
as we
mascot for
predicted,
the game.
significantly
He is the
stronger than
biggest
Lotus's
penguin.
board, and Mori's
Or
gonna be able to
in
hold
other
on that
words,
win streak, presumably
Big P.
throughout the entirety of stage
Big P
2,
penguin.
as both Yuchin and Yatsuhashi still having to open fort into each other because they have
So
not
I know it
found each
looks
other in the
weird.
matchmaking.
There's
Yes,
more
for
things
now,
that we have
at
to
least
explain.
for Zeta, things are going very well
Yes.
because they're having the player winning streak
There's a
and
thing
the player at
that
the
everyone
bottom,
needs
with a
to
good
have,
spot
or
as
everyone
well.
always looks
So
up.
let's see if they're facing each other.
It's called
If
items.
they don't, Zeta might be in a
Items.
great spot leading the early game.
Yeah,
is
very
basically
much beneficial for Zeta if they continue
an
to not
additional
have
thing that
these
you
two power
have.
up. It just keeps Yuchin losing a bunch of HP.
Where are the items?
Meanwhile,
Oh my
Yatsuhashi
gosh.
is also econing.
Yeah,
Yes, he's losing the same amount of HP.
Yeah,
but
basically
when you
items
have
are
the
additional
positioning
things that
Mori
you
has in
have
the game,
to where
it's overall
you
favorable,
can
especially
put them
since Tidal
together.
is also on a smaller
Right, you have a
win streak
regular
as
set
well,
of
not
items,
the full streak
but if
throughout
you
the
push them, if you
entire,
put them together,
stage
they
2.
build certain
But
other
comparatively
items.
to the rest of the win losses across the board, both Tidal and Mori in
Oh
very,
my
very
gosh,
strong
there's a
positions.
lot of
Something
items in
just
here.
stood out
There's
for
a
me.
lot of
in
items.
Summertime has
But the main
emblem,
items
and
you
he's
have
stacking pretty much,
are
and he
the
also has a tactician
one.
crown,
Well, here's the
allowing
number.
him to
You get
put
1,
another unit
2,
to the
3,
board.
4, 5,
So
6,
things
7,
are actually
8,
looking
9,
very
10,
good for Zeta.
11,
This is
11
an amazing
items.
start.
So there's 11
See
different
if
items,
that
and then you
can
can
end
combine them
up
together to
looking
make
for
a
the potential
whole
of
completely
a
new
win
item.
out. Tidal definitely
The
having
other
that
big one is
tactician
this
crown,
too. There are
set
things
up.
such
Both
as spatulas
Lotus
and
Tidal have
frying
those,
pans.
online at this point. So we'll see.
We're gonna
who
go
can
explain
actually
into
cap
it
out higher.
because
That
it's
is
a
the thing
whole
with
nother
prismatic
section too.
losses, is you start to get the board
So the
strength
other
is
section is this.
overwhelming.
Besides
That's where
from the
our eyes
items
start to
and the
turn towards Yuchin
champions
and
and how
Yatsuhashi
it's all
and how they can
randomized, you can only get
stabilize
items
because the
sometimes
prismatics are
when
making
you
these
in
boards so
between the
strong.
rounds
If you
when you're
can't
fighting
find your
champions.
footing
You can
from
see
that
how
lost
they're
streak,
collecting the
you
question
will
marks,
go
the little
down
orbs.
very quickly.
The orbs are
Yeah, so,
items
I
or
mean, three
additional
players
champions
actually
or
have
gold.
this augment,
The
having an
one
extra
thing thing is, those things build into other things. So some items are good for some units, right? Like Caitlyn right here is good with any attack damage items, like a sword, rage blade, stuff like that. That gives you more attack speed. Well, you have other people who are just tanks, who are good with like tanks items. That gives you magic resist, health and stuff, armor, whatever. The frying pans and then the spatulas are something that builds into the additional part is traits. Traits are two completely different things. So you have one entire trait because they're all of the same type. Like if they're bruisers, right? Bruisers usually take more damage. They are more fist people. They like to get into fights. They will be your bruisers, and there's an entire set of traits. If you get a certain amount of that one trait of bruiser, then they get additional bonuses, like things can happen. They get more HP together, now they're more united, or they get more life steal, whatever. Another good example is mages, right? If they're mages, right, you have a certain set of mages, they can all do those things. They name it under different titles though, because by season, they do different themes. Every season there's a new theme. This theme is space, ominous, and space and astronaut vibe, so that's why you're seeing a lot of different space things. That is this current set, and they call it like other things, fashion and stuff like that, whatever. And then now here's the other crazy part. There's a thing called type. Types revolve around synergy. Synergy means this. It means if they are all one same type, then they also get another bonus as well. So which means if they're all pirates, then they all also get a pirate special ability where they probably can get more gold every time you win, or they drop gold when you defeat an enemy. It's a whole thing. There's for this synergy you have Dark Lady, Dark Star, Commanders, Bolt, like it's a whole bunch. But going back to the items, because that's how we came to it, you can build those synergies. You can build those type of traits, so that way you can hit the max number of how many you can have on that team to get the max efficiency of your entire team. The better your team, the more damage you do to the other person, and the more damage you do to the other person, the closer you are to winning $500,000. So, makes sense. I made a real complicated game sound really good in less than a minute. Oh, and we're watching Team Zeta. This is the game I really wanted you guys to watch. Zeta Division versus JD Gaming. These people, and the way that they play is crazy. Here, let me show you guys on a
even though they're losing this spot, that they still have a great early game, because Titan is not losing for anyone else.
Not only do they have the option to re-roll and save up money, you can only save up to about 50 gold to get an additional plus 1 gold. Like if you save up 20 gold, you get 2 plus 2 gold. You only do it by 50. That's called economy, and that's the max economy, so getting the most gold every round. And you have to wait. You have to like save your gold instead of buying units early on. But these people are crazy. They will play luck and play probability. Like when you get your full set, I'll show you guys in a bit. And I'll explain the god system, because that's brand new too.
Looks like most players do still end up just going item. We need board strength.
I'm actually impressed, because I feel like 12
Alright,
is a lot,
so let's explain it. You see how you have different colors? Those are the different tiers. And you see how you keep switching and they get new units? Okay, and then you saw that 2-star. That 2-star just got leveled up. The thing about that is that they know which unit to buy and sell in order to get what they need and who they need. They know how to play the luck game on their side and play probability for them. It's great. It is so skillful. I can't even follow that, honestly.
For this side, having Nova, having items slam that are good for Akali. We see Gunblade and Guardbreaker.
Yeah, he's facing Summer Timer, another player from Zeta. I feel like the spot for Zeta is so good. If
and they're vying against each other. Because again, it's randomized. But they know how to strategize against themselves.
3 items on the Aurora.
And it looks like that they do have mics onto each other, so they are talking to each other.
Just getting sacrificed.
So when they think or know that they're going to be fighting each other, right? But there's also augments in here. It's another thing. That can tell you who you're fighting against next. So it's a lot that goes into the TFT. It's a lot for the brain, especially
you have
early morning.
frontline items.
But again, you're gonna hear me say this so many times. I'm a broken record on this. It is 50% luck, but 50% skill.
Yeah, the Reforger hits quick blades and rapid fire cannon.
Rapid fire cannon seems pretty good.
The skill comes from knowing what that unit does and what they do.
And also flicker blades, it's amazing.
I mean, now it just comes down to the roll down. He has 40 gold. He's probably taking one more loss here against Tidal.
And it's good because
he does slam items, though.
All of the champions fight on their own. You just set your board and then you just hope for the best.
It's just 1-star Kindred. And
yeah,
it's just
and if it doesn't work, you can always
the Kindred 2-star, even a Kali 2
will
deal a decent amount of damage.
You're allowed to go to other people's boards and see what they're doing and what they're building.
It seems like the cash out with these artifacts, the item strength is just far too much. Tidal gonna lose, and this is good for Zeta. At this point, you want Yatsuhashi to have a couple of extra lives to try and find that stability, find these upgrades. And so by getting him one there on his, probably at his weakest, right, is before he rolls down this 50 gold, is a massive boon because now he gets to econ through the neutrals round and then ship it on 4-1 to actually see what he can pick up.
Yeah, having an extra goal to hit his board, it's always good. And later in the game, having Mori and Taito with so much HP, they can always give him an extra life.
That is the power of the early tempo in 4v4. Because now it's not even up to Tidal and Mori necessarily to win the game. It could be Yatsuhashi while they slowly bleed out to 4th and 5th place kind of spots. But even then, they had positions that might have been good enough to even run away with this game. And we'll just have to keep eyes on JDG and how they can stop Zeta Division from here. They really have to find a way to put Yatsuhashi in the cage, hold on to his units, and it's too late already.
Yeah,
Kindred 2 already found, Maokai found, upgrade for Akali. Yes, it's not a 3-star Akali, but you have a 2-star 4 cost with these incredible items. No chance for JDG to even stop Yatsuhashi before it started.
Yeah, I mean, Yatsuhashi will have a great position by now. He's probably winning a lot of rounds. So I wonder if JD has the tools to come back in this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of the JDG boards yet. It's been a lot of the story of Mori's 10 streak. Yatsuhashi on the full loss streak, looking for the cash out. Tidal with the win streak. Summertimer also looking there, but now we're getting at least the first look at Lotus, and Lotus with that Shepherd's build. We saw a decent amount of this in the previous series, SCSC making that top.
They do have the most crazy customs.
Like the biggest cap out,
where you can customize the board and stuff. Alright, I'll show you augments. It's about to come up.
It's a quite decent composition to play, but it caps high, but your mid game is not
so
that
you can
good.
choose any one of these augments and re-roll it into new augments to help build your team better. Like you can get more gold, that's for second wind is. You can get artifacts or which are like bigger items and better items. Or anvils. Anvils, you sell those anvils, you can build your item or you get a random item. Oh, and your items are all randomized. So again, it's so randomized. This game is hella randomized. It's kind of lottery.
More units on the board, there's more damage being dealt.
Yeah, and he found
oh, someone already had max units.
5-cost units already.
The max you can level up to is level 9.
Even at 1-star.
Unless you have 2 spatulas or 2 flying pans, you get an additional team size, so plus 1 more team. And that doesn't happen anywhere, anytime you get 2
but not having even the
and the only way you can build the item state, no, never mind.
Really big struggle from JDG in this game. While the HP looks okay as a whole, that Mori 100 HP is a looming threat. As now we're seeing Lotus's Shepherd's board once again, this time against Summertimer. It looks like this time around, though, Summertimer maybe not having all the strength that he needs. I think he's lacking a little bit of damage as a whole. Yeah, felt like this fight went for a while, the front line holding up for Summertimer, but the damage is just not there.
I think he didn't have time to move his items, so I feel like Bard 1-star is a little bit better than Aurora, and his front line was on the wrong side. And I feel like it was a great round for Lotus. Maybe he can find a way back into the game. And now we can see the
We're about to see another thing happen.
So Yuchin can have these
And I will play
balls
it
back in the game.
as soon as
Yeah,
we
so
get
he
to
gets
it.
his cash out as well. Same comp as Yatsuhashi,
Oh,
but he's behind
I didn't explain
the
carousel.
curve.
At
Two
the end of
copies
the
Kindred,
quote-unquote
only a
rounds,
single
where they get
copy
harder
of
and stuff like
Akali.
that, and
And
more
the
gold
front
star
line
already
around
been
Jax, we
spent
do see
and
he
get
does
handed
sell
out.
that. He's going to be able to move
They
the
have a
items
thing called
over
carousel.
to the Maokai.
Carousel is
And I
a
mean,
bunch of
break down a
champions
little
walking
bit of these
around in a
artifacts, 'cause
circle,
there's
like
a
a
lot that are hitting the
merry-go-round.
board right now.
There are
And
a lot. I mean, he has
Everyone's
3
trapped in
artifacts
the
for the front
carousel,
line.
like on the
It's a
outside,
little bit
and you
weird
can only get
because he
released
also
based on
have
like
items for the front line
what
as well,
placement you're in.
might
So,
lose a little
and
bit
you only have a
of
limited amount of
value
time to
here,
run
but
to the
he
carousel
has-
and grab
he has
a
crazy
character
max build.
or
Yeah,
a
at the
champion,
very least,
and then
he
bring
can
it back
kind of
here.
move this Morgana up
And you
use
can only
it
do
as
one.
secondary
The
front line
lowest
behind the Maokai.
people who are
At
in
least
last place
find
will
ways to
always go
generate the
first,
value, but
and
as
then
you
those
mentioned,
who are
this
in
Vex
first
is
place
gonna
will always go last.
absolutely wild,
And
we're
it's
seeing
based on their health.
already finding
So,
the win for Yuchen.
yeah.
He's been able to keep up. Even though he lost the last round, he had been winning the last few, and now the big cash out comes out. He just
Alright,
has
here
to
we go.
hit his units, and unfortunately,
This is brand new.
He's already hit the same units.
This is
Yes,
goddesses
I mean,
in
he
space.
found the Vax,
So
and
you
he
can
kinda
choose
dodging
two gods will
the
give you
Kindred
additional
because
boosts to
it's
what
gonna
you
be so
need.
hard to him to find
The
it,
more you choose the same
and the Vex
god,
just did
the
an amazing
more
job in the last
options you
round.
get, or the more favorable their
third
options
choice
that
of
they have.
gods.
It's aligned
Start to
with
see the
yours.
commitment, the
After you
devotion
choose
of
a
these
god,
players to
you
one
choose
or the other.
3
At this
units
point, I expect
of
to see
the
a wall
round
of
that are
Kalos on
like
the right side of our screen
supposedly
popping up
that
in a
tier.
moment here, but we'll see if anyone
You
ended
choose
up
that,
closer
and
up
then
the
you get
direction.
to pick
Oh, here comes
that
Pez.
with
He
along
just
with an
sold
item,
his
and you
whole
get it for
board.
free. Super cool. This guy sold his
Okay,
entire
here we go, 80
board.
gold to try and make something happen.
What the
Playing
heck?
around a Graves too. Pair of bards
He
in the
did an
shop,
entire
but that's not
refetch
what he
for his
needs. He needs
entire
front
board.
line to pair
That's
up
crazy.
with this.
How
It's
that
the
crazy
Fiora
is
that's
that you
going
usually
for a
when you
full
play,
5-cost
you want your
transition,
board
Elo
already
9
set up
trying to
throughout the
find a
entire
win out
game.
from there. Does end up getting
That's
the
so
Fiora
crazy.
upgrade, so it's Fiora 2, Graves
He sold
2,
everything.
pair
And
of
he-
Vexes,
oh my
ends up
gosh, he's
finding
played
the
fast.
Blitzcrank as well to add to this
JDG
board
did crazy.
after this
But these are
round.
the
Doesn't
2
quite
people
have
I
the
wanted to
APM
watch
get
because
there.
they're
Does have
like
the double
really
Vex instead of the
skillful
Blitzcrank, but
players
still
who are trying to.
pretty good
But when they
transition.
come to 50% luck and 50% skill, they kind of tilt it to where they're trying to get at least 55% skill and 45% luck. Like, it's crazy. They're either playing way too fast, like they'll sell units, go fast with it, go through all of it real quick. They'll save up hella gold,
Yeah, and we'll
and
see how
then
much
they'll
HP
use
ends
the.
up
They have a
losing for
throwaway
not
build.
quite getting
So
to the
we'll
finish
build
of it.
this
Not too
type of
bad
board
a
first,
loss into
and then
Lotus
as soon
there,
as
and
it gets me
Juicy
the
is gonna
number
be
I
able
need
to
for how many
end up
gold I need, which is like 50
potentially having
max
some
to
win out equity,
get
but
whatever I
he
need,
is very low on gold,
I'll
and it's
sell
about
it all
finishing
and then
that
change it
transition and then
to whatever you want.
getting that grave stacked up before too many of the boards get too crazy. And I think in a prismatic
So they're not
lobby,
building their
sometimes
board
that
based
can
off
be an issue
RNG. They're
with
building
the
their board
5-cost
with
soup
what
is
they already
other
know and what they
boards
want.
have already kind of reached these pretty insane heights, and you don't get enough turns to stabilize.
Yes,
But they're
speaking
just
about
trying to
stabilize. Yatsuhashi
build it
just
right now
took
to
a
a point
loss,
to where
and he decided to
they're
roll down
finding
again.
everything they
He
need
might be
instant and faster.
talking with his team, trying to save
But
some
this
HP
is a game where you
because
shouldn't be
Summertime
taking
he might
forever
be in the
about
spot
it.
that he can lose.
Yeah, it looks like maybe some amount of items are off of Summertimer's board because there's nothing on the Bard, nothing on the Karma. So I imagine there's some amount of removers. It's crazy because this lobby has so many items because of Kale
Yes.
that it end all of these artifacts that it's hard to tell if there's been removes, but there was, and we see them being put back onto the Karma in this spot. It's going to be maybe a bit of a bigger loss than they needed onto Summertimer there. Going to lose a lot of extra HP, but it does keep Yatsuhashi alive.
Yes, I mean, I don't know, we didn't see who faced Yatsuhashi, but he took a bad loss, and he had so little HP already, so they are trying to save him, because dodging the 8th place is very important in the 4v4 match.
Yeah, and I think in doing so, though, they've put Summertimer in a precarious situation with how big of a loss that was. At 17 HP, he's going to be on 2 lives remaining. A really bad loss. It can be 1, especially in stage 5. But looking at the rest of the lobby, there's a little bit more stability in the win streaks of the JDG players, and they've held on to enough HP that Mori's gap that he created is not enough to lock them out of the game yet, by any means. Only at 68 left.
I feel like the game's kind of changing towards JD side. We had like such a dominant early game for Zeta. They're looking very strong,
Sorry,
but
Kat, I
now
had to answer
JD
some
are
text
looking way
message real
better.
quick.
Look at this Zaya. We have
All
not
right,
seen Killzoy the entire time, and this is like,
So what did we go over?
it's not
We went over
exactly
the
this,
champions,
but it
we went over
is
the board,
this.
we
You
went
think
over
this
the
is-
teams,
this is
we went over
ridiculous.
the
This is
schedule,
ridiculous.
we went over
This
the
is
items,
incredible.
we
He
went
has
over the
Pandora
synergies,
items,
we had
so
the
he
traits.
focused the whole game to arrive at
Oh
this
man,
spot.
we went
And
over
also
basically the entire game. So we're all caught up to date. Hopefully you understand what TFT is. If anyone anyone else does not understand what TFT is, I can do an entire class session on it. I'm not going to do it this Thursday. This Thursday, I will be doing a different class session. It will be a class session on tactics. And you get it, teamfight tactics. Tactics, strategies, and basic lingo of esports.
Being able to sacrifice for Yatsuhashi to continue.
Thank you for the follow.
Up this board.
Keep
him alive and send someone
Ali
out first.
Thank you.
But there's a
Appreciate
lot
it.
of HP they've invested into Yatsuhashi because these losses are massive. Summertime.
Yeah, we went over a lot of the stuff, but I will be playing also a small tutorial or demo. That way y'all can see what it really looks like for TFT and what the game
they
really
tried to
is.
play tempo the whole game, and now they're sacking
Because there's a lot of synergies that goes
an
on.
extra HP for Yasuhashi, and if he didn't have a great finish, they won't have HP left.
And we also went over
to
format
manage the win.
Yeah. Chuzia is going to be finally fully set up, has a Vex alongside the Graves and the Fiora. And they're going up against Yatsuhashi, so this is that big 5-cost soup, level 9, fast 9 for Jushi going up against Yatsuhashi, who's been struggling all game to get this board together. Zeta has sacrificed so much for him to still be alive in this game, and it comes down to this one fight. Can Kindred get the job done? She
1v1.
cannot, and Yatsuhashi
1v1.
goes down already after all that investment.
I mean, this is why for
That was
reports
the
it's so
1v1.
amazing.
Look,
Their
you got French
strategy was
maids.
based on saving
French maid
Yatsuhashi,
boards.
but they didn't have time.
Again, this
to,
game is so
get
customizable. You can
highest
grab
board,
your little legend, your
and
little
that
avatar that
Vex
runs
was
around for you.
just
You can
incredible,
customize that.
very
You can
strong, and he
customize how
was
you're
able
doing
to
damage to
kill
them,
Yatsuhashi
like
very
how
early
it
in
looks
the
like,
game.
the sprites. And now you can also customize the board to what they look like. Like you don't change the board itself, like the 21 spaces, so you just look at the entire individual design. It's so cool. I missed out on some of them. Sometimes they have limited boards, and the board I missed out on, which I'm very sad about, is the Year of the Ox board. And I was like, damn, that's a crazy board that I really wanted, but I missed out on it. So I'm very sad. I wish I had replay time.
And it is still just
I
the
love the lunar
1-star
animals.
Vex for the damage
And
on
League
the
of
other
Legends,
side,
since
so we
it
should be
is
able to
in
have a lot of win equity,
Tencent
but
game,
it's
kind
not
of
there.
Riot Games, it's owned by
As
Tencent.
Akali
They
finds
love
her way through,
anything
and
Asian culture-wise
Summertimer
too,
falls
and they support
in
it.
its 7th. Keza goes down, but he will get that 6th place, meaning that Tidal and Mori have to 1-2. They started the game on very high tempo. They were playing to preserve HP to use for the rest of their team. Probably not that well positioned for win equity when you play from those spots, but Mori at the very least 50 gold level 8 maybe can play for first, and it comes down to can Tidal end up securing a 2nd place?
I mean, Mori is trying to win out with the Rammus 3, but we already see JD actually holding the Rammus, so it's gonna be very hard to him to hit. And Taito have like a very difficult job to find 2nd place in here. Look, at JD, everybody is looking very strong.
Yeah, and Mori is going up against Lotus. Can he take Lotus down in this spot? It's just the Shepherds going up against that Kappa Juice on the other side with the Corki. Lots of damage on that Corki. Still able to potentially take this entire lobby, but the fact that Rammus 3 is the main
some people already got
for
eliminated.
that
Crazy.
Out makes it very
And
tough.
when you're
to set.
eliminated, you
GG
just
gonna
sit
continue
there.
to try and grief that. But by taking out
Can't do
Lotus,
much.
one more Rammus does go back in the pool.
And look at that, and that's the finisher animations. The finisher animations are also very customized, and I think that's sick. I kind of want that.
To get the 2nd place.
Look, and both JDG players eliminated, so now it really is just
Alright,
Yuchin
so
versus Tidal.
it's just one
That's the main thing to look at.
versus
For
everyone.
Zeta, they have to go 1-2 with Summertimer and Yatsuhashi falling in 7th and 8th. So if Yuchin on this 7
So
win
it could be a
streak can just
1v2
continue that
type
and
vibe,
find even a
but
2nd place. He just has
What's
to
funny
outlive
is
Tidal.
that they probably
Yeah, I
can
mean,
fight each
he
other, the
was
same
looking
teammates.
way
So there we go. So those are the
than
2 people we
the
were
other
looking
lane that
for
was playing
earlier.
that
We were
for
talking about
straight
Tidal
first, but he
and
thought
Zayu.
that Vex won
Both
save
of these
game.
people are
Yeah, the
pretty
Vex has done
goddamn good
so
at this
much
game.
just one
And
side. If you
honestly,
can ever find
I'm kind of
that
scared when they
last
play
copy of
because
Vex,
they
we think he
kind of
probably can completely turn this
OP.
around, as Mori tried to sell a
Mori
board
also,
to end
I
up
think
finding
Mori's
a
still
little bit
alive
of the
too.
Corki. No, not sell board. I see. He's benched the Corki. He was trying to save Tidal, but in doing so, he doesn't get to hit Yuchin.
Wow, that's crazy. He probably didn't have any
Aw, no
removers
way.
left, and that just paid the price.
So they're in like
now
a
he is
type
not going
of
to be able to
what do you call
win,
it?
the fight against his
Maybe a love
opponent.
triangle.
Does not get it. So the Corki is going to have to come back in
Oh,
if he can
and then
go up
you
against
get
Yuchin
monsters
again,
in the
but it
middle
might have to
of
be
a new
benched once
round.
more if he's gonna
So
face
in the middle of the
Tidal,
new
which is
rounds
just
that
starting
they
to cause a
happen
lot of
for
problems
tiers,
with the total HP
Dragon is the
for the Zeta
final
roster.
one all the time.
Yes,
And then
I
after
feel like
Dragon,
Zeta just
I don't
saved-
remember because I
tried
never
to
get there
save,
that far.
Yatsuhashi, and
Kinda,
they
it's
paid the
kind of
price a
once you
little bit,
get past Dragon,
because if
you've
Titan
been playing
had
way
a
too
lot
much,
of HP
or way
ahead
too long.
here, it would be way easier to them. But they still playing. They still have hope.
Yeah, I mean, the team play is good, right?
Remember, the damage is only done with as many units you have alive. If it's by any chance you have a 1v1 unit and you're doing 1v1s, it's kind of crazy. You won't do that much damage and the game will last longer.
And they need Tidal to be strong enough, but that is the Vex too. And that might be curtains for Zeta. We will have to see if Tidal can take down Yuchin.
Tidal's the only one.
Eight streaks in a eight wins in a row. Very good spot here.
Or is it
He's
just a
gonna be
1v1?
able
It
to
looks like it
reach
might be
that
just a
level 9
1v1.
very soon.
Whoever
So
loses
he
this next
thinks-
round
I think that
lose a lot of
is in an
HP.
amazing spot.
Yujin is at 28 HP.
Around for this fight, he's on a 4-win streak. He does go up against Yuchin. We're gonna have to see these items
Mori's
slam
still
for
up,
Tidal
though.
very quickly, but he's taking
So his
a little bit
teammate's
of
still
time.
up.
There's a lot of items on the bench still at the start of this fight. This is not the max power Tidal could have been at, as he gets caught a little bit with his pants down in this spot. But as he goes forward the fight, the Ace Soul still pumping out plenty of damage. The front line holding into the Vex for now, but Ace Soul goes down, and it's just the Blitzcrank remaining. As Vex wins the fight, and Yuchin gonna save all of that HP. Tidal on 1 life.
Wow, I mean, Yuchin being able to win that fight, and the Vex 2 did the job. I feel
Tidal's
like
on
if it
1
wasn't
HP in
Vex
the dream.
1, Tidal might have a shot.
If
but
Tidal
the Vex 2
loses
is just
this,
too powerful.
it's
Man,
done.
and those items just being
And it's crazy because both
three,
the
4
team
seconds
members,
late with how close that fight is.
they're trying to
There's
sell
maybe a
or
world that
misplace
Tidal
their
could have
units
gotten
away.
there, but it's
The
hard to
person
say,
with
and
the
we'll
most
never
HP
know
is
if that
going
would
to
have
stay
been the
alive.
case, as there is still a small chance that they can get there, as Mori has 1 more round that can be sacrificed.
And
then
it's a
if they
triangle because
face
one
Yuchin
guy can beat
sequentially
the other
and win
teammate,
back-to-back,
which is
that can
more
get the job
Zayun.
done.
But
So
then
once
the
more,
other
Mori has to
person cannot
sacrifice.
beat the
Yeah,
other
he put his
teammate,
score key
Tidal.
stacked on the bench,
So,
so Tidal is gonna be able to
Tidal
win this fight,
Can
but it
cannot
just comes
beat
down to who
the
is actually
Zion,
beating Yuchin.
but Mori
Yeah,
can.
the 9
So
win streak, it
if
feels
they
like
fight
no
each
one,
other,
but the
they
fight is
one of them's
close
gonna have
enough
to
that
like
maybe there is a
kind of weaken their
chance.
board
Mori gonna take
just so
a
they
big
can
loss
have
here, but of course,
their
he's always 2
teammate
lives
win.
from this spot, so it doesn't really
And there's
matter
like
how
a lot
big.
of strategies
That's
into
cutting a
that.
little bit close though.
There
1
is
life
like you
is,
buy
1 HP. It's a little
units
bit
that are
much,
super
but
cheap and low
see
that when you're
how
not
this
at
matchmaking
this
happens.
high
If Zeta can
level
fight Yuchin
and there's only
sequentially,
just
if
3
they
of
can
you
beat the
guys
Ghost,
left in this tier,
it is
and you're
possible.
just like,
Corki,
okay, I'm gonna replace
1 away. Can he roll
3
that
of my
P5
really
with
strong
3?
units to someone
Mori.
really small.
1 more copy
Damn, that
needed,
guy has
doesn't
hella
get there. Does he
hats.
sell board? Does he start
That
selling down
Corgi
to
has
find this? I
hella
don't know if he
hats.
can.
What the heck?
He didn't aim to sell the board, and you can actually have 2 lives. It's so difficult to Zeta
What you're
actually
seeing
come
on
back
the
from this
right
spot.
side is the round result.
More
Oh,
items
sorry,
available. It will
it's
be
the
Mori
HP of all the
taking
players,
fight first.
and on the left
We'll see
side
if
is
it
just
ends
what
right
happens
here,
throughout
right
the
now,
round.
or if the Corkis
You can see
are
how many
enough.
traits that they have
Starting
active
the
too.
combat, hitting onto the Morgana. The Vex is gonna get the
Oh my
damage
gosh, and they
ramping
keep track
so
of
quickly.
how many
Ginsu,
units,
Archangel, and the front line is just
how much
holding
gold
against
each
the
unit
Corkis.
is,
It's not
and how
even
many
close
rerolls.
for
That's cool.
now, and it will just be Yuchin holding on, taking down Mori and Tidal, and winning
Wow.
this game for JDG.
He won
Well, the
a
double kill at the
2v1.
end, Yuchin just
He
had an
basically
amazing
had them
comeback.
both eliminate each other
GD might
to the
not
very
have
lowest,
the
and then
best early game, but
he
they
fought
look
someone
at
else.
Western.
Oh,
Yeah,
when
and
it
I
comes to
think
like,
it really
there's
just
only
comes
3 people
down to
left,
these
they'll take the
decisions to
top
save
team
Yatsuhashi.
or the top other
So
ghost
much
team,
invested
and then they'll
in him,
throw
and he
it
ends up still
against the
taking
other
eighth because of some of the
team,
strength that
the
came
other
through for those
person
JDG
as a
comps when we got
ghost
to the
thing.
end game.
But
Really, with how the
their
start of this game
stats
went,
are kind
it
of
felt
low.
like it was Zeta's
Like
to
their
lose.
stats are
Yes,
reduced.
and I feel like
And
Zeta
it's
even
it's not
invested
just
their
because it
rumors.
is a ghost
We've
team doesn't
seen
mean it's
a
like
lot of rounds that
still
he
the
was
easiest.
benching the
But yeah.
Corki, so he had the window to take down Yukin.
Yeah, so
but
they win game
actually
1,
benched
JD
the Corki
Gaming.
and was able,
So he
was
technically
able
won
to
a
win.
2v3.
So
Oh,
the
sorry,
Rebels,
1v2.
paid the price.
Still, this is one of the
Oh
closest
man,
games we've
that's
seen so
crazy.
far today.
Okay, I'm gonna
Incredibly
put
tight
my
spot
plate
that
in
we
the
felt
bag
like
and
early
wash my
on had
dishes
to
real
be
quick.
Zetas,
I
but
will
they
be
take
right
the
back
7th and 8th,
again,
and then
okay,
they have to
y'all?
claw back. From there, we thought it was doomed, but there was still a world where they could have come back and made it happen.
Yeah, this is 4v4, right? And everything can happen, and just a small fight or just the matchmaking at the end of the game can turn things around. So it's very important to stay focused, and JD actually won it.
We will see if Zeta can bring it back in the next game, or if JDG can close things out in a swift 2-0. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we are back, we'll have game 2 of Zeta Division versus JDG.
Chat, you might be onto something. There was a heavy favorite onto the side of JDG where we thought Zeta might be the favorite. Hey, you guys are right, at least for game number 1. The series is far from being done with. We learned that when Weibo Gaming just played against T1. Weibo fell early on, but they managed to come back. Can Zeta do the same thing? Hey, welcome back into the desk. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Hoope. What's going on? How you doing?
He's back.
What's up, man? I mean, that was a high pain. It was so difficult to navigate, so much to talk about, especially the early game. Lose streak for both Yatsuhashi and Yushin, but Yushin came into the top in a bad spot and cap it out in the end.
Yeah, so talk to me. Back right at you. Zeta, dominant early game. Casters were saying it looked like it was their game to lose. However, it was JDG who ended up turning things around.
Yeah, normally you want to have a win-out player, and that's what Zeta didn't have. Tyro and Mori, they were very present. They conserve HP a lot, have the possibility to transfer the HP later, try to go for the Corki 3-star to make the win, the hero play at the end, the Hail Mary, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think Casanova called out perfectly. Yasutashi was their win-out player, their lose streak player that was trying to play for the 5 cost later on, trying to get as much gold early on as possible. You think of Summertimer, he was playing for them small anima cash outs instead of the big anima cash out, because it's very difficult in a 4v4 environment. As you mentioned, Hoope, Title on a win streak tempo, Mori on a win streak tempo, so they didn't have that win-out player, and that I feel like was the big difference here in this first game.
Going back even to the very beginning, we see the prismatic augment. So we're talking high variance, and that's what we got.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of different emblems, a lot of different artifact items as well, being able to increase the power of some of these early boards, which Taito and Mori were able to do perfectly well.
Also, birthday present into Graves, that is normally not the one you have, but it was enough for him to stabilize. So JDG also fighting out the middle table. And that's also important. You want the points and pressure Zeta in this case to get the 1-2 in order to win the game.
You had 2 denial players playing the denial game. It was Yatsuhashi onto the side of Zeta and then Zhao Yutian for JDG, who ends up winning, by the way, and being the star player out of everyone, including that of JD Gaming. How did this denial game end up going? Because clearly it did not benefit Zeta.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a sort of a tradition at the moment in this 4v4 environment. We're seeing this Akali composition, which has been very popular recently, you know, kind of this composition that's come out of nowhere since the Tactician's Crown. And I feel like with this composition, because you're playing like the Akali, you're playing some of the low costs, you're able to deny some of these early units. You know, you're able to deny some of these 4 costs and try and get as much gold as possible. As you mentioned, unfortunately, it didn't work out for Zeta because Yatutashi went out in 8th place. And I think as soon as they go out in 8th place, it's hard to find that one out.
Hey, we've been paying attention to what you guys are saying out there in the chat. Let's pull up some of you. Shout you out. Hobo Meowster. All right, what's up? How you doing? Hey, wait, doesn't Zeta having 3 Worlds winners? Yeah, I mean,
3 crowns. 3 Tactician crowns, 2 for title, and 1 for Summertimer that we were expecting them to pop off. For me, Summertimer had a good game plan. He tried to catch the anima early, but it just wasn't enough. People are capping boards in a way that we weren't expecting here. So, I mean, they need to step up. They need to have a win-out player.
Akali is broken.
That's kind of cool.
And Chopper.
That's what we said. Akali, I think, one of the strongest comps now coming into a 4v4 environment. We know that during the Tactician's Crown...
So I don't want EWC to think that I am like... Well, for starters, let's try to see if my PC can survive this. I don't want them to think I'm not having the stream up.
They're backing up all the way. It's the first time that they've taken the risk here to support a TFT team.
I'm trying to look through. What should I do? I could actually do this. I can actually do this. Alright, so we're gonna take... Okay, so what we are going to do is take our... We're gonna duplicate this and they call it TFT teaching. Sweet, perfect. Alright, so we're gonna take this and do this. We're going to take our really cool cam that we did from last time. Right, yeah, there we go. That works a lot better. And then you change the titles. The live stream.
We head back to the stage. Zeta Division JD Gaming about to go toe to toe once again. So let's get it going, Casanova and Dobbs.
Here we go. Game 2, Zeta Division versus JDG.
Okay, first we need to change the title. Not Dota 2 Finals. This is TFT Tutorial. Tutorial. Sorry, that doesn't look right to me. You ever just spell a word and then you look at it and that's how you spell it, but you're like, how you spell it? Yeah, I spelled it right the first time. I was like, that's not how you spell it. So we're gonna do the TFT tutorial for the League Finals. Call it TFT group stage. So this is a TFT group stage. Oh my god. So bad.
Even when we just come down to TFT in general, CN is very, very strong always, but it is even accentuated in that 4v4. And even when it is a team that has maybe less expectations,
it looks kind of good. It looks kind of
a team like Aurora or a team like Weibo coming back as the title defenders, but JDG is still
I can't make it smaller.
ready to swing. They are still a powerful roster out of CN, and they proved it in this first game against Zeta. I will say, I was very impressed with Zeta's early game.
It changed on the other scenes. Alright, and then what we're going to do is we're going to open up TFT.
Somebody who can take the first, and with the amount of HP that was saved early on in the game, it feels
and I'll show you guys a tutorial about the game. And then we'll still have the stream up because I don't want EWC to be mad to be like, what is he playing games when he's technically doing a code stream for us? Like honestly, I'm blessed that they're doing us do the code stream, so I'm very happy. I'm happy to be a code streamer. Like politics aside from all this stuff, I'm happy to educate you guys on what this is. You're gonna hear League of Legends background stuff. Don't worry about it. It's 4 AM by the way. I hope you guys are having a good night or morning. Most likely morning.
Yeah, we can expect a little players aiming to play some tempo in the game as the levels are cheaper. So it comes down to
the stream as well.
To the last game, the players try to accelerate tempo very much, and I feel like this game is going to be the same thing.
Let's see if the computer can handle this. I think it can.
Starting out on Yatsuashi, this was, you know, the player with the very strong loss streak in the last game finds the cash out with powerful opener for Yatsuashi. So he was the loss streaker last game. He's very likely to be a win streaker for this game.
I mean, if he finds a
we're talking about win streakers. Oh, I didn't even mention. You can also have winning streaks. So basically, if you are winning and you're like every round you're fighting against someone, you're just winning. You're just doing really good. You get more gold. You get like 2 or 3 more gold based on how many wins you have every time you are in the streak.
Storied career in the CN region.
But you also get a losing streak where if you're losing, you also get more gold. So in other words, you still have a chance to get more money when you're losing too.
Looks like he does have a full bench already. Cluttered Bind can be a consideration. Already getting a little bit of help with the XP with Sona. Not much, but it is a little bit. And when you are trying to look for a fast 8, those breakpoints of those extra 2 XP can mean a lot, especially when you combine it with something like Cluttered Mind. Because we do have an Artifact Anvil broken for Mori. What do you think the pick is here for the
I love Thresh Lantern. It's solid pick. Can put on the front line and brings a unit from your bench. It's a lot of board range throughout the whole game.
Yeah, that is going to be
throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and that is going to be the pick for Mori. Does end up making you have even bigger cap outs at the end game, right? If you can get like an extra upgraded 5 cost on your bench.
You put a Blitzcrank.
Oh yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, throw him in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very important to note that this game, everybody just got one item,
mode.
which means they had
There's
much more gold
towards
the game. So this opener, they can maximize their economy. So the game is a little bit slower.
So we do have the Thresh Lantern.
No, there's no tutorial mode. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go to Talker Trials. So there's actually 5 modes. There's rank, there's double up, which is just similar to what we're seeing right now, where you have a teammate and you're playing. And then the final one is or the other one is the Chalk Treasure.
Yeah,
I guess they have like additional bonuses and additional things from the previous set or another set that people missed.
In the same composition, but
and then there is ranked, of course, and casual play.
This is Arbiter.
I am doing a thing called Talker Trials. Talker Trials is the single player version of this.
Leona at the end of combat.
And
quite good.
Why are we doing the single player version of this again?
You can always play Leona 3.
You must be wondering, why are we doing all the BBC?
And of course, at Arbiter 3, it does increase those chances. Those were just the selections, so we'll see. You should be getting a lot of Leonas over the course of this game. Can look to, we've seen 3-star just played from this version of the Arbiter as just tempo, because you end up getting the 3-star very early.
Yes, quite good option. I feel like most of the time you're aiming to get the Leona from the Arbiter. It gives you so much value.
Yeah, and with 3 Arbiter early, finding that Diana is pretty big for Chuzi.
This is currently one.
Ooh, you even take the win. And it's the perfect win, right? You do not do a lot of damage in your teammate.
See, the early streaks starting Yatsuhashi, we mentioned, expected to be an early win streaker. Here's Yuchen from the last game getting the win. And he is also going to be on a win streak for this time around, playing around in early Psionics with the Victor. And once again, having these same artifacts that helped him win in the last game, the Foxfire.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that this artifact is not that great. It's one of the middle range, but he was able to win out in the last game with it.
I'll see if he can find a Vex to pair with it once more and repeat the success of the previous game, find another win.
We've seen Summertimer playing the Earth, getting an early Spatula, probably leaning toward Space Groove, which is a very solid composition. And with Spatula, it's even better.
That's with the spat. It's probably one of the win-out angles, right? So you can look for a lobby win on space.
For sure, you can win out. We can play either like 5 Space Groove or even 7 with like a Riven with the Space Groove emblem. We can be quite strong in the late game.
So we have our first God selection, Yasuo or Varus. It's going to be permanent max HP on the Yasuo, so if there's anybody re-rolling or playing for a unit that is going to stay on the board for a long time, you can get a lot of value there, and then the Varus is just going to give more champions.
So you can
we're just going to do
TFT to get an extra tempo. Some players are aiming to do that, but if you already have a unit...
I'm starting to get a little bit headed.
I sleep, y'all.
Yeah, same with even potentially the Maokai if this ended up being the Akali build once again. I mean, we saw the comp last time. It was Maokai as the stable tank. You had Akali, and then the Vex was the secondary carry, and we could see Yuchen in the same direction. But he does go for Varus instead, so he's not actually trying to beef up this Maokai. I think trying to stay a little bit more flexible than locking himself in right away.
But basically what it is, look, that's me.
It's hard to say what he's playing, but Summertimer, on the other hand,
we can say this is Akali. Yeah, and already having the 2-star Jax, and you get the Hex to just beef this up. on these reroll compositions, Yasuo often gives you some of the highest cap out potential because you have a 3-star unit and you are enhancing it with a Hex. And this is happening once again here with a Jax. Now, it's not immediate power, but it will give this Jax a bunch of HP over the course of the game, allowing Summertimer's cap to be even higher than some of the other Akali builds have been.
Yes, and also he has a spatula. He can make a Nova emblem, which is pretty good. And here comes the Akali 2-star already. So this early game, it's very good.
Yeah,
this is very good for Summertimer.
This is a great spot for Summertimer for this game. Last game, you know, honestly, his spot was feeling pretty good, and he ends up going 7th in the previous game. And I'm not sure that exactly was indicative of his build overall and more just some of the team play they had to do, losing a massive amount of
the game. I had the game
in the last one, and this time can play a little bit more for himself because the team is going to want to enable this Akali to do everything it can. It is a comp that can win a lobby, and at the very least it's going to be very powerful. He will be contested. Very likely, once again, it will be Yuchin contesting that from a win streak side, but Summertimer's going to have more gold to work with on this massive
Yeah, he had as he already has
broke my brain, guys.
in Akali 2, I don't think that he needs to roll a lot on 3-2. So he's already have like the upgrades, so he's looking quite strong. Even though he has like 4 lose streak.
Yeah. 4 loss streak, the win streak's being controlled by JDG. Yuchin is 1, but Lotus is just behind with only a single loss in the first round. But does end up taking a loss here. Gets broken by Zeta, Mori and Tidal trying to crawl that back. Yuchin and Summertimer will be the story of the game for now, both of which looking towards that Akali direction. At least early Yuchin is still flexible to get out of it. Summertimer is locked.
Yeah, we've seen something very similar to the last
I'm
game.
gonna have
Taito
to
and
pull
Mori
a
playing
sleep
Temple.
cam real quick.
They're
I'm
also
sorry to get a little
top
bit
on the top of the standings right now. But Yuchin was able to secure the 5-win streak. That's very important for DG.
Chuchi is looking at what items he can get together for this one. Does have a belt still on the bench. Do you think, okay, looking at both the Meeple and the Darkstar emblem here, which direction can we even go? Because there's no items yet, but the 2 anvils allow you to kind of pick and choose.
I feel like you're waiting until you see your augment, because if you're able to get another spatula, you can try like the 10 meeple win out or something crazy. Or you can also wait the augment, see if you get a combat that's good for AP or good for AD, and then you create your items right after that.
Well, let's stick with Chuchi to 3-2. Let's see if there's any way that we can kind of determine whether this is going to be that meeple or the Darkstar direction that ends up getting picked.
He can also reforge one of these and then try to go for something else. It's quite important to watch what he's aiming to get in the next round.
Still able to find another win against Yatsuhashi. Keeping track of the side of our screen at those win and loss streaks. If Yuchin can get broken, if Summertimer ends up breaking the loss as well, and Yuchin does get broken, Mori or Tidal able to take that as they both continue their win streaks.
Oh, he got the 2 extra emblems. That was perfect. Let's see what he can get out of it.
Yeah, so entire board gets sold, gets a bunch of gold.
And some rerolls.
Gonna have to completely rebuild the board. Ends up getting Stargazer and Bastion to add to it. No Reforger yet.
Where's my
that is actually quite good for Corki, because you have an extra Meep, also an extra Bastion.
Okay, we're gonna take a small nap.
It's probably what he's going to aim for.
Alright, so looking for the Corkis on this roll down. Level 7 roll down for now.
Yeah, I like this kind of play because he just sells his board, but he do not want to lose tempo, so he rolls his sphere rolls by now, trying to have a board as soon as possible to not have the other teams save HP.
Yep, but he will be running into Summertimer, who does have that upgraded Jax and Akali, i.e. already completed on Akali and halfway to the Gunblade. It's going to be a big loss for Chuzi, but still, all of those emblems do give you the opportunity for pretty massive endgame boards. you can create a lot of endgame power with the emblems. So we'll have to keep an eye out on if Chuzi can look for the potential of a win out for JDG.
If you got a Nunu pretty early in the game, maybe you can fit as well. Oh, here comes the huge Leona.
Yep, and that is with the Space Groove emblem. You were talking about how this is another opportunity for win outs. So JDG having a few different players that can look for it, as it is going to be Lotus, and of course taking that Yasuo spot to continue to buff up this Leona in the front line, but now shifting it over to Ornn.
And I want to call out something that I'm noticing in this matchup. I wonder if this is going to repeat across the tournament. Both teams are actually rolling deep on level 7 a lot. We've seen some players pushing level 7 very early in the game, and some players actually rolling deep to try to stabilize as soon as possible.
Yeah, it's been very cool to see that for this. It's been a bit different than some of historical 2v2. We've seen a lot of, multiple 2-cost rerolls getting spammed in these games, trying to even take reroll lines that are weaker to try and play for a 5th or a 6th. And a lot of this has been more around level 8, and it's been more around the 4 costs than we had previously seen in other sets.
Yeah, and Yasuo, given the mana regen, quite strong option for the players that are aiming to lean towards that play.
It's going to be the Yasuo being heavily selected once again. I think we have Summertimer going up against Title soon, both of which looking like they were on 2-cost reroll lines. It's going to be the Melios that Title is looking for. Summertimer's already rolled. Now Title is going to look, taking a lot of the 2 costs out of the pool so they can support each other. This is what we've seen in the past.
Yes.
Multiple 2-cost rerolls on the same team. You take 2 costs out of the pool to make it easier for your teammate to hit.
Yeah, the Jack's actually very contested.
Let me know if you need anything, y'all.
Also,
I'm gonna take a small nap, Cam.
The tools that you can get out a lot of Jacks out of the pool.
Be back.
And he still have Pantheon that he's a quite good tank. He's not able to get the Jax 3, the Pantheon will do the job.
1 hour.
And it's very unlikely that the Jax 3 will be easy for Title to find, especially since Summertimer is also kind of wants it, but we've seen some adaptations to this comp playing around the Maokai as the frontliner as well, in the event that you can't just roll down for the Jax. The only difference here is that Summertimer has been stacking HP on that Jax with the Yasuo Hex for a while, so might just end up having to play around a 2-star Jax that has been kind of augmented by Yasuo to be a little bit tankier than a standard 2-star Jax.
Yeah, we've seen
Title's going to continue
a lot of spatulas this game. Another one in the Kazi side in there. A lot of players aiming to the emblems.
We'll have to see if that can be
players are trying to go to the high variance augments, because the emblems are actually, most of them are random, and then if you get something good out of it, it's amazing, but if you're not, you're gonna have to work out with it. And Chucky here having an early Karki with Meeple, it's looking quite strong for the next stage.
Yeah, has 1 copy of the Corki on the 3 loss, and Yuchin gonna send that to a 4 loss. But there is a lot of gold here ready for the 4-1 roll down, 4-2 roll down potentially for Chuzi. And Lotus is going to take a loss from Title. As Title did lose the win streak to Summertimer. Summertimer has been able to turn things around with that Akali and Jax from the early game, as we expected, with the 2 stars already online. Just trying to save a bunch more health, as we do have neutrals once again, as players should finally be getting a lot more of those items, with the early game being very gold focused. Should start to level out.
Yeah, I want to highlight Taito playing Lulu and this is the Lulu can actually give him extra gold, and he's trying to push a tempo pretty hard with it, getting the gold value a lot, and trying to invest that in, and actually getting some value out of the HP that he's saving.
Rammus found to join this Meeple board, so pretty much everything that he needs for the Meeples. Continuing to look at that vertical. Pair of Corkis, pair of Rammus, and there are a bunch of upgrades coming through. Massive roll down for Choosy, just not finding the Corki too. I think that's the big miss, but with the Rammus, the front line should be so stable that this should probably be good enough.
Yes, he's always able to duplicate that Corki in his bench. So he actually passed a lot of karmas. He did not want to spend the gold on it, but on the last row he got Rammus and Karma in the same shop and decided to upgrade that.
So now let's see if it's enough for him to turn around this loss streak, and I think it should be. This Rammus is just far too tanky. 4-1 upgraded Rammus with 3 items is not something that many boards can actually even burn through. Even though some of this lobby has potential to really cap out high with these emblems, currently the spikes aren't there, and we'll see 4-2. This is the chance for some of these boards. Pantheon as well, so ends up not going towards those Jaxes, of course leaving what he can available for Summertimer, but still having the front line. You mentioned the Pantheon can stabilize the board instead. 1 away from the Lulu. Title's roll down was insane. He is so close to finding everything, and he will have one more chance, one more look at a Varus God decision that can find the last little bit that he needs to 3-star this. Duplicators are very common out of Varus.
Yeah, what you mentioned is quite important, because you have to remember, later in the game, he will get a boom out of the god that he picked, and Varus is quite strong. When the more you have 3-star units, the stronger you get. So having this spot that he can get Lulu, Pantheon, and also
it looks like towards the bottom was going to be JDG, and overall Zeta once again controlling the health as it gets towards the mid to late game, as Title not going to need to roll much more at this point. He's just at 0 gold. He's just going to be rolling everything he has every turn until he finds these 3 stars. 1 additional roll, but doesn't quite get there. And looking at the other side of Summertimer, he's used a remover on the Akali, looking to try and potentially sack for a teammate. 40 gold, 6 win streak, so still potential to look for another roll down, but he might even be considering going to level 9. He hasn't been rolling for Akali or Jax. He's just been pushing levels. So maybe looking to even play that Vex endgame that we saw previously from Yuchen to win on the previous game as he goes up against Yatsuhashi. That's who he was sacking for on the Shepherds, playing around the LeBlanc.
I feel like the Shepherds are quite strong comp. The stage 4 it's very good, and later in the game you have 2 options basically. You can either add the Vex on the board, or you can play like a Sona, so he has a lot of options. And here comes the duplicator you mentioned.
Yep. There it is. I mean, that's exactly what he would be looking for, right? You just get a bunch of these duplicators, you find the upgrade, and there you are. His title will likely go in the Varus direction.
He got it.
Yasuo picked up by Summertimer, just continuing to find more of these hexes, especially since he didn't end up re-roll. He didn't go for the Akali 3, didn't go in that direction, especially with the Jax potentially being 3-4-way contested in this lobby.
Ooh.
And there we go, there is the Lulu hit.
I mean, that shop was so good for him, because now he's able to just duplicate the Pantheon. He even rolled it a little bit more. I wonder why.
Yeah, I don't even know what else he'd be copying after the fact, so just going to be able to get that Pantheon off of the duplicator, and that is 3 stars on this board. Massive spike for Tidal, who's already near the top of the tables when it comes to HP. And really, it's Mori and Yatsuhashi who they have to be able to get out of there, as Chuji is at the bottom at 16 life. That's who they're looking to try and trap in the cage, send him 8th place as Summer Timer and Tidal face off once again.
I guess he was rolling for either the TF because he has the tiny duplicators as well. So if he found like the Pantheon Natural, he could duplicate the TF and got another 3-star unit.
Yeah, it's heads up. I mean, you would expect to just jam it, but looking for even more outs to get more power, considering he may need to win the game this time around, as Chuzi is going to take another loss. Mori as well. Looking at those two at the race to the bottom, but if Mori can just hold out a little bit longer, 7th place is good enough. And he's a 2-star Graves that's getting upgraded, just found a 2-star Sona, so there is still potential for this board, especially if he can find the Nunu upgrade. It's just a single 1-star Nunu. He does have the pair in the shop, and that can stabilize this board quite a bit because the damage can be there through Graves, through Sona, through Karma, and it really is just the front line that seems to be the weakness for Mori's board.
20 HP can mean that
Yatsuhashi in the last game, not even looking at this as, you know what, the chances of you capping this thing out are way too low. Cut our losses, keep the HP on the rest of the team.
Yeah, we couldn't even see he had 3 items on the bench of his front lines. So the opposite play from last game, they decided that he was already dead, so it's better just to save the HP. So they just sacrificed their own teammate for the team to have a better chance to win.
And Lotus has the Yasuos, and it is going to be 2 frontline hexes and the mana gen on the back line. So this is a really good Yasuo for an AP flex line. You get a lot more damage from the mana gen, and it has the Space Groove emblem to try and continue to beef this up as well. Plus Blitzcrank was found. So a lot of value on this board. This front line is deceptively very tanky, even with only the 2 items there, because those 2 hexes are providing a lot of value.
Well, did he forget that he already had Void? He just make another one?
He just made one? Oh no!
Yes, he had 2 already. Seems to be a very good item at the end of the day. It's not gonna be that bad, but his boss range is quite good. Breathing 2, very good. The emblems that he has can help a lot. But let's see if he's going to be able to reach that level 9, because JD just got an 8, so they have to aim to win the game.
But going up against Yatsuhashi, this is going to be, a lot of stakes on each of these fights whenever JDG is facing off against Zeta. It's so much HP that they need to preserve at this point. The total life totals are actually quite close, even considering Chuzi going down. So there's still a lot of game to be played for JDG, but this is a big loss for Lotus, and Yatsuhashi going to put the punishment down, and every single one of these victories for Zeta just puts them closer to a victory on this game.
Yes, I feel like it's quite difficult to Lotus to reach that level 9 with this board already, and he was actually waiting to the items to rotate with the Pandora, so having one less item is quite bad on this stage of the game.
He didn't go for any 3-stars, but just looking to see if he can find maybe one more fight win, hold out long enough to outlive Lotus, and that's exactly who he's up against. The Nami trying to chunk through the front line, but it seems like a lack of damage overall for Lotus. Though the Akali being the main carry is going to struggle to chew through this front line and does not get through very easily. No damage left. Summertime are going to take a big hit, going to just be down to a single life.
Yeah, this is a pretty common 4v4 kind of play that you aim to play the 2-cost line and then you save a bunch of HP, but instead of re-rolling, because you don't have many units, you just push levels to play some tempo, and then you give HP for your teammates that you save it in the early game. And he outplayed Chuki, so it's already good enough. He did his job. So he can now trust the other teammates to finish at the highest positions and then secure the win for the team.
Yeah, the biggest thing he can do now is take one more win against the JDG player and just keep dealing some damage, as we do see he picks up the upgraded Fiora, which can maybe add a little bit of damage, but no items for her, and does end up going against Yuchen, so this is exactly what he would want to try and find a win. But Mori, on the other side, took a loss in the last round, is actually on a single life, playing around that Graves and Bard as the carries. We thought this board had potential win-out equity, but the Graves does find the backline, so that should be good enough. But the Nami wins out on that fight. She gets a little bit more damage out now. Now the Bard has to try and finish, and barely Karma gets it done with one more cast. Mori almost goes down there. Meanwhile, Lotus ends up taking down Kezi. Summertimer does fall, so it is down to a 7th from Zeta, an 8th from JDG. The rest of the HP totals looking a little bit tough for JDG, but Yuchen at the top of the tables with 44. Mori on a single life, and even though there are these 5 costs that we thought, hey, maybe this is stable enough, still no upgrade on the Nunu, means that Mori is still in trouble. Took an earlier loss. If they fall in 6th, the door is open for JDG.
Yeah, I think it's still anyone's game. The
of that 1-star Nunu, it goes down already, even into just the Kindred and Akali. The damage is not there, and Mori's board deceptively looking strong, but really quite weak in the rest of the lobby. Goes down in 6th. Lotus taking a loss as well, though, so JDG not out of the woods yet, as both Kezi and Lotus are on a single life apiece, and Yuchen is finally taking a loss.
Wow, look at that Akali. She had so many heads. The more heads she had, she'll have much more damage. So that fight was crazy. Akali just did an amazing job. And he's looking quite strong at this point.
Yeah, taking a look at Lotus's board once again. And not able to find a Blitzcrank 2 to really tie this all together with the Space Group, relying on this Nami for the damage going up against Yatsuashi. It is going to be that Shepherd build, and there are 2 artifacts on the Aurelian Soul as he is just melting through each of the targets that he gets on. The front line is not going to be too long for this world, and it comes down to, does the Nami have the damage? And she can't get through the front line fast enough, but it is very close. The Asol quite low, and Nami does pick it up, so that is going to be a fight win for Lotus against Yuchen, and Kezi does go down, so that is JDG now on life support, as Zeta still, Tidal and Yatsuashi both on win streaks, both holding on to a lot of hell.
Wow, this game is so close, and
any chance, and there is a pair, and there it is. Gets both the Tahm Kench and the Blitzcrank upgrade. There is a world for Lotus to turn this thing around.
Well, I'm amazed because he was sacking some HP at the early in the stage, but he was able to go into that level 9 just after that, found the Chojin for the Nami. Her build is quite strong. He has the front line, has the Blitz too. He's looking very good right now.
Yeah, as close as some of these fights were before, now that is a big power upgrade. Going up against Yatsuashi now, and those Shepherds did end up finding the Sona finally to going to be continuing to chunk through so much mana. Generated through not only the Yasuo, but the Shojin. Overall, just creating so much power on this board. But the extra life coming through for that Morgana, she's so tanky. It's an incredibly close fight once again, but Lotus hangs on as Yuchin falls down, and Lotus is the last hope for JDG in this fight.
Yeah, Title took a huge win against Yuchin. It was such one-sided fight that Lulu is quite strong. I wonder if Lotus can actually outplace him with the Blitzcrank. I mean, he still have the tools to do so. Let's see the last fights.
Yeah, he was able to take down Yatsuhashi in a very close fight, but we have not seen him take down the terror that is Tidal. He has even 3-starred the Twisted Fate at this point, which did allow for even more power from the Varus. Actually, no, he's Yasuo. He has 2 Yasuo locations, so he's not the Varus. Doesn't get power from the extra 3 stars, but he has been scaling this Pantheon the entire game. So much health, you can't even count the bars on that Pantheon. And it is just going to come down to, can this Lulu do the damage through this? Up against Yatsuhashi for now. The Ghost giving us a little bit of a preview fight, but it's not at full power from Tidal, and it's already close.
Yeah, it's very close, but it all comes down to how it's going to be the fight against the real one, the positioning, and whoever takes the win here, we win the game. And for Zeta, it's quite important because they lost the first game, so they do not want to be facing the elimination game early in the tournament. So this might be very important to Title, and he has the tools to close it out.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? You're looking at this Pantheon with all this health, but 2 of these items are made via Cloak. This is a lot of magic resistance already on the front line, and yes, there is Shred, but that is going to be so helpful when the only threat remaining to you is an AP composition, and you have so much of this already built. Just comes down to the damage. Frontline versus frontline. Pantheon in good position to just be tanking Nami over and over again. There's not any attack damage really from the other side, so it is just coming down to these abilities, and it is so much tankiness. The Pantheon, it's not even close. He just keeps healing. It just comes down to the backline access, and Nami takes out the Lulu, but it's not enough. Tidal takes the game, and Zeta's gonna send us to a game 3. We'll send it down to Damascus on the stage as we continue on, and we get our next one.
Zeta clutching it. It came down all the way to the final 2 players on each team, but Tidal clutching it, and Zeta stays alive for now. An important first match to avoid going immediately to an elimination match tomorrow. Zeta still alive, and it's time for the members of JD Gaming to take a moment in the dugout, reconsider, re-strategize, because game 3 is coming very soon. Time to go for a new strategy.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Zeta Gaming answers right back to tie the series up. We go to once again another game 3 to determine who will be moving forward and who's dropping down. This was probably one of the most normal early games we've had, Stuart, to begin with, but it did get quite chaotic towards the end.
Yeah, the early stages were definitely very normal. There was no like open forts this time around. There was no one going for like any crazy loss streaks or win streaks early on. It already came down to the emblems. There was a lot of players taking a lot of emblems in this game, and with all them emblems comes high variance. It depends what you get, depends what you reforge into. But it wasn't a member that actually had emblems that won the entire lobby.
Yeah, 100%. Honlian, I was very impressed, or Lotus, now the new name for him, because he got a space group and he got the Bastion. Normally you don't see that come, and he managed to assemble a great composition. He played with actually what the game gave it to him directly, and Tyro was the one that we needed to take the win, and he played also a game that was very risky. Lulu reroll is not something I expected to see. It's very easy to be griefed.
Zeta Division, they built this roster around Tidal, and it seems like it pays off, at least to tie the series up. Tidal being one of the OGs as well as one of the GOATs when it comes to TFT, getting that win. But it's a team effort, though. But let's face it, Tidal had to work hard. Was there a point where JDG could have secured the win?
I think during the early stages, they didn't really have a lot of win-out players, to be fair. You know, when it came to it, you know, we've been in the bot 4, two members. It's very difficult to try and get that win out, especially when Title has so much HP early on. You know, he's so much HP, as you mentioned, Hoope, the Medallion Lulu, which we don't really get to see too much, but Title bringing it out just shows his variety and his variance in
Well, stage 5, as it typically is, was chaotic, and we lost several members on both teams. More specifically, at one point, I thought Zeta, or excuse me, JD Gaming was going to be in a lot of trouble, but Zeta then starts to lose.
As well, you know, he had the Leona 3, but wanted the Nunu 2-star later for the CC for the extra tankiness, but not enough.
This one's fun. Lotus messing up his items, kind of lost the game. What do you think about that? We're getting some analysis in the chat. Do you agree with it?
I think, the items are really important, especially when you're trying to itemize your carries as well. You know, making sure that you have the right items, you have the right carries as well. For Lotus, unfortunately, he wasn't able to find his right carry, you know, the cluttered mind in the end. Trying to go for that fast level 9, trying to find his carry. Couldn't really find that 5-cost carry that you really want at level 9.
I was kind of shocked when Summertimer, we hyped him up, ended up getting eliminated out in stage 5 alongside that of Mori. You lose those 2 players, it puts the pressure back onto Tidal. So in that moment for Zeta Division, stage 5, you've lost 2 players. What is Tidal and Yatsuhashi thinking in that moment? How did they play together to then beat, I believe there was 3 more members remaining on JD Gaming.
Yeah, you cannot play the defense anymore. You have to play to win. So normally we saw Tidal in the first game. He was preserving HP together with Mori to give that to the other players. Right? And then in the end, here, he had to win it all. So he totally committed to himself, maybe playing a little more selfish, but being the hero and taking the win.
All right, well, it's about time to head to the stage. Let's go ahead and do it. It's ready in just a moment. Ooh, we're back. The competitors are getting situated and ready to go very shortly. It comes down to this map number 3. Winner moves forward. The loser, well, they're still alive right in this double elimination bracket. However, they're going to have a lot more work ahead of them as they have to battle through the gauntlet with their key potentially at risk of being crushed. The key,
He's the most recent crown winner here. Tidal already did it. And Summertime has that aura, has that possibility. He's going for the win now.
So how can he pop off if Tidal is the leader, at least at the moment? You got 4 players. They all want to pop off. How do you determine, like, you're the one to carry the torch?
I think it really comes down to early stages. You know, the augment selection early on is going to be really huge. As you mentioned, you know, you need to understand who is the win-out player early on. If you can understand who the win-out player is, then they can go on and carry for the team.
We see that they're asking permission sometimes. We saw Expeditionists, and they're like, okay, can I get this? Can I be the win-out player? And you talk to the rest of the team, you get the permission, and then you're the one that's funneling all resources to you. So that's very important, and of course you need to have the confidence from your teammates to do it.
I mean, we mentioned at the start of the series as well about Titus versus Lotus as well, 2 of the most established players, I think, in TFT, you know, Title with multiple Tactician's crowns as well. Lotus was the one in game number 1 carrying. Title was the one in game number 2, so I think it comes down to them two as well. Who can be the one that steps up in this game number 3?
That's the question. All right, casters, it's time to get game number 3 started. Take it away, Casanova and Dobbs.
2 series today and 2 series going the distance. Game 3, Zeta Division versus JDG. We had Yushen carry in that game 1, Title carry in game 2. Who's going to bring it together? We heard from the analyst desk, Summertimer's time. Do you think it's summertime, Dobbs, this time in UWC?
Summertime here in Paris. I feel like the series are actually very close. We watched it earlier today, Weibo and T1 being decided on details, and here it comes down to the same thing. I mean, it's very important to have a good start. Back 2 seasons ago, Zeta didn't have a quite good start. They faced Wolves. And they lost, and after that they went to the elimination game and got eliminated. Their key were crushed, but here they're trying to make a statement against the best region, which is China. So let's hope to have a great game now.
And kicking off this game, we have Yasuo and Echo as the gods, and a Twisted Fate encounter is going to leave us with all gold augments this game. What does it generally mean for us with all gold augment games in general?
I feel like the average, it's a common game. Nothing crazy like the prismatic augments. You don't have expedition, because silver augments comes down to, oh, this is a low quality augments. It's very everybody's gonna be weak unless there is a player with expedition, so that can shake things up. So I feel like Twisted Fate, everybody has a decent chance, and let's see whoever cooks the better game here.
It'll flatten the variance quite a bit. I want to call out the spot for Summertimer early on. Does have 3 Darkstar in, but notably the Cho'Gath 2. 1 cost reroll has fallen off quite a bit. However, Cho'Gath reroll is one that you can consider, and having an upgraded Cho in the early stages is exactly what you would need to potentially go in that direction, as this unit does permanent the pick, and it's another Cho'Gath. That is a huge hit for Summertimer. 6 Cho'Gaths already. If I've ever seen a go button to go potentially for a reroll line, it would be 6 copies on 2-1.
I mean, this is crazy. We are talking about he aiming to getting the reroll with the value augmented, and he suddenly aims to the most standard opener, and then he got the 6th copy of Cho'Gath. Is he actually going into that Cho'Gath tree, or is just going to play tempo?
Well, the crazy part about it is you get a brawler, and like, of course, like there is a lot of reasons to kind of go in this direction at this point, but I mean, we'll see if Summertimer decides that is his place to be or not, as we have a Space Groove emblem once again, this time for Kezi.
Yeah, I've seen that Kezi already slammed Shojin, which is an item that it goes pretty well with Nami, and having Space Groove emblem is one of the best emblems to have in the game right now, because you have great shots to stay in the middle placements, and also has it also have a great win rate chance.
Yeah, goes alongside the Stargazer emblem that is with it. We'll try and see what they can use out of that. It'll be the Boar for this time for Stargazer. We had the Medallion last time, which enables that Lulu reroll very heavily, makes it really strong as a win-out comp, as Title was able to take advantage of. But the Boar this time not going to be as good for those purposes. We'll see what Kezi can potentially use out of this.
Yeah, here comes Chuchi, and he's playing towards an augment that gives you basically nothing in the early game, a couple, some gold, but later on you have a powerful tool to come back in the game. So he's probably the player that's aiming to play lose streak, and later on he can actually build a great board with it.
Yeah, and both Chuzi and Kezi both have Arbiter for every 4 seconds, 14% chance for Leona, so they're generating Leonas, potentially can go towards that 3-star, as we've seen time and time again, to stabilize front lines when people are able to find that Arbiter in the early game.
Yeah, and here Yatsuhashi going into that Primordial line gives you extra gold. Let's see, he also has calculated loss, so he is the Zeta player that is going into that loss streak line, probably having a lot of gold to roll down a lot in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, Yatsuhashi was on loss streak, couldn't get out of it, ends up taking the 8th. I'm not sure, you know, how much was Yatsuhashi's fault there. It felt like he was forced to open fort against the JDG player the entire time. He's playing a good loss streak augment. He plays his cash out well. He hit everything that he needed to on the cash out, and then just ends up taking the losses and falls out. Meanwhile, Yuchin was able to take that loss streak and completely turn things around. So we'll see if Yatsuhashi can convert this time on this loss streak. He's going to have to for Zeta to be able to take down JDG.
Yeah, I've seen that Zeta actually is aiming to that line, right? This kind of strategy. The second time that Yatsuhashi picks the augment that gives him low value in the early game, but go a lot of value later on. So they're trusting that Yatsuhashi, despite the fact that he was not great at the game 1, he has the tools to come back and do a decent job in here. So they're trusting their teammate. I respect that.
Well, yeah, and it's amazing to see that much trust go towards the player with the least accolades on this roster. Yatsuhashi has still been to the TAC crown multiple times. He's still a very, very strong player. For Echo is going to be an artifact after 8 rounds. I think a lot of players will end up there, but I didn't see which hex it was. I don't know if you caught it, but we'll see it in a moment. I'm sure if we do, is a lot of players are also kind of going on Yasuo. So pretty decent split between the two.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of the game, players that are selected artifact, they will scale a little bit more because artifact is such a powerful items. But the twist is that you're just gonna get that later on.
It is going to be that same hex that we saw in the last game, scaling up data HP. If you're looking at a frontliner that you're going to be using for a long time, this becomes a very appealing selection.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably showing that he's going to use that Leona as well for the whole game. Same as the last game.
If Summer Timer is on Cho'Gath, that is a pretty good way to keep scaling that Cho'Gath up.
Look at that.
And it is there. He did take it.
He has 7 units. He has 7 Cho'Gaths already.
Oh.
2 copies away for the Cho'Gath 3.
So this is maybe optimal circumstances for the 1-cost reroll, kind of the last 1-cost remaining that we've seen as far as the recent patches. 1-cost has had some very powerful times over the course of the Space Gods, but this time it really is just the Cho'Gath Lysandra comp that we're seeing a little bit left over.
Yeah, I wonder if he is going to aim to get that Lysandra 3 as well. So quite important to know that he can play either Lysandra or another unit, like Karma Carry or maybe Jhin, depending on the items he has. So it's important to keep an eye on his game plan.
Yeah, it may just depend on how fast he hits the Cho'Gath. If he hits the Cho'Gath and he's on like 3 copies of Lysandra, just push levels and try and find something better. But if while rolling down for the Cho'Gath you see a lot of Lysandras, then you might end up sticking around and try and finish that.
Yes, that's a great approach. We've seen Lotus here not aiming to hold that Lysandra. This is a kind of play that usually the players hold units from the other team, but the 1 cost is kind of difficult to hold because there are so many in the pool, and then he's not aiming to hold that.
That's why historically we've seen, you know, 1-cost compositions pop up in 4v4, especially when you can kind of roll them together. There's so many in the pool, and it was a big strategy of Nongshim Red Force and their qualifier to kind of get here. But that patch was way better for 1-cost, and so we haven't seen much so far. And honestly, we probably won't see that much over the course of this week, but the fact that we get a Cho'Gath is such a treat, especially with those conditions that Summer Timer had, as Lotus is going to complete the win streak in Stage 2. Mori and Tidal having small streaks, and then Yatsuhashi is our sole full loss streaker. Chuchi was able to take a 4 loss after just a round 1 win.
1 Cho'Gath away for the Cho'Gath 3, but I want to just talk about Lotus. He is the ace of the JD team, and now he is in a great spot, great early game. So let's see if he can cook up a win out of this.
Yeah, but Summer Timer on your screen, as you mentioned, 1 Cho'Gath away, has the Brawler emblem, so as soon as he can find that last Cho, I'm expecting this to just be a level up angle, considering there's only 3 copies of Lysandra. There's always a chance that you can kind of have a bit of unlucky rolls on the Cho'Gath and just find a bunch of Lysandras instead, but We're going to see if Summertimer can find this quickly. He is going to roll down on 3-1 and just try and find it right away. And there's the Cho'Gath 3 on 3-1. And Summertimer can already push to level 5, and he's going to start to look to push even further levels from here.
Yeah, it's quite good. I think he didn't spend a lot of gold on it. And let's see which item he's going to select here. That can be a hint to see which line he's actually playing.
Yeah, that might just be a Dragon Claw on the Cho'Gath. Get the extra HP regen, help him against the AP compositions. You're not going to slam it yet? There it is. Yeah, so it is just going to be the Dragon Claw.
He was waiting to see if he was facing his teammate, and in order to give more damage on the Zeta player, he just slammed the item. But it's still possible to him to play either like a bruiser line with some random carry at the back, or maybe depending on the next augment that he can get, he also can play Dark Star.
Yeah. The longer these fights go, the better for the Cho'Gath. More casts, more scaling, more feasts. Every time it casts that ability, it is going to scale some HP. Every time it gets a kill with that ability, it's going to scale even more. And with the HP scaling at the start of each round, this Cho'Gath can get pretty tanky for Summertimer over the course of this game. Even potential to win out with the Dark Star, especially if he can end up maybe scaling towards the Karma or the Jin and find it early enough that he can continue to push those levels.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he actually took forward thinking, because the thing is, when you're playing Cho'Gath 3, you want him to be stronger in the early game. And when you click forward thinking, you're sacking your gold and just getting that so late in the game. So you're gonna lose tempo. And then I don't think that it's something that you want with Cho'Gath. I wonder what he's planning for this game.
No, I fully agree with you. Usually you would want to be trying to level up very quickly, make sure you can get stuff around the Cho'Gath, and in this spot, there becomes the world where Cho'Gath ends up in a position where he can't stack anymore because you get outscaled too quickly, and maybe he just thinks that he hit early enough that the Cho'Gath is going to do well enough for the next few rounds, and the last few rounds of forward thinking, you're like, hey, it's okay, because I'm going to scale to that end game that we've been talking about. Forward thinking is certainly a way, though, that Summertimer can try and convert this board into a win by getting all that extra gold. So maybe that is the consideration, that Cho'Gath will scale enough from the Yasuo Hex and through at least some of these first few rounds that it can get you there.
Yes, I mean, he will have a bunch of gold, so it ends up, if he can actually reach that level 9, or if he's spending the whole gold on H to be strong in the 4-2. So it's important to keep an eye on him, because he's actually trying to cap the board very high, picking this augment.
Yeah, but both Kezi and Chuchi both are on the Leona 3. We saw them both with the Arbiter early that gave that extra Leona per round, and they've both been able to scale up and get those 3 stars. We also have a Teemo 3 for Chuchi, which is going to be that Shepherd comp, but this is early enough that the Teemo is going to be a really nice stabilization piece.
Yeah, he just find his way into that augment that gives you a 3-star one cost. So the Teemo was perfect because it matches a lot with the Leona, and you can add a LeBlanc later on in the game, and you can transfer your items. So the game plan that he has in here is to scale a little bit up, and then he had so many losses, and getting the Teemo early can help him to reach the final levels in the game.
I didn't even notice, because it seems so natural to have a Teemo on that board. So that's that makes perfect sense, and he's going to be able to scale up. And that makes more sense that he's level 6 already, because he wasn't even looking to roll at all, just gets all that value. Meanwhile, Summertimer is still winning some of these combats. He lost the last one, but he's able to pick up this one even without having to spend any of that gold. So if this was his plan, feel like the Cho'Gath is stable enough and he can win a few rounds while still getting towards that forward thinking, it can be so powerful. But Blazing Speed for Echo is going to be another way that you can empower some of these 3 stars and continue to just get even more value out of single units that you've been focusing the entire game.
Fun fact that Echo sometimes give you the buff that gives extra XP, extra HP, so he could have that for the Cho'Gath, but
we can see the third option, maybe it is.
Yes, maybe. There's a chance that we can see a super big Cho'Gath in here.
Is going to be taking a look at Lotus, who has kept the 8-win streak throughout, still deep into stage 3, having that, playing around just a Lissandra 2, but with very good AP item slams. Going to be able to pivot this into just the AP flex. We talked a lot about how each of these teams will likely have, you know, maybe an AD flex playing Corki, AP flex playing around probably Nami, Karma, could be Aurelion Soul, right? And then you'll probably have an Akali player, and then maybe the miscellaneous piece, right? Is the average meta game that we have for 4v4 this time, and it is going to be Lotus in that AP flex slot for JDG for this game. Meanwhile, the AP flex is likely Tidal on the other side, as we see him playing currently around the Psionics.
Yeah, we've seen Taito playing some Aurelion Soul today, and about the Hongblian, he actually the player that likes to cook a lot of 4-cost 3 stars. Quite difficult to see that in 4v4, but on how the games he's playing by him right now he can have a huge streak on this stage, sack the other one, and then go for the legendary units. And here comes a natural Vex.
Yeah,
come on.
Natural Vex to be able to play into this comp early on, already going in the AP direction. Can utilize those items quite well, and I expect that Lotus will end up picking that up. Meanwhile, Tidal barely holding on to that win streak. We had that picture-in-picture there as the Victor held on. 1 unit left. Tidal going to be able to keep that econ going, but his board has fallen off a little bit comparatively to Lotus, who I feel like has just continued to put the pedal to the metal when it comes to this composition. And trying to keep that win streak is going to go against Tidal, so one of them going to have their win streak snapped and end up losing a lot of value. It's going to have to be whether or not Lotus can take this down the front line. Alawi 2 for Tidal. Better front line for Tidal. It feels like a little bit more damage overall from Lotus, but the better front line seems to be king in this spot, as this Alawi just will not go down.
Wow, this Alawi just thinking too much, and the Victor has some great items as well. Could do some amount of damage over time with the Morello. I feel like Lotus is still getting the Vex. He's one item away from having Ginsus. That could be a thing.
Meanwhile, Summer Timer gone win-loss, 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 but considering he took forward thinking, I don't think rounds, and instead you're gonna get that power later. So when you take AFK and you win rounds, often that's bad because you won a loss streak, but if you were to win streak with AFK,
yeah, it's amazing.
You're like, wow, that's incredible. This is so good.
There's like no downside at all.
Yeah. All right, Riven 2 found for Yatsuhashi, as well as a Tom Kench 2, so going to start potentially transitioning this board, as Yatsuhashi has to find this big roll down. He is in the loss streak position, was playing that calculated loss the entire time, and has to find something that he can put together to not just take the 8th place, as he is down to 17 health already.
Wow, this board can cap very high, but he's very low on HP, 10 loss streak, so the Zeta division actually needs him to come back.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to have to fully stabilize because Juji and Yu Chen are both at 55 and 57 health respectively. It's going to take a lot of time before anyone else is threatening to go 8th. But he is going up against Summer Timer, and this is a big boy Cho'Gath already. So much HP, though there's not much damage on Summer Timer's comp yet, so Yatsuhashi is going to be able to easily find that win at the very least to finally break this loss streak. But this was not the fight that was important yet. It is going to be the next one when he actually has to go against a JDG member that is actually trying to take him down.
Let's see the augment choices in here. A lot of good options. Glided still pretty good. Booster Pack can have some tempo as well. Great units. That's what
looks like. Booster Pack is the choice. It's finding a Shen.
Oh, Shen is quite good on this board. He's still on Akali 1 though.
Yeah, this is a bit tough. Level 8 Akali 1. Where's the transition point? What can you find? I mean, is this Graves? The items are pretty good for that if you end up finding some way to get to the 5 cost, but going to be rolling on 8. Pair of Rammus finds the Kindred 2.
Yeah.
Akali 2. Okay, there's the stabilization point. Needs a front line. Could play around Rammus, but ends up selling it out instead of playing around the 2-star Rammus.
Yeah, didn't trust the Rammus in here, this spot. I feel like Rammus is way better when you're playing Meeples, and when you're not, he doesn't do much. And then he tried to upgrade the tank cage, but he was unable to find it.
Yeah, so going up against Yatsuhashi, he found the Nami, so the back line has finally been upgraded to match the front line. Yatsuhashi should be one of the strongest players in the entire lobby. And it looks like that is going to be the case, as there is going to be, even with the upgrades that were found in this fight, it's not enough. And Yatsuhashi also getting a ton of gold off of this. What is this Pongman selection being able to generate so much gold?
I mean, did he have a Sona?
Oh, it was a Sona, I think. Wait, we'll have to see. We'll have to see Yatsuhashi's, because all of those units, all those kills he was getting were dropping gold.
Wow, he got the 6th Dark Star.
He is malicious. He is malicious.
Yes, I mean, he got the best augment that he could ever ask for. Getting an extra Dark Star emblem, it's pretty good, because you can either have the 4 Bruiser and 6 Dark Star. So if he finds a Karma 2-star in here, he'll have a decent board. But with the amount of gold that he had, I think he actually low-rolled it quite a lot.
Look, I mean, yes, but look how big this Cho is, and he's just gonna keep getting bigger as this game goes on. Just having to find the backline to support it, though. As you said, he low-rolled a little bit on what he could find. He did get the Dark Star emblem, which is huge, but he does need to actually find a true carry. He only has 1-star Karma as the current carry for this, but potentially he's going to want to cap out at Jin later on in this game. And there is a Jin on the other side for Mori that is being played around. As Summertimer is going to take a loss. Yatsu, I think Yatsuhashi was able to find the win once more. We'll have to see as that updates. It was so important because he picked up Malicious, so Yatsuhashi wanted to be able to snowball this big roll down and rebuild that economy. So he takes Malicious, he wins the first fight, generates a ton of gold. It's also good in 4v4 because your teammates can sack for you if they need to, and you can continue to generate that gold.
Yeah, looking for Zeta spot, they're actually in the very difficult place. I don't see a player that is actually having a clear spot to win out. It's not that clear yet. They have the tools. I mean, the Dark Star can build up in there. The Title have a lot of HP, so they can ramp up. But for now, they still need to hit those upgrades in order to have a decent spot to win.
Yeah, and I mean, currently, right, Yatsuhashi is on 17 life. He's turned the loss streak around. Malicious has given him a lot of additional gold. He has best friends, so he has Combat Aug as well as this additional econ he picked up at the end. But it's gonna help him go to 9. He just has to thread the needle here on how many more fights he can take before he starts trying to pump. Because if he can fully econ up, slowly level to 9, and then really put on the pedal, try and create a very big board playing around the Blitzcrank, playing around another 5 cost that he gets to add to this board, that gives so much potential for Yatsuhashi to win this game. Right now, going up against Mori, who is also quite low for Zeta Division. They're going to want a close fight if they can, and it looks like they are going to get it, but maybe a slightly bigger loss for Mori than they wanted.
Yes, Mori just took a lot of damage, sitting on Zaya 1, unable to do the enough damage to transpass the front line from Yatsuhashi. And I feel like Kazi, as an example, has a great spot to contest the Space Groove as well. So the game is very, very close.
Yeah, big thing for Zeta is trying to send Kezi out in 8th from this spot. Mori is the other one, I think, contending him. Yatsuhashi, I think, is stable enough to probably not take the 8th, especially because he has so much gold to work with. If he looks around the board and he has a bunch of JDG members in his pool that he thinks he can't beat, he can spend this money. He can find a way to get there. But for now, if he's not spending it, I imagine that his matchmaking is potentially more Zeta members or players that he thinks he is stronger than currently. So really, Mori versus Kezi for that bottom spot right now. Mori playing around just the 1-star Zaya. It's not doing a great job of pushing through this Leona just yet from Juchi, and it is going to be all that damage from the Teemo, but Teemo at this point should be a little bit outscaled, and it really just is the fact that these are 1-stars, so Mori is struggling to get through the front line.
Wow, I mean, this fight should be easy to Mori if he had Zaya 2, but the Teemo is going to be able to win it out, and I feel that Mori is in trouble because other players are actually starting to hold the Saya on bench, so it's getting way more difficult to him to actually hit that.
Yeah, this happens anytime you show weakness, we'll say, right? You're not able to find what you need on your roll down. The opponents see it and they're like, well, you have no gold, you're on just a pair. Find all the Zayas, hold them on the bench. Do not let him out because we can send Mori in 8th place, and that is exactly what JDG has done. And potentially that is going to be the case. Mori likely to go 8th place. Yatsuhashi is going to be on the chopping block at 17, but of course he was just able to push 9, continue to level up this board. And really, now it comes down to, what can Summertimer do? This Cho'Gath's been scaling all game, but is it enough? Does he find the backline to pair with it? Because you look at the HP totals and JDG currently sitting in 2nd through 5th place with only Tidal at the top and not enough of an HP buffer on Tidal to protect his teammates as he's on a 4-loss streak.
Yeah, here comes the Zaya too, and I feel like Yatsuhashi has to step up. The team put so much value on his spot, and he also took the Echo, which scales up pretty well, in contrast with the augments that he got. He got a lot of economy augments, and in the other hand, he had a lot of Echo God to actually ramp up his team.
Yeah, and I mean, Mori, we looked away, we looked back, and suddenly this board looks a hell of a lot better. He's got the new front line as well as an upgraded Zaya, but still just on Jin 1, he does have the pair. If he can find the upgrade there in time, maybe there's a world that Mori can hang on long enough, but this is very close. The fact that he has best in slot Zaya is really the saving grace as he takes some damage onto Lotus. That is massive for Zeta. They need to chunk away at these JDG members as much as possible as Summertimer picks up a win as well.
Wow, huge losses to JDG.
Yatsuhashi takes a loss here. This is massive, as Yatsuhashi is in a position that he could be the win-out player with all the gold he was able to generate. He leveled to 9. The upgrades were not there, though. He finally finds a Shen to add to this board, but it's still just 1-star Blitzcrank. The upgrades are not there. He can't find them on this roll down. There is the Blitzcrank pair, but it's not quite enough. He has to find a couple more rounds of stability. Hopefully for Zeta, he can run into Tidal, and Tidal can buy him around, or somebody from JDG that is weak enough for Yatsu to bully.
Let's see the matchmaking in
Yu-Chen. It's going to be the Akali and the Kindred with the frontline Morgana. Is the damage there for Yatsu? It's going to be the Nami hitting onto the Akali, already taking her down, so it's just the Kindred, but the Riven has made it to the backline. This should be a win for Yatsu, and a big one at that.
Wow.
As Mori on the other side, though, is going to go down to Kezi, and is that completely out? He will take the 8th. Mori cannot hold on long enough.
Yeah, Mori didn't find a way into coming back, but at least Yatsuhashi didn't take the loss, because otherwise they would be sitting on 8th and 7th place. That would be almost the end of the line for them, but Yatsuhashi taking the win. He has one more shot to get into that Blitzcrank 2 and then turn out the game.
Meanwhile, Tidal on a 6-loss streak just took another big loss. He just spent a ton of gold. He had 60 gold. He just spent all of it. So hopefully for Zeta, Tidal has been able to stabilize and turn this around, because he was in free fall alongside Lotus for the side of JDG, and that's who Zeta needs to fall immediately, is this Aurelion Soul from Lotus. Going up against Tidal, we just saw Tidal spend a ton of gold. He is also on the Aurelion Soul. Doesn't look like the board took that many huge upgrades, but he did go to level 9, so able to get some additional traits in. And it looks like it is going to come down to the Aurelion Soul battle, who can take down the front line first, but there is a Dragon Claw on the front line for Lotus in this AP mirror match. Is it enough? It is not. Tidal going to take down Lotus, and it looks like you'll be able to send him to 7th place.
Oh my god, that fight was actually so close, and whoever would take that win could change the whole fate of this game. So Tidal secured a very important win in that round.
Yeah, meanwhile, Yatsuhashi faces off against Summertimer, and they get a very good loss on a Summertimer, only a 2-unit loss. It's a lot of HP saved for the side of Zeta in this round. A very big win for them, as JDG does have the advantage of overall HP at the top of the tables with Kezi and Yu-Chen at 35 and 32 respectively.
Look at that Blitzcrank 2-star. He has Ultra BIS. He also have the Anomaly, which is pretty strong. That Ornn is quite strong as well with 2 artifacts, so Yatsuhashi might have a great spot in here.
Yeah, he's turned it around. That extra gold from Malicious, taking as his third augment after he had spiked. He knows he's going to win some fights, gets so much extra gold to allow him to skyrocket to level 9. Now he faces off against Tidal. Tidal did not remove anything for this. They're keeping full power on both sides, believing that Yatsuhashi should be able to deal with it, and considering he does have an artifact that does give a lot of magic resistance, putting it right in front of the Aurelion Soul makes a lot of sense. It's a huge loss for Tidal, but they did need to keep Yatsuhashi alive because they can send Druzy into that 6th place spot, and it looks like that is what happened here.
Wow, look at the face of Tidal. He knows that it's quite an important fight. Yatsuhashi looking very strong. Chuchi just got into that 6th place, so Tidal can actually push Tuking to the bottom side, and if another player of JD falls down in bot 4, Zeta division will be the winner here.
And Yatsuhashi just fought Tidal. They likely shouldn't hit each other. We did have a player eliminated, so there's a small chance they can find each other again. But if they don't, they just have to keep winning their fights, as Yuchen could lose 2 in a row and completely fall out, or one big loss at 17 can be enough. We're gonna see who his fight is. Looks like we're not seeing him here, as Yatsuhashi is going up against the Kindred Akali. On the other side, it is Tidal versus Kezi. We're just trying to see if the 2 Zeta members can stay alive for now. Tidal having to break through that 3-star Leona with the Space Groove emblem. The rest of his front line has fallen down, and it's up to his damage dealers if they can get it done. The Nami with a little bit too much. It looks like Tidal is going to fall, and we still have a game as JDG is able to eliminate Tidal, as well as Yuchen falling. Tidal just had to live a little longer, and he could have gotten it done. And now we're at the point where all that matters is the 1st place. If Kezi can hold on, he can clutch it up for JDG.
I mean, what a series. It all come down to the very last fights. It's very important. Zeta bet on Yatsuhashi comeback, and he's still alive. 4-win streak. Kezi also very strong with that space.
Yatsuhashi is saying Summertimer has the best chance.
Wow, I'm impressed actually.
He eliminates himself on Dragon.
Yes, probably they know that Summertime has a better shot against Kezi, but I'm actually very impressed.
Surprised. I thought Yatsuhashi looked strong. I thought there was a chance that they'd just kind of play for it, but recognizing that really all that matters is your strongest going up against this, facing this as much as possible. And the Cho is so big. Our analyst said it's Summertimer's time, and it is summertime here in Paris for this Cho'Gath. He's growing like a weed, and he's got a backline protecting him with that Karma trying to get the job done.
This fight's gonna tell us what we can expect, because both players can survive a little bit longer.
See how the Cho'Gath survives going up against this Nami, but it is an AP comp with the Cho'Gath having a Dragon Claw to try and tank up against it. He should be able to hold on for a very long time, giving the Karma everything she needs. And this first fight does not look close. It seems Zeta has made a very good decision in sacrificing Yatsuhashi and leaving it to Summertimer to win 2 in a row, because I don't see how Kezi stabilizes from that fight to a win in 1 round.
I mean, the fight was so one-sided that it's so hard to tell if he can actually come back, even with the Chen 2 stars. So I feel like the Cho just scaled too much already, and he still can upgrade the Jin in order to be even stronger in the next couple of rounds.
All the conditions, all the stars aligning for the Cho'Gath, right? Finds the natural 3 copies, hits it off your augment to get 3 more and a brawler emblem. And then from there, the Yasuo gives you the scaling HP for the entirety of the game. And now this Cho'Gath is such a monstrosity for Summertimer to try and take this game for Zeta Division so they can take down JDG and advance on the winner's side here at EWC. And it looks like Kezi does not have the damage. The Cho'Gath is too tall. He's too strong. And he's gonna nom all of JDG, and Summertimer's gonna take it down.
What an amazing series. And when you have 2 Tactician Crown winners, Tidal and Summertimer, you have so much, and you can count on these players. And Tidal won one of these games, Summertimer clutched it out. So amazing play by Zeta game.
Relying on those 3 TAC Crown wins, 2 of them from Tidal, 1 from Summertimer, knowing that these players can clutch up when they need to, and they absolutely did.
such a great performance, I feel like, from Zeta, and they actually lost the first game trusting the strategy. Didn't work out, but they have the ways to come back, so they trusted Title, and then later on Summer Timer. This very last game was amazing because it was very close, and JDG was very close to win as well, but the way that Choga scaled was scary. He was so tall, he had so much HP that was impossible to kill.
I want to give some flowers to Yatsuhashi as well. First game, they put him in that position to go lost streak, and it goes bad. It goes bad at the end. He ends up taking the 8th, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't shake in game 3, same position. Go for the lost streak, goes down to 5 HP, and is able to bring it all the way back to a 3rd. And from there, as a team, they recognize we have to sacrifice Yatsu and let Summer Timer finish it.
I feel like Yatsuhashi was even stronger than the player that finished second, but you actually want to sacrifice the player, so you don't give a chance today to succeed. So it's important to let the strongest to kill him.
Yeah, the matchup was so good for the Cho'Gath, and Summer Timer takes it down. Zeta Division picks up the win. We're going to go to a break, but EWC at TFT returns after this.
All right, Zeta gets the job done. They came in strong. Chat didn't believe in them for the predictions. They thought it was going to be JDG. However, it was the opposite. However, I'm proud of my desk because my desk was like, Zeta should be the team to win this, and they in fact got the job done. Well done. That Cho'Gath was insanely big, and as soon as I saw that, I said, I think it's a wrap.
Sometimes the units being big doesn't mean they're strong, but once you get the Cho'Gath as early as stage 2, then you can stack them up so quickly.
Yeah,
the Cosmic Heck as well was just absolutely crazy.
Totally. It's a unit we normally don't see, but in that stat statement, he made it work. It started amazing, popping off, and he's almost out of the screen because of the size. Perfect spot. Had the Cosmic Hex also to get the additional HP. Perfect win for him, and Zeta takes it all.
Well, Upe, I'm excited for this section. It's going to be the first time we're using a Telestrator on the stage. You've got a big moment. Break it down for me.
Yeah, this is game 1, so I just want us to watch exactly what happens in the beginning. So we have 4 carries here coming on for Suchin, and this is exactly what you want to see. You want to have a moment when you can pop off and you can really win the game with this. So we have 4 carries, and we have in the front a lot of tanks. Why? Because we have this Aument that is one of the best in the game. Fortune Strengths give you artifacts throughout the game, and you have the possibility to pop off. Let's speed it up a little, and we see the game itself. This is a double kill for JDG for game 1. And we see that the possibilities here to win it all was in the bench. So there was a chance here to get the Corki 3-star. He didn't manage to do it, so he had to play it out. And in the end, it's just about to wrap in and to get the additional wrap as a possibility. So here, the Saya has a chance to go into this side. The Corki goes into the left, so that's the weak side. And then Akali has a chance here to pop off and get a little win out of that. He was just too impressed. It was just too much damage. This is the final fight. So you have access to a backline. You have a scaling Vex. You have tanks that are not dying because you have so many artifacts in the front, and this is exactly what you want to see when you win the game. JDG took the first one, and then Zeta just pop off and turn it around.
Yeah, I think you perfectly highlighted the positioning as well. You know, the Akali wrap into the backline as well. The positioning in this 4v4 format is so important because we talk about strong side and weak side, making sure that players understand that maybe they need to save a little bit of HP. Maybe they need to try and win out. Like you said, that double kill in the end for JDG was really huge.
Yeah, well done first and foremost on the Telestration. I hope we have more of those sections. I know you're a big fan of the Telestrator, and I hope you guys all enjoyed that as well. The emotions are getting big on stage, though, and rightly so. It's only day 1. We're going to see some smiles, right? It's still a double elimination. You get a little bit of leeway if you do, in fact, lose. But things do start to hurt, especially when you get to that game 3, and you know your time is coming to an end.
Reflections, they're good under pressure, and that's exactly what Summertime did. When he won TAC Crown, he wasn't the favorite, but he got to the final game, and then he clutched it out exactly when he needed to, and that's exactly what you want to do here.
And he clutched it there. I mean, obviously in that 1v1, an incredible job. We pointed him out for a reason. The Zeta Division roster was built around Tidal, and Tidal did in fact have his moment in game number 1. But at the end, though, it was Summertimer getting the job done for Zeta Division. Hey, and Stream B is stacking up. It's looking good. Kitty, give me the update.
Welcome into our match recap for our first series. So far, we had WBG 2-1 against T1, where WBG managed to win 2 games in a row. And of course, on Stream B, we had Team Aurora versus Nongshim. The power of friendship, unfortunately, did not prevail, as Team Aurora won the series 2-1, dropping the Nongshim team to the lower bracket. For our upcoming series, we have JDG versus Zeta Division, currently 1-1, and AGL 2-0 against Mouse, and it was a complete stomp. So let's see what is going to happen for the remaining rounds.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are keeping the vibes rolling here at the Esports World Cup Damascus. That last match, fire.
Listen, all I love today, only game 3s, right? 2-1, 2-1. There's no such thing as a free match at EWC. It was clutch, it was clean. We move forward, it's about surviving.
And we might be seeing that same trend continue, I'm not gonna lie, because our next match, as you can see behind us, is already being set up. We have Movie Star Koi going head-to-head with Team Vision. Now, I need you guys to understand something, okay? Even though our other squad is called Team Vision, you have to understand, Movie Star Koi, they're the ones who had the vision when it came to last year. They missed qualification, but decided to keep the same roster together and ride it out. And now look at it, it's paying off in their back.
I respect that like crazy, Rob. They were here in 2024. They missed 2025. Lots of teams would have come up with a new roster, new players, whatever. No, they stuck. They know their teams is only banger players. They knew they could make it. They made it this time, and you know they're going to make it count.
And on the side of Team Vision, things are a bit different. This is their first time here with TFT at EWC. However, please understand they are legitimate title contenders because they won the China qualifier. And if you are moving like that in a region that's that strong, then you already know that means that you are one of the best, the creme de la creme. But that's all qualifiers. It's about what happens right here on the grandest stage of them all at EWC. We're about to get into our next match.
Hello, Rob TV Damascus. Thank you so much for setting the stage. It's Team Vision versus Movie Star Koi. Now, they said a lot. I just want to recap real quick because these are very important talking points. China, represented by Team Vision, and this is the powerhouse team from China, winning out the competitive China qualifier and arguably one of the strongest contenders we have in the tournament, going against Movie Star Koi, who decided to stick with the same roster that narrowly missed out on EWC just last year. Will the gamble pay off? Well, we're going to find out. Starting with Team Vision, Flancy returns after competing with Twisted Minds last year. He's now with Team Vision. What does that mean?
Yeah, Flancy was a big player last year. Didn't make it out of groups though, unfortunately. You know, a player that's going to want to come back this time around. A player that's had a pretty dominant year as well, has made it to both regionals in China, has made it to 3 TAC crowns as well. So this is a player that, you know, has a lot of strength and yeah, exactly. Like has a lot of experience, especially in solo play. In a team environment, he's the one that's coming in. As for the rest of Team Vision, all of them, this is their first time on the main stage as well. A lot of pressure, as well as Movie Star Koi. All of them are all the new.
Well, both orgs anyways taking a big risk here coming into TFT EWC for the first time ever. And for Movie Star Koi, again, sticking with that same roster, I mean, that's a big risk. Is it a risk that pays off?
I mean, this is the best roster Spain can ever accomplish. So the Spaniards are here and they're friends. Daleson, the Japper, they're in the 2nd place. Reven, the biggest content creator right now for TFT in Spanish. And of course, Safo, who just went right now to Tactician Crown and did a great run. So they know each other. They're able to jab, they're able to be comfortable with conflicts and discussing, and that's a strength here in 4v4.
I mean, the story of Reven is absolutely crazy as well. You know, being picked for the TPC as well, and then his kind of story developed from there. He hasn't had the best of most recent performances, but I think it's a player that can definitely pop up as well. And like you said, you know, that full Spanish team, I feel like Revan really revitalized the kind of scene in Spain as well. Brought in a lot of passion, brought in a lot of players, and this team is definitely one to watch.
Yeah, Spain's only representation in the tournament. What does that mean for the regional pride?
I mean, Spain didn't have a representative in that round until last set when Reven came there, and after that he popped off. Ibai said, a big content creator, one of the biggest in Hispanic community, okay, Reven opened the door for Spain to actually be on the field right now, and now Safo went to Tactician Crown, also Guillosco went, and now they're here in WC, so a pop-off for the country itself.
To be the best, you got to beat the best. And when it comes to China, they are the powerhouse region. And when you talk about Spain's only representation is here, represented by movie star Koi. The region only gets bigger if you continue to improve your region, and it starts by beating a team such as Team Vision.
They definitely have a point to prove. You know, if they're going to want to be one of the best, if they want to try and get out of this group, they need to beat Team Vision. They need to beat some of the best. We know that China are coming in as one of the favorites in terms of the region, as the stage host mentions as well. You know, being able to qualify first place in China is no small margin.
Yeah, with Flancy in the forefront. Flancy is a player that every person in the Chinese region learned with him. He's a big streamer. He's a person I learned also to learn TFT. The tech from the CN region came to the West because of Flancy, so it's great to have him here, and now maybe he has something up his sleeve and that he can show us.
It's fun watching TFT and hearing the stories about the friendships, but also how big some of these players are when it comes to their streamer profiles, their streamer base. But then, do they put that aside to fully grind when, of course, EWC is coming up? Because sometimes it's hard to balance the two worlds.
No, I completely agree. I mean, we saw from, we can mention Soju quickly as well in terms of that streamer front as well. We got Revan in this game, who is also a very big streamer. Some of these players are kind of slowing down on streaming because they want to focus so much on this 4v4 tournament because it matters so much to them.
Yeah, for Soju, it was taking time off their stream to actually perform better. Yeah. For Koi, it was the opposite. They've been streaming scrims throughout the day, throughout the week, because they value also their content creation, and they think it's good for the people to know 4v4. This is a concept, this is a new format itself that we have for 3 years now in EWC, and people love it. So exactly the harmonization here of 4v4, I think is great, and there's a lot still to run it.
What makes China one of the best regions out there in comparison to Spain, who's a budding community?
Yeah, China for sure for them is the return of the Garden of Greatness, if you will. We remember Huami when started winning in Dragonlance and then stepping up. And it's a region where everyone was thinking, okay, the super server, this is where we have to go to learn techs. Then maybe North America, the Americas, EMEA step it up. And now I believe it's a little more balanced, where they're the OGs of TFT. They're the one who maintain the tech, who play differently, and now maybe the field is a little more balanced.
I mean, I think they can step outside their comfort zone as well. They can play these sort of compositions that no one else plays as well. They can play different play styles as well. They're very adaptable throughout the game. I think we've seen that from last year as well, from obviously Weibo, the winners from last year, being able to adapt, playing lost streaks, being able to play compositions maybe others are not going to be able to play.
For movie star Koi, Revan was mentioned quite a bit. As far as play style goes, where does he feel the most comfortable?
I mean, he's very OTP normally, so he likes to get a comp and really resource management. You're really good at line selection and you can play anything and you can see all multiverse. Reven is the opposite. Reven goes for a comfort zone, but he knows exactly how to play that line and how to play that playstyle. So expect to see him maybe going for reroll angle as a specialty, or maybe he has something up his sleeve that he really wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the other players as well on Movistar Koi. Dalasom as well, I think, is a player that, performed pretty well in regionals recently for Space God. So these are players that have a lot of experience with this set. Obviously, this set is a lot more balanced. We're seeing some different compositions coming out, like Akali, which we didn't even see at regionals and Space Gods, and there's some adaptation that you have to do from that 1v1 format. It's going to be a close one. I think, Team Vision will probably take this one, but I think Movistar Koi are no doubters.
All right, well, it's nearly time to get started. We'll be heading to the stage in just a moment.
Welcome one and all back to the hydration station. Of course, with the sun bearing down, we need to stay hydrated to keep our performance absolutely top tier. But fortunately, that's exactly what we're going to be doing here today. My name is Kanafit, joined from Koi. We've got Dalasam, we've got Safo as well. If you get that correct, you will take a drink and score a point. Once all of your drinks are gone, you will be the winner of the game, and we shall celebrate at the end. Okay. Which champion generally has appeared in the most TFT sets? Yes.
I think can be Yasuo.
It is not correct.
Is it Lux?
Also not correct, it's Jinx. EWC 2024, the grand finals. Who was the runner-up team? Was a little fuss. I saw you scratching your eye, but I'm not sure I'm going to take that one.
T1?
It was correct. Take your first drink.
Okay.
Okay.
I see the grimace. In which TFT set were augments introduced?
It was 6. It was set 6.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
I think so.
Gizmos and Gadgets.
I think so.
The Dragonlance TFT set poster, which dragons were featured on there?
I'll say Aurelian Sol and Shioyu.
I will give that for the... We only needed one, and Aurelian Sol was correct. What's the maximum Voyager you can play that still does something meaningful?
6.
Correct. What is the name of the universe that Teamfight Tactics is a part of?
Runeterra?
Yes, correct.
Nice.
So first of all, I'm going to ask for a champion's attack range. Is that understood?
Yeah.
Okay, and the champion is Vex.
Okay, Vex? Ooh. Think can be a lot of rounds.
Is it 5?
It is 5. Safo, you're the winner. Take your final drink. There you go, it's a little tactician's crown for your head. So Safo, as our winner here, 5-4.
Yep.
I've got one last true or false question to ask you. Movistar Koi, they're going to be the winners, or you're going to be the winners of EWC 2026. True or false?
That's the easiest question you have asked. It's the true.
I'll drink to that.
Let's go.
Thank you guys so much for enjoying the hydration station. You're watching Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026, and we'll see you next time.
Ooh, Safo is hydrated, man. He was knocking those questions out of the park. How do you think you boys would have done?
You missed his mouth a little bit with that last drink. I'm not going to lie.
Why you gotta roast him, man?
I saw him drink and I was like, wow, maybe he was getting too excited that he won in the end. Yeah, but great piece of content.
Yeah, for sure. Do you guys think you would have done better? Could you have beat him?
Similar.
Similar?
I wouldn't say better, but yeah, very similar for sure.
These guys have a lot of knowledge. You know, these players have a lot more knowledge. We could easily swap places, you know?
Absolutely the case. It's so interesting seeing them answer the questions and truly understanding how much they know. I mean, you have to, especially if you want to be the best in the world. Fun content pieces will keep them coming your way each and every day. Once again on the very stage is going to be Team Vision and Movistar Koi as they get ready to go. He's actually enjoying that content piece that probably just played, thinking to himself, I wish I would have done a little bit better to take down Safu. However, even though they were against each other, they'll now be together on that very stage. It's going to be a lot of fun. Trophy in the middle, and again, that means so much to each of the competitors out there. And Movistar Koi, as well as Team Vision, for their first time as an organizational standpoint being on that stage, I know this is a big moment and a strong start is needed.
Yeah, it's a big moment for both of these orgs. Like you said, both of them first time here at the main event for EWC. Movistar Koi have tried to qualify before in previous EWCs. Unfortunately, weren't able to, but sticking to the same roster just shows that friendship and everything else. And you can see the emotion of the players. They're all happy. They're all excited to be here.
Okay, well, it looks like the game is going to be starting. Let's send it over to our casters, Panda and Clement.
The first showing of Western TFT here on the A stream, MKOI and the power of friendship versus the #1 seed from CN. It's Team Vision. Clement, I have to ask right away, what are your thoughts, your first takes on this matchup?
Well, I think both of these teams are kind of the battle of the underdogs. We didn't really expect MKOI to actually beat out Gentlemates, Jedusor, Lakoko, a very strong French team, and we didn't really expect Team Vision to come out of CN. They were a last-second pickup. There was a lot of domestic CN organizations that skipped over them, and it was finally Vision, a Saudi Arabian team that said, we're going to take a shot at these guys, and they came out as the first seed. It wasn't Falcons that came out, it was Team Vision.
It's also a very interesting team composition for Team Vision, in particular someone like Moji, for example. He is known as a coach. He is known as someone who has done a lot of work in elevating certain players from CN, a big study group from the both APAC and CN regions, to perform really highly at TAC rounds. But now he's the one playing. He said, you know what? It's my turn to show you guys what I got.
And we've talked to him about this a lot. It's like, you can't just be known as a coach. You have to get in the ring yourself. You have to prove that you can play at a high level. I think, you know, honestly, he was the reason a lot of the orgs were a little bit hesitant to sign on this team. But MOGG, I think he understands the meta so well. He spends 7 hours a day just going in a lot of the times to the tournament realm and testing things out a lot. So I think Vision is a very cerebral team. They talk amongst themselves a lot. They really are the backbone, along with Zenbai and Koyoi, as the biggest Eastern sort of study group.
And a lot of star power as well with someone like Flancy on the roster. For MKOI, it's going to be a big test, their first big showing on the 4v4 stage here at EWC. A lot of great results individually. For the first time ever, Revan did pull off an attack round last set, Sappho making it this time. Just for the team composition, some extra insights, because I know these players quite well. Dalesom is really going to be the IGL. He's the one calling all the shots. He is the one paying attention to all the details throughout these games. And Sappho is kind of their star player, their kind of X-Factor player, the player that is going to try and go for those win-outs quite often, and a very intuitive and creative player when it comes to TFT.
He played over half of his games on a single Draven reroll composition, and he did very, very well with it. 3 wins overall. Definitely a one-trick pony. If you want to learn from someone like that, he's your best player to look out. On the other side, for the side of Vision, I would say that Moji is actually typically your win-out player. I have partnered with him in the 4v4 before when he was still playing in APAC, and he's a player that knows what he wants. He's very communicative. If he has a strong spot, he's saying, I'm going to go there. This is the resources I need.
Locking now into game 1, it will be Thresh and Ahri as our gods. And it will be a pretty good Akali spot for Flancy here. Maybe Nova Flex as well on level 8, but Akali has been the name of the game, really, across the first 2 series. A really strong combination of emblems here for Flancy. For MOGG, as we saw, it was going to be a savings account, so we're expecting a really big spike on stage 4 in particular, but very low tempo coming out from him in particular for stages 2 and 3.
I have to say, Vision is already going up to a pretty strong start. They opted into a lot of high risk, but they were rewarded properly. I feel like Flancy is in a very strong spot here with his spreading roots, and then you have Darkstar already committed by Zenbai here. So a lot of high caps that are coming out, and I'm really curious to see whether MKOI can actually wrestle the stage 3. I feel like that is the correct counter response if you see someone going for that many high caps.
It's kind of shades of what we saw from T1 and Weibo, where Weibo seemed to be much more stage 4, stage 5 oriented, and T1 seemed to try and up the tempo, up the pressure in stage 3 in particular. We'll see if MKOI tries to follow that lead and play for a similar game plan. But Space Crew +1 for Dalesom, one of the stronger +1 emblems as well. It allows you to play into just a very strong, stable level 8 board with the Nami and the Blitz as well.
Also Riven with a great board setup too. He's getting double sources of the Econ already with the Cluttered Mine and has 3 Timebreaker just starting on 2-2. So a lot of powerhouses. I actually feel like in this case, it's a who can cap higher, because both of these teams are coming in guns blazing, always aiming for the highest cap possible. They're probably not going to play too hard for tempo.
Yeah, none of the team really seems to have kind of a slow start or, you know, a low roll start. I think as you're mentioning, that is going to indicate just higher cap boards overall. Less desperation plays on stage 4, you know, rolling down to 0 gold, not hitting your copies of the units you need. But we'll see what Dalesom can do with his talent in particular, one of the best item holders, I think, throughout the entire set in stage 2. Especially with the Space Group emblem here, should help win a lot of these fights. We talk about the power of win streaks early on, the setup for your stage 3 board in particular. I think whoever can dominate stage 2 and 3, especially with 2 players, has a massive lead in terms of trading HP later on in the game.
Yeah, and Koyoi also up to a pretty good start. We actually saw 2 2-star units being upgraded on the side of Team Vision, trying to wrestle away that stage 2 advantage like you were talking about. And I really like Salvage Bin for 4v4. It's one of the best augments because
you can play for tempo, you can also play for flexibility, you can play for adaptability, which I think the 2 most important aspects of 4v4 are exactly these 2 things.
Ooh, Mini Recombobb is going to be absolutely spicy right here, because as we were talking about, we do have those 2 Team Vision players. They're sitting on that Milo 2, and they also have that Mordekaiser 2. So are they going to take a shot at that, or are they going to just stay in their own lanes? Koyoi with the Mordekaiser 2 already opting in to roll the dice.
If you are playing for high cap, if you are playing for level 9 board, of course. Trying to get 2 Ahri picks at some point in the game for the Ahri boon is really important, so players have to factor that in as well. If they are split on this decision, maybe just going for Ahri is a safer play.
Let's see what they get.
It was Ahri.
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
XP. Thank you, Clement.
I misread the orbs right there. There were a number of players that actually did go for it on the side of Vision. I'm pretty sure Moji did go for it, and what a good find right there. Right into the Brawlery composition. Gets an Urgot too.
With the Bruiser +1 and the Nova +1 and the Gunblade and the shielding from Urgot in stage 2, I will go ahead and say it now. Flancy will be win streaking the rest of this stage. Unless, you know, MKOI has done something absolutely insane with their own main recombobulate. But it's a really strong setup here for this Urgot.
Yeah, we saw a pretty even split across the teams. It mainly has been the side of Vision that has gone for tempo play and going for that Thresh. On the side of MKOI, a lot of them actually opted into more econ options.
It is a Victor here with items. Is there going to be enough shielding and healing from the Urgot? He's moving on to that backline already. And yeah, the Victor's not doing quite enough burst damage. It's just the Omnivan coming in from Urgot here is there's not enough DPS really to take him down at this point in the game.
Yeah, you really need a source of burn early on to take down something like that Urgot too. We're going to be taking a look at some of the boards we haven't seen so far. This was a board I was worried about because you can get punished opting in to that Darkstar line without enough Cho'Gaths. If you look at just the augment, you have to win streak with it to start stacking, and you typically need 2 really strong pointers. You either need 4 Darkstar to start, or you need something like 5 Cho'Gaths. I would say Zimbai is actually a little bit behind tempo.
And if you could pick between what you want to 3-star first, either Lissandra or Cho'Gath, because of the scaling nature of Cho'Gath's ability, it's just that much more important in terms of holding the front line and just having an easier time navigating the late game as well and scaling to a board that can cap very high. Especially if you find a Darkstar +1, you can hit 6 Darkstar and 8, for example. You can be one of the strongest players in the lobby. We saw that from Summertimer in that last game.
Yeah, very powerful if you get the Cho'Gath 3 online early. Summertimer got it on 3-1 and was able to get the full stacks right away. Moji on the other side, I think it's very interesting to note that even though his board is almost completely empty, he is keeping on to the 1-cost Space Groove champions. So that's a very clear indication that he's going to be running directly into Dallasum.
And Sappho we saw there with the Rage Blade build, so already indicating he's playing either into Xayah or Kindred most likely. Sappho was one of the players this set that has been playing a lot of Xayah at regionals, at TAC Crown. It is the Huntress for Stargazer, I think not quite the strongest option for Xayah, but if there's no other real route for Sappho going forward, that might be good enough to salvage, you know, a top 4 and just play for placements, play for HP.
Now we're going to go back into the Cho'Gath sweepstakes. This is always the most important part when you're playing this Darkstar. Having that Cho'Gath online early makes such a huge difference. We're taking a look at Zumbai's board right here. He's really looking for those tiers. You want to get something like the
Vow, the Adaptive Helm. Really, it's all about, again, scaling that Cho'Gath, right? The more cast you can get, the more HP you can get going forward. Especially at 3-star, you gain more HP per ability bite. So it is a big, big difference.
We're going to find out the answer right here as these pops open the anvil. He should roll a little bit here. Still thinking about this position. Everyone's taking a breather, trying to communicate with each other.
There will be a very important fight between potentially Flancy and Sappho for the extension of the win streak going forward. Of course, reminder, the Urgot 2 on Flancy's board. So hard to take down.
Doesn't have a good hit here for Zimbai. Really would have preferred a tier. Is just going to go for the Jeweled Gauntlet for the backline for now. And actually doesn't roll. We'll see if he actually gets rewarded on his 3-2 augments. Koyoi is still one of the, fully open players. Just judging by his items, he does have a chance to go for something more along the AP lines. Typically, teams have been going for 2 AP Fast 8 compositions.
You do have flexibility, of course, with Salvage Bin, but your units are your units. You have a Mordekaiser 2, you have Leona's waiting the line. It will be some variant of AP Flex, and I think you talked about it perfectly at the very start of the show today, that AP Flex is going to be kind of that comp that you play if you're homeless. You don't really have a clear direction or path. You will be angling towards some version of AP Flex on stage 4.
And what a good reward here. Actually gets Prismatic Ticket. Didn't roll a single time and gets rewarded. This can happen usually, but we actually see a lot of players still prefer to roll just a little bit, maybe to 40 gold. Zimbai says, I'm not going to roll, I'm going to high roll.
We'll see what the options will be. Obviously, this really throws a wrench in some players' game plans. We're seeing MoGG trying to scale into a very strong late game. A lot of potential future econ from savings account, and then an explosive combat power augment. You haven't committed any items yet, so you can truly play around it perfectly, building out a Rabadons and not building a JG first, for example.
Oh, and actually Zunbai chooses not to take Prismatic Ticket, is going to roll his emblems. Does he find a Dark Star or a Brawler? Those are the twos.
Oh,
looking at,
my goodness. Dark Star +1 and a Rogue +1 to pair with a Kaisa later on stage 4. And Psionic, you can do some kind of interesting stuff with Sona as well, with a Shepherd connection with Lissandra, depending on how your final board ends up looking like. That was a pretty big high roll, and maybe a necessary high roll as well for Team Vision.
Yeah, great find coming in from him. Safa, on the other hand, might be going into the Gnar reroll line. We see 2 Gnars lined up already, taking up a little bit of his interest. So most likely just committing in that direction. And this is one of those 2-cost lines that if you find a spot for it, still did very, very well at TAC round. It's just hard to get into.
Not the star of the show when it comes to the reroll right now. That is something like the call we've been seeing a lot of, the Jinx even still. But I think Gnar, especially printerless Gnar, where you just don't have to play for 7 Meeple at all, can be very, very strong coming to stage 4.
Now Zunbai getting a good burst of synergy right here as he does find the Lissandra 3. This is going to superpower the fact that his first augment requires him to get stacks to continuously feed that dark hole, that black hole on the left of his screen right there. So decent find for him, but still a lot of copies away from the Cho'Gath. Can't really rely on that too much.
Does have the duplicator at the very least, so we have that guarantee only needing the 8 copies to get that Cho'Gath online. But you want to get it online maybe as late as stage 3, but no later than that, ideally, for the scaling in particular.
And Odessa right here trying to play for the full loss streak as well, but was broken before. This is one of the players we haven't seen before, and it's actually going to be the first glimpse at something like a Brawler E that we've seen all tournament.
Very similar game plan to MoGG. In this case, is going to have more flexibility around the Pandoras instead of just the straight combat power from the Jeweled Lotus. But both of those players will be spiking on 4-1, and they're both kind of required to win their 4-1 fights. If either player loses after getting that gold injection, it's a really bad sign for your team's chances.
Yeah, especially if you're starting out with a big loss streak like that, you want to stabilize before the opposing player. And I think MoGG, for instance, he's clearly going to Space Groove, so he needs to get the roll on before Dalisum. That's going to be the critical tempo point between these 2 players. And on the other side, I think Odessa, his loss streak was broken, but he has more time since he's playing a completely uncontested composition.
And you lose some gold, of course, but it's not like you're playing Anima, and if your loss streak is broken, the whole game is over. Like, you're still playing for the same very just low tempo game plan, regardless of your loss streak. A little bit more or less gold doesn't really influence too much. It's going to be more about the APM on that 4-1 roll down and the stability to go from no board to a perfectly stabilized board on 1 turn.
Yeah, and we are seeing a lot of players actually picking up the additional interest coming in from Ahri, so that just kind of signals that the stage 3 is not really that exciting maybe for this game. I think a lot of players are just looking at the fastest fast 8 roll down they can possibly get, so the tempo is a little bit off from the previous series that we've seen.
Odessa seems to be angling more of a quirky setup. We saw that be kind of one of the stability lines in stage 4 in particular, but a line that can also win out potentially. You can chase 3 stars like we saw some players trying earlier today.
And a very good roll down coming in from Zunbai. Actually hits his Cho'Gath 3 away from 5 copies in 2 turns. So he's right on schedule.
Maybe bad news for Flancy, though, who is on a win streak. Maybe wanted to continue that win streak in stage 3, facing his teammate here. Is the Cho'Gath strong enough to take on the Urgot? It's very close. Lissandra is going to get targeted here by the Bel'Veth, but it looks like it is going to be a fight win for Zunbai. So maybe not exactly ideal for Team Vision. Flancy is still the player with the most HP to trade, so maybe it's time now to start sharing that HP with the rest of his team.
Yeah, the danger is what we're seeing here. Odessa already found a Kindred here, and if you don't get that Kindred early for Flancy, it can slow your composition down by quite a bit. I do expect him to still pick that one up unless he's angling for something like the Corki, but that's kind of a weird direction to go when you have a Gnar player on the side of Safo. So this is one of the most interesting spots actually early on. You can tell where they're trying to go. Picks it up last second.
He's going to hold both options. I think it's going to be important, at least for the first part of your roll down, to flex both. And then once you start hitting a lot in one direction or the next, you can just pivot off of whatever it is you're low rolling on and go into either Corki or the Master Yi.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense. He's on 50 HP. He wants to keep both of his options open right here. So trying to hold on to both. In the meantime, we're taking a look at Revan. Has been a while since we've seen his board. Did level to 7 aggressively, so he really wants to find this win here. Also going into the Nova composition. It's actually going to be very congested on the AD side, something that we rarely see in 4v4.
This is why I think Odessa will probably be going into Corki. I was going to say it would be interesting if Odessa was the one, playing Nova as well, because he can roll before Flancy most likely with lots of gold on 4-1. And he can potentially try and box Flancy out of playing into the Nova line altogether.
Right, and Moji is still holding on right now. Both Odessa and Moji on over 80 gold right now, so the 4-1 roll downs are going to be massive. I think we can get a side-by-side of them. It's going to be very critical for Moji to kind of break down Dalisum. Dalisum, of course, doesn't have the gold just yet to hit level 8, so he's going to try and rush for those Nami copies. And in the meantime, Odessa needs to figure out where is he going. I think the Riven too is definitely going to be strong enough in this time. He just needs some tank items to pass the time. In the meantime, I think Moji also with a very good roll down, so he's kind of passing the buck now to Dalisum. What are you going to do now that I have 4 Nami copies?
And the players who have been kind of coasting through stage 3, winning some fights, losing some fights, the moment they face these two players, they know this is where the lobby tempo is now going. There's a big spike, there's a lot more pressure coming in from the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and Revan does need to find his spot right here. He's still looking for that Kindred, I think, and Clancy also now has to go for the big roll down. He's still trying to saddle both sides. It is going to come down to this prismatic augment. We are in the Graves encounter, so can they find Econ to get them there?
Golden Gamble, strong option, of course, if you hit the Radiant in particular, will be Wand Overflow for Safo, a perfect pickup. Only had the Rage Land on LeBlanc, now all of a sudden can go for a 3-item LeBlanc if he wants to build out 2 Rabadon's Death Caps or mix and match with his component that he has right now. Big roll down here for Dalisum as well. Trying to flex around the Space Groove line, rolling behind Moji, so some of these Namis are already out of the pool.
And Dalisum had to go for Econ, right? He was already behind the curve, has to go for the Commerce Core, but unfortunately isn't able to find the second copy of Nami. And rolling behind someone is very detrimental in 4v4 because once your own teammate hits, everyone else can then deny you on the opposing team. So it's going to be very hard. I feel like there's a good chance he might have to use Riven as a secondary carry.
Need the roll down incredibly strong for both of the MKOI players. We'll see if they can still manage to win some of the key fights here in stage 4. We talked about it, stage 2 and 3, very low tempo. Stage 4 now is where a lot of this game will be decided.
Yeah, lots of fast 8 players. On the other hand, we do have Revan with an artifact pickup, is going to go for Sweet Tooth and does find something relatively good here. Going on to the Akali, finally gets a copy of Kindred. Hasn't stabilized until he gets that Kindred too, but at least he hits on the initial artifact.
A fight between teammates, you want the closest fight possible, and I mean, it's pretty good. A 2-unit win there for Dalisum up against Revan. Revan starting to fall a little bit on the HP now. Moji has stabilized, Odessa has as well. 2 wins for both of those players. This was their mission, their goal coming into stage 4, win pretty much every fight if possible in stage 4 here.
And I'm really curious where Flancy does end up here on his composition. I don't think Dalisum has a chance to really find that Nami too. It's going to be incredibly lucky if he does. For Flancy, on the other hand, I wonder if he actually wants to go for that Brawler E. It's a completely open 4-cost line, only contested on the Kindred, or he could go for the sort of Nova Fast 9 play. We haven't got a look at his augments just yet, but here is the answer. Again, it's going to be something akin to the Tempo Nova into the Fast 9.
The call to chaos from Flancy. The Kindred doing her absolute best, but the Riven is doing a lot of work here for Dalisum with both of the emblems here. She can potentially wrap onto the Kindred once this stun goes through, and she does. That is going to be a really big win if it comes through the Golem. Can the Golem clutch it up for Flancy? I think there's just too much power coming out from Nami and Riven here. A big win for Dalisum.
Yeah, a really good find on Dalisum to get that Leona 3 as his main tank. I didn't really pay attention to where that came from, but it's paying dividends in stage 4.
He was printing Arbiter in stage 2 and 3, so he had a chance to, I think especially if you're contested on the Space Groove line and you're not going for Ornn 3, you might not even hit the Ornn 2 on your roll down, having the Leona as this guarantee of stability in the front line for the Nami and the Riven is absolutely massive. Very adaptable play from Dalisum. This last round, we saw both wins from Revan and Odessa and Dalisum, so a really good round for MKOI as a whole in terms of trying to restore and save as much HP HP as possible.
Coming back really strong for them. It's always important, as we saw in that last Flancy fight, about positioning your Akali, because Akali doesn't usually have enough damage to warrant getting an Edge of Night.
And
so
it was 4 full wins for MKOI in that pivotal 4-3 round.
And the Nami too. Wow,
the
huge
Commerce
find.
Core coming in so clutch for Dalisom. Knowing he was contested, knowing he was rolling late, he had to try and find Econ. He found it, and now it's paying dividends.
And Moji now down to his last life right here. Flancy still stuck on missing one Kindred, trying to deny Dalisom. He can't sell his Namis at this point. He's going to go up against Koyoi with combat augments going into the Shepherd 2 line. Very strong for him as well, as you do have extra units just in the front with the Teemo, and of course your Shepherd.
Both players here looking for a long, dragged-out fights for very, very different reasons. LeBlanc on one side, and it's the Golem on the other for Flancy, but it looks like Koyoi's LeBlanc 2 is just strong enough with Hold the Line in particular, a perfect augment for LeBlanc as a whole. Really synergizes really well with what the comp wants to do.
Ooh, Moji takes another loss down to 3 HP. We just saw Flancy with 3 items on his bench because he knew that he didn't want to put items back in when he didn't have that Kindred 2, when he was still trying to lose for his team. So Moji going 8th would be absolutely huge right here. I feel like Moji played a really strong econ game, good roll down, but didn't really find a secondary carry. Not trying to run the Riven here. Skipped over the Shen earlier on.
This could be a pivotal fight in terms of how the game is going to be structured for Stage 5, in particular how the teams have to adapt. And it will be the mirror match between both Space Groove players, Dalisom versus Moji. The Nami and the Gwen targeting the Ribbon right away from Dalisom. That could be pretty big. The splash damage coming onto the Ribbon despite the Rogue. But the Ribbon stays alive. So much extra healing, so much damage coming out from the Ribbon. The Nami finally takes her down, but the full health Nami from Dalisom is going to clutch up the fight. It seems like it's a very close 1v1 at the end, but Moji does go down in 8th. And a very strong message being sent by MKOI coming into Stage 5.
Yeah, even coming in from behind, still able to stabilize on that Nami 2 and clutch out the matchup. Takes Moji down to 8th place. It opens up a whole host of options for MKOI to play this game.
Odessa on his way to 9 as well. This is one of the ways that you can actually try and play for a higher cap on Corki. You don't overroll on 8. You're not donkey rolling the entire stage trying to find Corki 2. You find it relatively early and then you can push 9. You can add in the Bard. You can start adding in a little bit more firepower in the back line.
So I think this game for MKOI right now is pretty much in the bag. They have the best cap out. Now Dalisom has won the mirror matchup in the highest sort of cap board that we've seen in the Space Groove. And now they have a player that is, you know, guaranteed into going to be in top 4. Moji's also in 8th place. If you have those 3 conditions, you just need one more player to get in the top 4, and then you're safe.
Zambak is one of the players we talked about having a really strong setup on Stage 3 with a Darkstar high roll on the +1. He also found Hold the Line. 3 different players on Hold the Line, which is incredibly strong augment in terms of combat power in Stage 4 onwards, especially with these setups. Darkstar, look at the front line. It's completely full value for the 3 backliners here.
But I will say he is still missing on a lot of the backline damage that he could potentially get. He is trying to hold off of his items right now. Most likely to keep Koyoi, I think, into some sort of curve. If Koyoi can hit that level 9 Shepherd, you know, you can add in Sona. He does have like the psionics for a higher cap as well. So he's just trying to make sure that the player with the highest potential cap can also join him in that top 4.
And we're seeing the gold here, right, from Zembai. There's clearly a lull in the pressure being added from Team Vision. They're waiting for a big spike, potentially on 5-2, with the deep roll downs and going to 9. Ari Boon on a lot of the players as well, so some extra combat power coming in from the gods.
This is really important. I think it really separates the good team from the great teams. When you have a player going 8th, you have to know that a lot of times it forces you to go for those 1-2 spots, to go for higher positions, and you have to take damage in order to reach higher cap. Now is their roll down. We get the Bard immediately, enabling also just the conduit to be online.
A Bard 2 would be a huge high roll here as well. A Jin 2 potentially. Revan could be on 1 life. We're now in Stage 5. He's on 15 HP, so definitely a player to watch out for to see if the score will be evened out with Moji and Revan potentially going down in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, very late Kindred find coming in for Revan. Now, this is the matchup we want to see. The 2 players currently with the highest caps for their respective teams. Revan might just be walking across the board into the back line. We have seen this happen so many times before. And where did the Riven go?
She disappeared. She got. She went straight into the black hole, into the dark hole from the Dark Star comp. So much burst of damage coming out on that right side from the Cho'Gath plus the Jhin plus the Karma as well. Revan stays alive. Very important fight here for MKOI.
Huge win for Revan right there. Koyoi's trying to go level 9. He needs his time to roll down, and there you go. All gold spent for Koyoi. Because of that loss, he decides he cannot play for a higher cap. He is just trying to salvage his position.
That being said, a worrying trend for Dalesom and Safo, both on 2-loss and 3-loss. Odessa suddenly now is maybe the player playing for the win out on the Corki line, which is not maybe what we expected. We'll have to see how exactly he caps out his board on level 9 with that hold the line pickup.
A really strong play from Flancy as well. We were looking at him and just 2-star Akali trying to play tempo, but able to get a 3-win streak coming into stage 5. Incredibly powerful. Now Koyoi might be facing his biggest challenge. 18 HP, he won't go out just this round, but he's not expected to take out Dalesom.
We'll see how far Dalesom is taxed. If Dalesom can stay on 2 lives, it's really important for trading HP as well, going into the end of the stage 5 here. It looks like it will be, it's a very close 1v1 at the end. LeBlanc does just barely win it. Dalesom now down to 1 life as well. 12 HP, that will be an elimination if he does get another loss here in stage 5.
Wow, that was kind of an unlucky positioning matchup. We didn't get Riven going into the back line, was focused relatively early on. It was definitely a winnable fight from Dalesom, but Koyoi with a very good clutch.
It looks like Koyoi is not really going to hit any more of a cap. Donkey rolling on 8. He is just playing for placements. He is just trying to really outplay Dalesom, maybe Safo as well. Maybe sneaking the top 4. Why not?
Looking for that Blitz 2. 1 copy of, a couple more rolls to go. 6 more rolls. Can he find it? That would be a huge boost to this board. Dalesom, you got to get those rolls going in. Stops.
Doesn't have to go to buy regardless at this point in time with the Pantheon cell even, but does get the Shen online, does get a little bit more combat power onto the board, a little bit more help for the Riven as well with the shielding.
Yeah, it's all about the Riven positioning right here. He does dodge away onto the right side, so away from the Corki damage, and that will be huge. That should be enough for him to clean up the back line and keep himself alive.
Odessa has the HP to trade for his teammate here. Dalesom alive. Koyoi, does he stay on 2 lives? Does he win this fight? He's up against Odessa. Oh no, up against Flancy rather. We're seeing there with the Golem in the back. And now Koyoi down to 1 life, 5 HP. Safo also brought down to 4 HP. If both players get eliminated, whoever gets the higher placement could really affect the requirements for the top 4.
We have 4 players on a single life at this point. This is the most pivotal round of the entire match. On the left side, we have Safo, right side, Koyoi, who can stay alive longer and give their team those critical points. I have to say Koyoi has a much lower cap just from looking at it right here. Is not filling out his front line completely, has to position correctly, has the Alawi on the right side. Is it enough?
It is going to be the LeBlanc mirror match. We do have hold a line on the side for Koyoi, could be very impactful. The TGs for Lissandra and Sona with the Lucky Gloves, pretty strong for Safo as well. A lot of itemized carries. The front line is holding on for long enough, but the Nunu stuns could be absolutely massive towards the latter end of this fight. For now, not too impactful. LeBlanc still alive. Where does the targeting go? Does Safo get onto Koyoi's LeBlanc?
Down.
Koyoi's down as well. That will be elimination for Team Vision. Does Dalesom also stay alive? If so, that could be pretty good news here.
Oh, we're going to get our answer. Odessa does fall down, so if we look at the scores in the bottom so far, it is going to be MKOI with a 2-point advantage. That means for the side of Vision, they need a 1-3 to close out this game on a win.
Do you think Dalesom and Safo have any win-out potential is the big question, because we thought Odessa maybe might be that player. He's been eliminated now in 5th place.
It does seem like Flancy could still drop a couple of rounds. Zumbai is the strongest player right here. If I'm looking at this Flancy board, it's not exactly a strong board, right? You look at the front line, he's using a Tahm Kench as his main tank, and he has 3 items on the Akali. So I think there's a chance where they actually take down Flancy, but Zumbai might be a bit harder.
Flancy has gone 9, is rolling for the final cap here. Does have the synergy between Baron's Lair and the Golem as well. You're kind of scaling into the later stages of the fight, as long a fight as possible.
And Vex is absolutely huge here. Great find, because once you proc the Akali, the Vex steals all the ADAP, sells it instantly, still wants to go for the 4 Marauder. That's also the correct play. Is he going to have enough time to actually move some items over? Nope, doesn't look like it.
Flancy up against a very big Cho'Gath from his teammates. The Bard added in, the Rogue Emblem on the Bard for now, but all the damage will be coming in on that left side. The items were removed a little bit on the Lissandra, so trying to fight for the closest matchup possible between these two players. They're both on more than one life. On the side of Sapo and Dalesom, that's an elimination almost for certain here. There's just too little HP to share between these two players, and that's Dalesom being taken out in 4th place.
That might be a little bit worrisome for the side of MKOI. Remember, all they need is just to secure a... they need to get a first... no, it's 1-3, right? So they just need a... They just need a second.
Yeah.
No?
Is that going to be a possibility for Sapo? He's on 1 life. I mean, potentially against Zenbai, he could knock him out. But Sapo's board, we saw he was donkey rolling on 8s. He did not look quite strong enough. And Flancy is looking like the player to beat at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, Sapo needs to go first right here. So if like Vision get 1-3, they just clinch the game. So it's gonna be really hard. I don't think Sapo. I would have given Dalesom a higher chance to actually win out on the game with his space group.
Sapo has gone 9 now. Does have all the extra TGs helping out his entire front line. The Sona as well. The LeBlanc, is she going to do enough? Is the 4-cost carry without the further upgrade onto the 5-cost, onto the Vex enough? It looks like it's not going to be the case. Sapo taken down. Team Vision takes over in this game 1.
And congratulations to Flancy. Even though he still looks very puzzled on this game, he's definitely having a good review session. It started out looking pretty dicey for them. Moji obviously lost the 1-to-1 matchup, but Flancy out of nowhere with the early spreading roots was able to stabilize super hard on the Kindred 2, was able to win all of stage 4 and give them enough of a cushion.
And a very strong start here for Team Vision. It's going to be a really hard battle for MKOI. There were, maybe the power of friendship underdogs coming to this matchup against the CN #1 seed. A very uphill battle, but hopefully they're able to force that game 3. They're able to bounce back from this loss. It was really close. It was all about that stage 5, and they couldn't quite handle it.
And I feel like it was those flex spots on Vision that won it for them. They had those early spreading routes into Flancy. They had that Dark Star. Those are the routes that are less treaded by the players, and they're able to take down game 1 of the match.
Well, there it is. Game #1 has concluded. Team Vision up 1-0 over Movie Star KOI. It seems like the Chinese region is looking like the best so far, but what can the Spaniards do to come on back? They're going to have to send your energy their way so they can do their best in the next matchup. Hey, welcome back to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflection, Snowball Counterfeit, and Dobbs with me. Good to see you, boys. Dobbs, Team Vision, game #1.
I mean, quite well played by Flancy, and he recognizes that Moji was going Nate, and then he opted to get Culture Chaos, and he ended up being very strong. 3 is very strong augments that played through the game for Flancy, and of course, Team Vision.
And I kind of want to bring up the big picture here, because even though for MOGG it didn't ultimately work out going 8, it did mean that control of the win streak and the loss streak was fully under their control for the entire game. I think if you're working under those circumstances, from the games we've seen so far, it's very hard to get the first place you need to win.
Taking a look at the vault, it's all smiles, and rightly so, as Vision take game #1 in what they would probably consider a comfortable fashion. I mean, look, after all, at the end of the day, this is a team that represents one of the best regions, and in fact, won one of the best region qualifiers, right? So it's up to Movie Star KOI to truly prove themselves, again, from the Spaniards. A region that's relatively smaller, newer, now up and coming, forced to come back. Do you think the Spaniards could do it, though? That's the question, because Movie Star KOI could set an exciting precedence if they can come back in the series.
I mean, it's a quite difficult job. I mean, they have the tools to do so. They're the up-and-coming Spanish players. Their team actually trusted them. Last year, they didn't quite well in the qualifiers, but this year they were able to be here, so they deserve a shot, right? So it's going to be quite difficult to take down the first seed in China, but I think Daleson and and Raven can do some quite good job leading the team to a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, still, we looked at the first half of the game, at least how we came to the top four. They did have the advantage. I do think they were lacking in the resources to finish out the game in the way they would have liked to, but there was still a lot to like about what Movistar Riders were doing there. As we saw from the content, they are very much a closely cohered family. I think if any team's going to recover from that loss, it's them.
So I guess positivities, you mentioned there were quite a few positives. Let's go into detail. What do you think they did right that they can apply, of course, going into the next game?
Well, I think for me, the HP preservation was very good. Even though they were missing out on the streaks, they made sure they kept multiple different players in position where they could conceivably do very well and win out the game. I mean, ultimately, I'd love to see that combined with at least having one of the streaks, but that's something positive.
Well, I feel like I watched a couple of screams from Movistar Koi, and what stands out for me is that Daleson is very communicative. He's very good at shot calling the game, and the other players, like they're so good at communication. And I feel like this is one of the best tools that you can have in the 4v4.
Well, the club championship race is well underway. We're in week 3. Trav, give me the updates.
AGAL have been presented with a golden opportunity this week in the Esports World Cup. But it's not just that. They come along with strength, confidence, and very good standing in the club championship at the moment. Currently, they're sitting on 1,100 points, with another 1,000 available from Teamfight Tactics if they put in a good performance this week. They absolutely breeze through the qualifiers with 2 2-0s and demolishing their competition. This week, they're presenting 3 fresh players and 1 veteran to try and settle them down into the competition. With this being 4v4, we don't see it too much in Teamfight Tactics, so it could throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Team Vitality at present are in a great spot to get some points on the leaderboard, so AGL going to have to be preying on their downfall a little bit if they want to be doing well. But it's not just about Teamfight Tactics. This week, AGL have a great opportunity to spring up into first place with a victory, and that's what they're counting on.
Ooh, like I said, Club Championship update, it's getting spicy, and a lot of those orgs who are at the top are starting to play very, very well in this tournament in TFT, and this is a big moment, especially for the roster of Vitality, who will be coming up next. But for now, we've got Team Vision, Movistar Koi, who are going to be heading into Game 2 relatively shortly. But there's some fun things happening for the Esports World Cup, and I've got former Real Madrid player and Frenchman Karim Benzema, who's going to be doing some type of show match. EWC, you never know who you're going to run into, and you never know what you're going to go see. Karim Benzema coming through. That's actually big news for the Esports World Cup. Getting lucky, though, sometimes is a fantastic element when it comes to TFT, and you think one of the players actually did get a little bit of luck on their side.
Yeah, I feel like clicking on Singularity for Zembai, and then right after that, he was going into the roots and getting a bunch of emblems. And one of the emblems just comes out to be Dark Star, and then his spot just skyrocketed, and he was in such an amazing spot to help his team to close out the game. And I wonder if this is a thing that Team Visual wants to keep doing, or if they are going to risk it all, or just play safe in the next 2 games.
Well, for Vision, they don't necessarily have to risk it all, at least at this point, right? It's Movistar Koi who's got to try and risk it all to come back. And after all, look, they in fact are the underdogs here. Let's face it. So going into game number 2, it is a must-win, or else they move down to the lower bracket. What are the adjustments you want them to make?
I think, again, we saw some good play for them, generally keeping the HP up, generally playing strong. I think they're going to have to play more aggressively to try and break
at least one of these streaks come into this one. As we discussed off screen, this has been a big time in EMEA history for Spanish players who've really been breaking through a lot of ceilings. I think establishing themselves here at EWC is a priority. So I think if we're going to see anything left in the bag of tricks, it's coming out next game.
It's a fun series. Team Vision versus Movie Star Koi will be heading to the stage in just a moment. Good job, boys. Ooh, the stage is set. The competitors are ready to go once again. It's Team Vision versus Movie Star Koi. This is not going to be easy for the Spaniards, Movie Star Koi, not at all. They've got to come back in this series and tie it up 1-1, and then after that, they've got to win another one. But Team Vision, they are looking poised and ready to go, coming out from one of the strongest regions TFT has to offer. It's Team Vision versus Movie Star Koi, game number 2. Panda and Clement, let's get it started.
Movistar Koi needs to play for the comeback, needs to play for the game to win, and I think the biggest change, they need a win-out player. We had no win-out players in that first game. Very strong stage 4, but all of a sudden, when it came to stage 5, Zenbai and Flancy absolutely took over.
And it really was the difference on what you're doing with the players that are playing from behind. If you looked at what Vision was able to do, they actually matched the front runners on the enemy team. The top 2 players were Safo playing Shepard, and it was Dalisam playing Space Groove. They matched that with Moji, and they matched that with Koyoi. So they made sure that the players that could get high placements were always going to be dragged behind by the players that weren't doing so well.
Just how strong that can be with the Lulu setup earlier on in that Series 2. We are going to have, of course, a component anvil start that we're seeing here. So reroll, a little bit of a benefit in terms of trying to find your best in slot, trying to have that, huge carry online as early as stage 3 with 3 items, potentially allowing a lot of tempo to the game.
Ooh. Revan did actually have a chance to pick up that Milo, decides against it, and I have to agree, Medallion, whenever you see it, it's very, very powerful as that one of AP flex outs. A lot of times you don't want to contest a level 8, you would rather go onto the Lulu tree right here, so maybe Revan is leaving it for someone else.
Especially with component anvils, right, where you can itemize both the Milio, the Lulu, and the Jax early on, as early as stage 4, really.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that he didn't attempt to at least save the Milio, especially when he was holding on to the Lulu. But bygones are bygones. We're now looking at 3 different options here. This is the most important round. Everyone has to start communicating who's the most likely win-out player, who's going to play for the tempo. Now, Revan has a chance to get a lot of gold, and because he is on this Space Groove line, might be considering going for something, as we talked about, Space Groove, usually the highest cap of the boards.
There will be some risk involved with picking up Advanced Loan, of course, on terms of the stage 3 augment that is offered. We're seeing yet again Saves account picked up by a player from Team Vision. This time it's Flancy instead of Moji. So it seems like the team overall really values what Savings account offers in terms of having that one player who is happy to lose streak stage 2 and stage 3, but then they're able to hopefully come back and take over in stage 4. It wasn't the case last game for Moji, but Flancy is hoping to turn that around.
From what we've seen, Vision really likes to overwhelm the opponents with the number of high cap situations that they can build. We have the savings account, we have a lot of opportunities to go into branching out or going to spreading routes. That's the game style that they like to play. And if someone fails, they are just the griefer against the enemy team. So a very interesting way to play, and that's why they're the first seed.
A scaling arbiter here for Dalisam, mana spent into permanent max health. It is a Zoe pair with some great utility items already slammed here and the concentration augment picked up. If we find the Zoe 2, this could be one of the win streaking boards with some frontline upgrades as well for Dalisam here. And most likely, well, certainly, he will be one of the AP flex players coming into stage 4.
It's kind of interesting to see someone pick this augment up. It's generally considered only pickable if you have the tempo to go along with it. So I think it has to be some sort of like a team negotiation where, hey, we really need someone going into the Fast 8 AP line. Can you kind of cover that spot for us?
Maybe it's a game 2 gamble where you say, hey, I have a Zoe pair. If I hit the Zoe 2, all of a sudden I could be that win streak tempo player. Looking at Safo, he is not the win streak player. It seems like he's on the 2 loss. The open 4 does play now the Cho 2 plus the Pantheon. We'll see if he tries and just fight for some HP preservation here. Has the spatula, has the chance to play into one of the verticals. We'll see if that'll be Darkstar.
And we have Flancy's typical move right here. He's trying to front that he's not going to sell his units, but I'm pretty sure he will if it is the last second and you have Safo in your pool. I guess he just didn't have... Maybe he faced Safo before? He didn't actually sell anything. Very interesting.
We do have the Bruiser +1 for Zembai. Most often, this is played into Yi across this entire set. Just the best holder for it. Of course, with the Akali build coming out, 5 Nova being a comp you can play for, there are a few more options in the late game.
Flancy is going to get his 3 loss streak, even holding 4 units right there, so a good find on his part. In the meantime, Koyoi will fall to the advanced lone.
Ooh. Once again, mini Recombobulate is offered, and Divine Intervention from Echo, a perfect setup for Flancy. Most likely a reason why Flancy picked up Savvy's account in the first place. He said, hey, I might have some extra synergy coming in from the God Offerings. And this is one of the ways players have found a bit of an edge, a bit of value in this set, trying to align their game plan with the potential God Offerings coming through.
Yeah, you really want to find some potential for late game scaling. That's how TFT works. If you can delay your spike, you usually are rewarded handsomely. And Flancy with Savings account into the Echo Boon God, exactly planning that game out. Only one player going for the mini Combobulator, so we'll see who chooses to spike their board.
And for Flancy, his Arbiter is going to be some gold gain off of the interest you have. You have a 9% chance to gain 2 gold, so that is why we're seeing Flancy still playing a board, not fully open to forwarding, and having 3 Arbiter here as well, so bumping up that percentage a tiny bit. Really trying to maximize the gold gain, maximize the chance to get to 7 interest with the savings account. Trying to be a little bit greedy here for his team.
Yeah, I think this is easily punishable, but you could also actually just get ahead because you're getting so much gold. So it's a bit of a risk-taking move on the side of Flancy. In the meantime, Safo, a little bit frustrated. He's not running into Flancy and breaking that streak off of him. Mochi, on the other hand, is also trying to go for a full loss streak. Will get broken right here, but he already has his 3 Primordian online, so I don't think Moji's too unhappy with that. Also is picking the Warlord's Honor, so most likely going to go for a 2-cost reroll.
Most likely that will be Akali, of course, for the board he has currently set up. Does have the 2-component Amble still unpopped, so has some flexibility around either the Akali or the Jinx, which we haven't seen too much of since Akali became kind of the star of the show in the 2-cost space.
Can Flancy actually get away with this? He's playing super greedy, getting maximum gold from his Arbiter, and still playing a bunch of units when you have Safo in your pool, when you know he's trying to break your streak. This is a calculated play by him. If he gets away with it, then it's genius on both ends.
We'll see if the matchup will come through. Both players on their 4 loss, trying to maximize the econ generation. Safo does not sell his board. Flancy does.
Oh, okay. There we go.
And they do not face each other, so Safo is rewarded with his frontline Caitlyn. He will be losing this fight, of course, against Odessa, who we're seeing now is playing towards a replicator backline at the current moment.
Flancy is just telling his teammates, I told you I wouldn't run into him. I should have kept everything online. But I think that was the right move. When you have a 4-loss streak, you don't really want to risk it and break it, even with the Arbiter income coming in. Like, it's 12%. You're not guaranteed to really find that many hits on it. So I actually like this move by Flancy.
For Lalesom, no Zoe 2, no problem. Still a 5 win streak, so the attempt into playing the AP flex into a win streak, high tempo start has paid off for Lalesom here, and he's close to a big power spike, right, with both the Zoe 2 and the Leona 2. We'll see what his 3-2 augment is. Incredibly important. He'll have to decide if he wants to play for even more tempo and to defend a win streak, or for more of a late game scaling plan.
And there are a couple of game plans we haven't touched on just yet. Koyoi here on 97 HP, kind of playing that middle bruiser position. We're not sure where he's going to go with that. And also Safo and Odessa. But still, we'll have to take a peek at their game plans. But just looking at, for now, we do have a slight HP advantage on the side of Mkoi.
Leona 2 is big here from Lalesom from the Orbs. Doesn't have a Leona Prince, so pretty impactful to just find it naturally, help out the front line. Of course, he does need some backline, which is why the Victor comes in here to try and help the Zoe dish out some important damage in this conduit line.
And he's found great items as well. Gets the Jeweled Gauntlet while 100 streaking. You can't really ask for more in this sort of position.
Can Zembai beat him if they face off here on 3-1? Those are the two players who are really trying to play for the high tempo win streak, who are trying to preserve HP for their team as a whole. And Dalesom says, I'm going to put it all in. I get a Gwen too. Does he put it in time? I don't think he did. He played the Cho'Gath, it looks like, instead. Is that going to be the fight difference? You are playing up against Zembai here, who has slammed all of his items onto the Briar.
Yeah, and Zembai is heading just for the Space Groove composition right here. The Briar has not been focused down just yet, but the frontline difference is so massive for Dalesom that he should be able to just crunch through Zembai's composition.
Hogui slowly becoming a win streak player now as well, on a 3 win streak. The 3-2 augment round coming through. It is going to be gold augment, so Revan is not quite punished. It's going to be hitting a silver augment here. I think the best possible outcome you could have hoped for. We'll see what Revan can do to turn this HP around for his team.
Does look like he's just opting into the Lulu line here, but when you're playing Medallion, you really want a lot of these extra copies, right? Every single 3-star is going to give that much more damage amp to your comp. Rolling down heavily really wants to find either the Milio 2 or the Lulu 2 to kind of stabilize his backline items. Hasn't hit either just yet, but he should be fine. Stopping at 40, I think, is a great call.
Lulu pair, Jax pair. The Lulu would be big because you just print more gold as well with Medallion. And we do see the Revan does find the Lulu too, so really important. It looks like it will be Revan, and that is what I'm trying to add some pressure, add some tempo to the stage 3 here. An early ASOL for Dalesom. 4 Conduit already online for the win streak player from MKOI. Very good news for the stage 3 here.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen many people actually go into this augment, picking up a double Arbiter catch-outs right there. That has to be some 4v4 secret tech that we're seeing here.
And reminder for Dalesom, his Arbiter was every 4 seconds you have a... No, actually it was the 50 mana gain permanent max health. So Dalesom is really trying to scale into the late game with his current build.
Super interesting builds coming out. In the meantime, for Moji, we kind of expected him going into this direction, playing around the Akali, but no Akali 2 after rolling down very, very deep.
That's Dalesom shop. He found 3 Zoes. He picks them all up and slows down the opposing potential 2-cost reroller, playing on the Zoe while also thinning the pool for his own 2-cost with the Akali. So a really important pickup there for Moji.
Yeah, but can he actually win streak with this board? After you roll down, after you hit Warlords, you really want to start taking over the game here. He's still missing on that Guard Breaker, Striker's Flail, and missing on the Hextech Gunblade. So I'm not sure the items are actually enough to wrestle stage 3 away from the opposing players.
Facing off against Odessa, we're seeing here he is moving into the AD space with the Last Whisper with the Striker's Flail, most likely indicating that Odessa will be playing into the Corki line yet again. That was the spot he played for last game. It worked out okay, he ended up going 5th. Odessa might be the OTP AD flex player potentially on the team.
I was kind of surprised. I felt like the Corki should have done better being completely uncontested with the Radiant item hit, but it was still 5th place, which just goes to show you why a lot of these players are going to go for the potential for the AP flexes mainly. We do have the just the magical box being selected mainly by all of the players here. People don't want to sacrifice rounds towards Echo, want the immediate power.
We'll see what the mystery loot ends up being for the players who are hoping to add a little bit more variance to their game even.
Yeah, typically you just get a big bunch of gold. You could get a 5-cost, which is also very important.
Oh, Flancy is sending a message to the rest of the lobby. I'm playing Misfits, I'm playing Fast 9, I have savings account, I'm maybe skipping level 8 altogether, and playing for the true 1 HP win out type of game plan. High risk, high reward. If he makes the level 9 board with all the different unique trades coming in, it's so much extra HP on the board. Double Rage Blade Slam here on the Milio.
This is some risky business coming in from Flancy. I really appreciate this so far. In 4v4, a lot of times, if you can communicate with your teammates, you know your teammates aren't playing a super heavy stage 4, then you can kind of do this. You can get away by matchmaking, but
he's gonna be so rich. He's level 7, 70 gold, savings account not procced yet, Arbiter printing gold, Timebreaker already online. Ooh. It's a lot of econ generation coming out from Flancy. He has moved the slider all the way to the end. Maximum econ gain and maybe maximum risk as well if he misses on his roll down on level 9. It might be a 4-5 potentially, depending on how much gold he's gonna have. We're seeing already the proc coming out here with Flancy. could stabilize on 8, but I don't think he's rich enough to heavy roll on 8 and then still make it to 9 and play for 5 costs.
Yeah, I feel like you have to go straight level 9 at this point. The 4-2 augment's going to be huge. I feel like he does have enough gold to actually make it to 4-2 before he starts that roll down, but if he misses on another econ option, this is not actually enough gold to stabilize on a fast 9 board.
Also the Sterax and the open cloak and the glove is great for TG, but we'll see what he ends up having for his natural components for tank items going into the stage 4 as well. Up against Zenbai here, who is playing around the Brawler +1 on the Gwen for now.
This is very good positioning from the side of Zenbai. He's actually feeding a couple of spare units to the side of Flancy. This is something that Vision really likes to do in their scrims, or it's just like, hey, I'll put a couple of units here, you can take them off the board. Unfortunately for that, still not enough damage, but the idea was there.
LeBlanc comes in here. You can play around the Arbiter as well. You have the Rage Blade Slams, can potentially be a segue unit in stage 4 instead of the Milio here. We'll see if you can fit it on level 8. Should be a pretty clean fit here. And you're almost going 8 above 70 gold here for Flancy.
And we have to see what he hits on the Divine Intervention. One of the few players to actually pick that one up. You can get a lot of extra gold for it, so maybe that was the one he was playing around. About 20 gold, there's no champion dupes, so I think he just got straight gold.
It's a really interesting, just overall game plan from Flancy. Great vision to pair all these different things together. His augment selection, the tempo of the lobby, his god picks as well to try and play a very risky game plan. Does get the TG, does get 2 more component anvils as well.
Great vision for the team vision. Am I right?
That's the alley-oop, Clement. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
There was no defense. You scored, buddy.
All right, we're going to be taking a look at Odessa and where he pivots his game plan to. He still has an open, but no Reforger, though.
And no Corki. Is holding Nami's, potentially no one on MCOY playing into Space Crew, so they're trying to deny immediately right away, but that is sacrificing. No Nami's. Who's your carry here? It's going to be Riven and Milio. You're making the Nami 2 here. It's going to be a really shaky stage 4 from Odessa, who's at 45 HP already.
Yeah, he really needs to hit on the next augment to get a Reforger, get better chances. He really wants the Meeple coming in here. He can build a Rogue if he wants to here, but no Corki, so he's still looking at his options.
Odessa trying to make this a pretty clean loss, or maybe even a win if he feels he's already too low HP. No more real damage dealers. Can the Zoe take it down? She doesn't have that much frontline burst. Looks like it might not be enough, actually. I think it's a good thing, right? That has a lot of extra HP. Wants to keep Odessa a little bit more healthy coming into the stage 4.
Building the Nami 2 just to keep away from, I believe, Moji's board. We are going to be taking a look at Flancy's side to see if he can fit even more econ. Doesn't find it just yet, has malicious monetization, is thinking about it, is forced to go into it, and here we go. The biggest roll down to see if he can find all those 5 costs with the unique traits coming in. Graves already found.
Wow.
Graves 2 on 4-2. Wow.
Fiora pair as well. If he finds Fiora 2, that could be enough to stabilize. No copies of Vex. Remember, he did build 2 Rage Blades, so he is really indexing on finding a Vex as his main carry throughout the stage 4 and the stage 5. Missing a lot of frontline upgrades as well, and the gold has already disappeared. Could be a little bit scary here for Flancy. On the side of Koyui, he's also holding 3 Corkis, making Odessa's life as difficult as possible, but he also has not found his upgrade on the Blanc, so we're seeing a lot of low rolls on the roll downs for both of the players here.
Everyone just punching down at this point. Koyoi trying to play around that Lissandra 3 as his main carry. On the other side for Flancy, he's trying to keep his tank line alive, trying to buy time for that Vex to actually come in onto the board right here. The Graves 2 is huge. Once he gets a couple of tank options going, I believe you get the Assault Frame. That should stabilize his board good enough.
Akali does not kill the Graves. The Graves does stay alive. It should be a win here for Flancy. He does stabilize. This would be an enormous win if Safo was able to take down Flancy to potentially 1 life in this stage 4. But Flancy has done enough. He's bought some time for himself here.
Right, and we do have the Assault Frame just coming through. The next question is, can he just find any of those Vexes? That's a big hit for him. Blitzcrank going in over the Kindred. Should sell the Kindred. If he can hit Vex 2, that would also be... get Jin 2, that would also be good enough to stabilize. Last rolls coming in. Doesn't find it just yet.
A tough shop here. Might have to lock if he wants to preserve everything else. The Ross is really the only thing in the front line holding it down for the Graves. The Sterax on the Fiora will help a tiny bit off of this TG, as will the red buff here. Getting some anti-heal online up against Odessa. Odessa has found at least 1 copy of the Corki. Is that going to be enough? I think this is another big test for Flancy. Both players on the bottom of the HP standings right now.
Should be kind of difficult for just the one-star Corki to be taking down this this front line coming in from the three costs. Yep, sorry.
Looking at Safo, he did lose a fight against Flancy. We're seeing the heavy as the crown onto Koyui's LeBlanc. Is it enough to scale into the fight? No, the Kindred does win. Safo, a very important win against Koyui here. Look at the HP totals for Team Vision. Zembai is looking healthy, but everyone else is on the bottom four of the standings.
Yeah, we have 3 members just clustered around all the way from 5 to 7. Next boon coming in here is going to be another Thresh boon. Didn't really catch what it was. I feel like it was another mystery box.
We do have a duplicator still here for, I believe this is Dalisom's board with a 5 conduit. Big question, Revan, Dalisom on the Zoe and the Lulu, have they hit their upgrades? And right now the answer is no. 1 off of the Leona, 1 off the Mordekaiser, 2 off of the Zoe. We know Moji was holding a lot of the units. He was the griefer for Team Vision, and we're seeing so close yet so far for both of these players.
Yeah, I feel like Dalisom's game plan is really slowed down. He does still have 1 extra duplicator here, so is going to use that for the Zoe when he finds the last copy, but so far this is not going to be able to make use of his augment to actually win stage 4.
Low roll augment as well for Dalisom. 4-2 Pandora's is never a good sign for a high cap game plan. We've talked about the no win out players in game 1 for MKOI. It might be the similar case in this game 2. Team matchup between Dalisom and Safo on the left hand side. Revan printing some gold with a Lulu, but we're still missing the 3-star copies. Is this board strong enough to win some fights in stage 4 against the level 8 4-cost players? The answer right now is going to be no.
Yep, Akali not focused on early enough. Flancy continues to scale up, actually on a 4-win streak, very clearly now as the win-out player.
There's a Vex.
Also the Fiora too, so I think Flancy is set. We don't even have to look at his board. I feel like he's just going straight first at the moment. The question is, who on the side of MKOI can actually stop this? Who is the win-out player once again?
And if Flancy's going first and Zembai is this healthy, it is looking pretty good for Team Vision, no matter what Koyui and Moji do, despite them being on 2 losses right now. I think Moji has been kind of the econ player holding down so many of the units, trying to grief, just trying to get maybe an outplacement on Odessa, for example, and his job, his duty is done for this game too.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of these Akali players. They just play tempo Akali, they get the Akali 2, they straight level, they make sure the HP is high enough, and that's just a job well done, finished already. On the other hand, for Zembai, even though he hasn't been able to hit his Nami 2, it's been denied very heavily, he's still super healthy, and he has enough combat augments that I feel like he's going to go get a top 4 regardless.
And he has a Blitz pair on 8s, always a good sign if you're a Space Group player. If you can high roll a Blitz 2 somehow on level 8, you are in a very good position to go straight to 9 and to stabilize your game plan as well. Odessa does get the Riven 2. Is that enough to continue this little win streak that he has going now?
Playing around for the 4 Bastion Riven. He's still missing a lot of his frontline upgrades and a backline item coming in for his secondary carry right here. So we'll see if this item is enough. He instantly took it because he still needed gold. So a lot of times when you do that, you're just like, you're just kind of forced into that situation. It seems decent enough though. TG built already, has another damage item. I feel like this was a decent prime from the Treasure Realm.
Matchmaking going to be really important here. Moji, on his last life, has still not given up on his griefing duties. He's still holding the Zoes. He's still holding, well, just hold off the Lulu there. If Moji goes down, those Zoes are back in the pool. If Dalisum is not hit yet, that could be his chance to hit his next big power spike.
Yeah, we do have 2 players. Safo trying to sack for his teammate. 3 items on the bench right here. In the meantime, Moji, he's just trying to keep himself alive as soon as possible. This is how Vision plays. They scout who's your best player, and then they just try to drag him through the mud. Dalisum is not having a good time facing up against Moji.
It will be Zembai versus Moji. Items have been removed from the Blitz, it seems like, but not from the Nami. Is this board going to be strong enough from Zembai to maybe accidentally eliminate Moji in 8th place yet again in this game 2? A very important fight here for Team Vision.
there is a world where you could take 11 damage, but isn't looking likely so far. Zenbai is just going to crush Moji. And the question now is, can Dalism actually stay alive after this pivot? If he can find that brief window before getting eliminated or hitting his Zoe 3 and stabilizing, it could swing the game massively.
He held on to 10 gold at the very least, does find the Zoe right away, does have a duplicator, does have the Zoe 3 now. Is it enough? Is the Leona going to hold on for long enough? Remember, she has been scaling with a permanent max HP that he's had in from the very beginning of stage 2, but it's a 6-loss streak. Is the Zoe going to magically fix this? Does he have someone like Flancy in his pool, for example?
Yeah, I can't believe this is just giving me deja vu. The same game plan. Moji runs directly into Dalism. He's like, oh, you're the team's captain. Well, I'm actually the least individually accomplished member on the team. I'm going to run into you over and over again.
Uh-oh, it's Revan versus Dalism. Revan has the Lulu 3 now. Hasn't removed any items. Is Dalism strong enough to survive it? He's on 15 HP. He could take a very small loss and still live for one more fight. Look at the gold generation from the Lulu on the medallion. The cast comes through from the Zoe. One last cast could maybe save this, but no. He does stay alive though on 1 HP. A calculated loss if I've ever seen one.
Wow, Revan actually slammed 2 items after spotting Dalism, and he still doesn't eliminate his teammate. That was some expert level calculations.
Optimal fight judging. Odessa has also turned things around. A 4-win streak now for the Corki player, just trying to fight for extra placements. Flancy, as we know, he is one of the strongest players as well. I think he'll be soaring up the HP totals coming up throughout the rest of this stage 5. Can Mkoy come back, Clement? That's a big question.
Ooh, they definitely can. Odessa has a very strong board at the moment. Double carries already leveled up, but it's about who runs into Flancy. And this is the best situation for Flancy. The Ghost gets to run into Dalism.
And Dalism might not be strong enough. There's so many 5-cost upgrades. The Fiora dishing out damage, the Vex dishing out damage, so much extra HP from Misfits. Look at these HP bars. The units are not being taken down. The Zoe has been vanquished by the Fiora, and that is Dalism being sent out in 7th place. Odessa also takes a loss. He's down now to 3 HP. Safo and Revan holding on, but I mean, Flancy, he's coming for you guys.
Yeah, after looking at Odessa's board, I actually have to revert my statement. Odessa is not going to be the one saving the lobby. Once again, I feel like this Corki composition just isn't strong enough in terms of its raw power. He was 5th place in the previous game, most likely going to go for a 5th again here. That was just great from Flancy, able to take HPs off of 2 players at the same time.
And I'm starting to get deja vu from game number 1. I think it's going to be a very similar situation. Not enough of a high cap game plan from Safo or Revan. Odessa going out in 5th or 6th. And in the end, this might just be a Team Vision 2-0 sweep against Mkoy. We'll see what Odessa can do here. As you said, he's too far away from level 9. He's too far away from the Bard 2. That would be the next big cap.
The Riven might be finding herself in a strong position to go into the back line. She loses the Assassin a little bit too early, and the frontline carries are also dead on the right side. That was tragic position,
considering how strong his board has looked throughout the last 2 stages.
Yeah, that's how confident they are. Even knowing it puts Flancy in 1 life, they're willing to take items off the graves to just make sure that Koyoe might even go, might survive longer than Odessa. So their game plan has succeeded so far. Taking a look at Safo's board, unfortunately, he doesn't have the cap out potential either. It is a very strong Nova board, but unless you can get the Nova onto something like a Fiora, it's not usually going to win against a Misfit.
A Fiora 2 in particular, it's still just Fiora 1 for Safo, and there's just so much HP coming out from Misfits onto this 5-cost board. We've hit all of the upgrades. We're seeing just the absolute rampage here from Flancy. It is not even close, let's be honest. He is absolutely taking over the lobby. Koyui also doing his job against his teammate, against Zenbai. Both staying alive, that was the goal of this fight.
And Revan now down to 3 HP. If Revan drops out, the game is officially over, and so will the match. They are looking on the precipice, being forced into the lower bracket very early on. Revan was playing a reroll composition. I'm not sure he has the cap to fight against something like this.
And it will have to be a win for Revan. There's no chance to outplace when you're 7 HP below the next player, which is Zenbai from Team Vision coming into this next fight. We're moving into stage 6. Huge losses, or huge HP tax on the losses here. It's a really close lobby, but I think we kind of see the power of Flancy, who has, the moment he stabilized level 9, he has been in complete control, the puppeteer taking over the game and really signaling how it'll end.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Revan's board right now. He's still one copy away from the Jax. He has had a lot of gold generation from the Medallion, but unfortunately not getting his main take. It's just as
Is
we
it
say
enough?
that.
Jax 3 has been found. You have the uplink. We talked about the component anvils being able to itemize the Milio, the Jax, the Lulu, the Maokai as well, who has been 3-starred. A lot of frontline.
Is going to be running into Zembai. Zembai is considered some of the weaker boards on the side of Vision. This is the first step towards the end Koi comeback. It's not going to get any easier from here.
Revan can also go 8 if he wins this fight. He has a chance to scale a little bit more with the Lulu gold generation, but already the Blitzcrank is moving towards the backline. There's not enough burst just yet from the Milio and the Lulu. The Lulu is attacking the backline, but the Nami is onto the Lulu. Revan's taken down in 5th place. It's a blowout win for Team Vision. Koyu also going down, but a smaller loss in the end. And MKOI, again, we're missing that win-out player.
The final boss, Flancy, on the side of Team Vision, didn't even have to do the eliminations. The rest of the team had enough tempo to carry on the game plan itself. If I look over at this series, I have to say I've not been very satisfied with the Odessa game plan. Both times he goes straight for the Corki, but it doesn't actually drag down the opposing team's player. It's usually a 5th place, so it seems like a wasted slot on their side.
Crazy 2-0 sweep here from Team Vision. Even Moji, who went 8th both games, he did his job. He dragged down Lalisom, holding onto the Zoes. He dragged down Revan, not allowing him to hit the Lulu in time. Overall, really clean gameplay and team play in particular from Team Vision, the CN #1 seed coming into EWC.
Great way to actually approach 4v4. I call it the Hungry Ghost strategy, where you just send one of your players to just annoy the other team's captain, you drag them down with you, and if he goes 8th place, suddenly Flancy is wide open to take the first.
And the MVP, I think, is as we all expected from Team Vision, was Flancy. Just stellar play, stellar understanding of what he had to do in both of those games, and he really was the carry for Team Vision.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We knew it was going to be a tough series for the Spaniards of movie star Koi, and it indeed was. Team Vision get the 2-0 win, and they will officially be moving forward. However, movie star Koi, if you're a fan of them, don't worry, it's double elimination. They still have a very real chance to continue in the tournament, but they're going to have to play seriously and protect their key, because they will now drop to the lower bracket. Team Vision, a team that went through the gauntlet, were the most dominant team in their qualification for their region, and rightly so, the winners of this series. And Flancy, we hyped him up, man. This guy was incredible.
I mean, his first game, he showed an amazing game. And in the second one, I think it was even better. Because on the early game, he got an economy augment. And then later on, he saw the angle to play Misfits, which is an incredible augment. And I think the Movistar Koi didn't have the answers to fight Flancy back when he had such an amazing spot like that.
Yeah, Flancy was set up for top 1 very early on. You filled me in on that, Counterfeits. And obviously for this, for Flancy's perspective, is it a bit risky to commit everything, but all your eggs in one basket and bank on the fact Flancy finishes top 1?
Well, I mean, you've got to put your eggs somewhere if you're going to be able to win the game. As it was, that was so much better a game for Movistar Koi. They managed to break the win streak. They broke the loss streak as well. They had everything they needed to get that Game 2 victory. So that does necessitate taking large risk on the side of Team Vision if you're going to close out the series, because that was so much better than them for the Spanish guys.
Better, but not good enough. You were praising Dallasum over in the green room. You think he did incredibly well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was doing absolutely amazing, especially picking up the concentration, going into the
the Divine Environment as well, just finding a route that wasn't available to anybody else. He had such a good ball, but dropped off so harshly towards the end.
An interesting point that I thought was really cool, Dobbs, was the fact that Dallas has actually coached and mentored champions in the past. When is he going to be a champion himself?
I mean, he still have a shot, right?
Sure.
I mean, you're not out yet, and going into the elimination stage makes a little bit harder. Your key is on the line, as you said, but they have the tools to come back. They have more than a year together, so they know each other very, very well. And of course, they were facing one of the best teams. And they still have the tools. They need to find the force to come back in the series.
Now, Moji got a lot of attention by you, going right back to you, Dobbs. Now, Moji, first out, I believe, in game one as well, or at least one of the first two. He goes out first this time around. Is it intentional at this point? Because I understand there's sometimes some teammates need to drop off for others to rise up. Is this the case with Moji, or is he dropping the ball sometimes when it comes to team vision?
I feel like Flancy got his back on the first two games, and I feel that at least for the team visual, it opens up like a flag, you know. And sometimes you can go wait when you have like a great spot to win it out. But you have to be careful. Sometimes it won't work.
I think I'm starting, as we see more and more of these games come through, I'm getting less and less worried when a team does have a player like that who's playing utility, goes 8th. As we saw, it is a very recovery.
Out of the lineup of Team Vision for you guys, I heard the casters discussing it. Who do you think you had to go with?
I mean, I think it's an easy answer, and Flancy just did an amazing job. 2 win outs with crazy boards, and he played like 2 different strategies. He was able to cap very high both of the games, and his augment selection was good. He clutched out both games. It was amazing.
Amazing indeed. Flancy is that guy so far. We'll see how far Vision can continue to go. But for Movistar Koi, I think there are some positives to take away. You mentioned their early game. They were definitely looking strong. Going into their future series, though, it's not going to be easy. What are some positives they can hold on to as they head into the next series?
I mean, as we were talking about before, the game 2 was dramatically better than the game 1. The only problem is, of course, with this, even with this being double elimination, there are very few opportunities for them to learn their lessons. In this case, I think they learned a lot coming from game 1 to game 2. Maybe if game 1 had gone differently, we could have gone all the way to a 3-game series. But hopefully the lessons will stick.
Well, we had one series on Stream A, but Stream B also has their own programming. Kitty, give me the update.
Congratulations to Godlike for the 2-0 win against Fnatic, and Fnatic will be dropping into the lower bracket moving forward. This was a really stressful tournament for the Godlike Esports players because we had late arrival on Dasik. However, he really delivered on that game 2. All prismatic augments, and he was able to go on a 9-win streak to really seal the deal. The players looked hyped, the momentum was running, and I can't wait to see the rest of the games for Stream B.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Thank you, Kitty, as always. Traveling across the venue to go to Stream B. It was Godlike with a 2-0 win over Fnatic. Now, to me, from an organizational standpoint, that sounds massive. But as far as the players in the history go, how big is that 2-0 for Godlike?
Well, I think that it opens up really hard for Fnatic because they didn't have good results between the last 2 seasons in WC. So they can ramp up and still bounce back in the elimination game, but it's quite difficult to have bad results before and then start bad.
Well, we've had a lot of great matches, obviously, here on for Group A. Counterfeit, we take a look at some of them. We started the day with Weibo Gaming with the 2-1 win over T1.
Yeah, and that was incredibly close. What an astonishing way. We could be living in a world easily where our reigning and defending champions had gone down to the lower bracket, but they fought the way back. I think God, like you said, especially having to substitute a player at the very last second to be going up against Weibo in their next match, that's going to be an absolute banger.
Scary, though. Isn't it scary?
Oh, yeah.
For Godlike, come on. Can they put up more of a fight than T1?
I mean, there is a very cool story about Godlike. I want to know how they actually played because they had a player that was being unable to come in here to Paris due to visa issues, but in the last minute he got in, and despite the fact that he didn't have enough sleep due to travel, but he still maybe have overcome that. So this is a thing that can also motivate his teammates to help him reach the win. So I feel like it's going to be a great match against Weibo.
It's crazy if he's already like under, you know, he doesn't have a lot of sleep, he's coming in. And imagine what he's going to be like on day 5, especially if he can make it all the way. That's pretty spectacular. We take a look at our stream B, equally as impressive with our matchups. And of course, for the B bracket, let's take a look at the group and see how it's ended up playing out. Of course, though, at the top, that's where we started off the day, was Mao's AGAL. AGAL do get a big win. Now, for our club championship race, AGAL is an org and a roster that we need to look closely at. Now, the one coming up, though, on the B stream, Team Nemesis Virtus Pro. That's going to be a fun one. I've heard a lot of cool and crazy things about Team Nemesis. We'll have to check in with them a little bit later on. But for Zeta, AGAL, that's going to be one of our first decider matches coming up in the future. What do we think about that one?
No, I think it's going to be fantastic. As we saw, Zeta's division, they've really have struggled before to make an impact. Certainly Japanese TFT, we've had, of course, multiple crown winners. We're having multiple of those crown winners in that team. So I really hope we get to see some very big stuff from them. To go, of course, straight to playoffs with the superior seed is what our teams are really hoping for, the shortest route there.
That's right. Well, we've had 3 great series here on Stream A, 1 more to take place on B, and 1 more to take place here. Luckily, we're giving all the coverage with our great interviews.
What's up, guys? We're here with one of our final matches to start the day. It is Vitality and Flash Wolves. I've got Soju. I've got AQ1H here with us. Soju, what do you think of this matchup here with Flash Wolves, one of the representatives from APAC?
It's kind of unlucky that we played them first. We respect them as good players, so yeah, we're like kind of confident.
也不算是满怀的信心吧，然后也想听听你的这边的看法。
我跟搜九看法一样，我觉得我抽到 VIT 也挺幸运的，因为我们觉得 CN 队比较强，所以其他队伍的话，感觉训练赛中的话，虽然我们没有跟 VIT 有训练赛，但是我感觉以过往的经验来看的话，我们觉得我们可以轻松拿下。
Well, we are of the same boat. We definitely feel pretty happy that we got matched up against these guys. At least it's not a Chinese team because we think that Chinese teams are like super strong this tournament. We haven't scrimmaged against them yet, but based on past tournament, I guess, meetings, we think that it's going to be a fairly simple victory for us.
Any final words to AQ1H?
Yeah, so we scrim China a lot, and we actually just beat everyone except for one team in China. And I've been asking around, and everyone says that it'll be an easy win for us.
那他这边也说，他们其实跟很多中国的战队都就是打过训练赛，然后基本上除了一支战队以外，其他人全部都被他们疏通了。所以他感觉，对他们来说，对他们而言，而且他也问了他一些朋友，他们都说跟你们打也算是他们轻松能获胜的。那你有什么想回复的吗？
我觉得训练赛叫做训练嘛，所以正赛见吧。
Well, scrims are scrims, and tournament is a different matter, so we'll see you on the arena.
All right, spicy here with our words. Let's see if it gets spicy in game Vitality and Flash Wolves.
Fighting words from both players. Shout out to Digon, of course, for the interviews. 3 match down, only 1 remain. And you know what? We just had our first 2-0 Team Vision. They got the motion today, Rob.
Yo, our first 2-0, of course, there's been a whole lot of 2-1s, and we did see that movie star Koi, they trying to come back, they're trying to fight back from a disappointing match that they had last year. There's a whole lot of action here at the Esports World Cup, but just because there's action does not mean you're gonna have a movie ending every single time. 2-0 domination. Welcome to the real world, baby.
Absolutely, that's what it is. And right now, final match incoming for our Stream A. There is, of course, a match happening on the Stream B side. And on one side, it is the org, it is the home org. They're actually ranking really high on the club championships. It is points that they need. Rob, I know these guys will make some noise throughout the week, and I'm looking forward to them. Vitality.
I mean, Vitality, their 3rd consecutive year here at the Esports World Cup. And I'm going to tell you something. Experience matters, ladies and gentlemen. And you know that they're riding high right now because even in the club championship, they got a whole lot of points. And y'all already know it's $75 million on the line. So there's a whole lot of pressure, glory, etc. Team Vitality is poised as one of the favorites here.
Absolutely, and it's hard to not root for them, right? We've seen how much noise they can do. We've seen a lot of them, winning a couple of the other events as well. So they're here to try and snatch that title, but they've got to face a big client, Rob.
Okay, and of course, their opponent is going to be Flash Wolves. Now, I need y'all to make sure that you are not asleep. I need to make sure that you are all put up on game. This team was forged in the fire. They had to play in the Asia-Pacific region, which means they had to go up against the best of the best. They played T1. They had to go up against players, teams like Virtus Pro, Team Secret, and of course, and of course, Zeta Division from Japan. And when you're forged in that fire, then that means that you have a great chance to make it through EWC.
They've been through the trenches to qualify here. This is their second EWC and they got the momentum. On one side, experience. On their side is momentum. The question is, who finishes the day on a good note?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time to get into our next match. It's going to be Flash Wolves versus Team Vitality.
Thank you, Hollywood Rob TV. At Damascus, the veterans return. The Wolves arrive. This matchup is the last matchup here for the day, but a great one nonetheless. Team Vitality, I feel, has unrealized potential. Last year in their group, respectively Group A, I feel like they were in the group of death. They had to go against EVO Gaming. They had to go against T1, two Titans that made it not only top 4, but also, of course, ended up winning the entire event. This roster has yet to prove themselves on the EWC stage. However, this is the year they return with the same roster to make history. How we feeling about Vitality this year?
Well, first of all, I'm speechless because I was not expecting that trash talk. That level of trash talk was amazing. Yep. I didn't see that coming, and I feel like Soju was pretty confident what was saying, as well as AK 1H.
That's right.
So I feel both teams has the tools to fight for the win, and I feel like whoever have a better execution can have a better spot.
That's right. One of the things said by Hollywood Rob TV was the fact that Flash Wolves were forged in fire. And he's absolutely right. T1, Virtus Pro, Team Secret, Zeta Division, that was the qualifier that they had to endure and go through. And they ended up making it here for their second EWC appearance. Forged in fire. Is it enough to take on the veterans?
I mean, I think coming into this one, you have to think that the Wolves, they've got, of course, half of their roster being brought in for this event in particular. AQ1H, of course, we saw. I always enjoy trash talk by way of a translator because it helps really drive it home. It was very deliberate. But I think with Ironbog, of course, being a big hitter for the team, with AQ1H in there, it's a very fearsome opponent to face up against. But, to just touch back on what you were saying about Soju, of course, for anyone who's not aware, did just make through to the top 8 of the Tactician's Crown, the only America's player to do so. He's a player very much in his growth stage as well.
Let's talk about what else is on the line here. For Team Vitality, yes, they return, but Milk isn't looking to return next year. He has announced that he is looking to retire, which means this is his opportunity to go out with a bang, and it starts beating down the Flash Wolves.
Well, Milk always meant to be like a player that loved it for before. He has always said that on his streams and on Twitter. And I think they're playing with their friends. We know that these guys are very close, Setsuko and Soju and Prestiban, also and Milk. And I feel like this is a great tool for having in 4v4. Sometimes you have to trust yourselves, and then this is a great thing that they can show.
To add another layer here in the Allianz Vault, we've continually said it, we'll say it again. Vitality has won Week 1 games, Week 2 games, and they're looking to win here in Week 3. Vitality has dominated the Allianz Vault so far. And when we talk about the club championship race that Trav has been breaking down, he's laid out the storyline. Navi's in first place. But Navi's not playing TFT. Vitality is, which means winning this tournament, or even honestly getting any type of championship points for the club championship race, means they could potentially take over first place. So you add that on, Vitality returning from last year, coming in from a hard group of last year's competition now against Team Flash Wolves, who's arguably another contender for the winning spot. Vitality's got a lot to work with and a lot to work for. This will not be easy, but I really firmly believe the fact that Milk, this is his final tournament before he retires. He's going to be given all of his heart and soul into this matchup that's going to be before us very shortly. For Team Flash Wolves, though, I say they're a contender. Is that true?
Oh yeah, I don't think anyone can seriously suggest they were not. I think they'll be coming into this one all guns blazing. The thing is, of course, we talk about with Milk, he has been focusing on just the 4v4 scene for the last season, so I think he's going to be going out as strong as he possibly could be, and he's of course got the great history behind him. But for players like Ironbog on the Wolves side, 5 crowns, 2 top 8s at those crowns, we've got really scary players on the Wolves side of things. They're not here to give anyone a gentle landing to their career.
Well, they're called Flash Wolves for a reason, right? They're looking to eat their competition alive, and they can do exactly that. Look, we talk about the sentimental stuff, of course, with Team Vitality from last year. We talk about Milk retiring. Flash Wolves, though, they don't care about that. In fact, they would love to happily retire Milk because that means they're moving forward.
Yeah, especially with that early interview, I think they are not doing anything easy to be in Vitality's favor.
So what makes Flash Wolves Vitality, if we had to point out some positivities, what makes these two rosters so great, and what specifically makes Vitality a scary roster heading into this matchup against Flash Wolves?
I feel like they have different tools. I mean, Soju has a great season. He finished top 8 at Tactician Crown, as Counter said. And Milk is a very strong player. He can cap the board very high. And I feel like my question is through Setsuko. The first season when they played on AWC, Setsuko was the player that was in the middle of the table. He was forcing rerolls and staying on the middle placements. But we know Setsuko from being good and pushing level 9 and going into that high cap boards. How he's going to show up on this stage.
So Setsuko is the one, like we mentioned Flancy, right? Being the guy who would consistently play for top 1. Setsuko is going to be that guy for Team Vitality.
I hope so.
Okay, fair enough. Well, for Flash Wolves on the opposite side, who would be the Setsuko in your mind?
Well, we already mentioned the Ironbog. I think AQ1H still, he was almost a set champion himself, coming second at Cyber City's crown. So I think for those two in particular, Ironbog, AQ1H, I would be fully expected to see at least one of them shooting for the really, really strong finish. Kababo and Terry, while I do want to draw an opponent comparison between the two teams, though, of course, the Team Vitality, the same roster was playing last year. For the Wolves, bringing in 2 new players this time around. I think the synergy bonus for Vitality is going to be the strongest it could be. They're not just these taunts, they're very long-term friends with each other. But for the Flash Wolves, it's all about, I think, just bringing as much skill to the table as possible.
Yeah, I feel like the last season didn't click for Vitality, but as Reflections was saying, their group was terrible. It was just the winners and T1, which ends up being an amazing team. And I feel like their shot in this tournament, it's a little bit easier. And as they said, they're confident.
Yeah, I think staying together in general, year in and year out, especially think about the story. Vitality says, we still believe in you. You guys were finished off, 9th through 12th last year. You didn't have a good play in group play. Granted, again, we talked about their competitors, EVO, T1, I believe Alcatia also in there, which, of course, for Alcatia, they did finish last in that group and give Vitality credit. They did, in fact, win that. But Vitality believes in this roster. They stayed together, but will it pay off? Let's find out. It's Team Vitality versus Team Flash Wolves. Casanova, Hoope, let's get it started.
All right, Hoope, we're jumping in with Vitality versus the Flash Wolves on this one. And I am so ready for Milk's last ride to see if he can pick up a win before the career ends. And it's going to be Thresh and Ari for our first game of this series.
100%, the last dance for Milk, and we start with Thresh and Ari that are very interesting. Ari, amazing to go level 9 A really incredible spot, if you will. And Thresh, obviously, the randomness. A guy that can give you, a god that can give you so many resources. It's random, but the EV, the expected value is so good every time, so I really expect everyone to go as a default for that line.
And what I'm going to be looking for with Vitality, especially with them returning with this roster, we kind of know how they've liked to play in the past. Milk has very much taken that quarterback role. He will be kind of commanding the troops in a lot of these games and is often happy to take
for the
some of the worst spots in order to
and
do
the
so.
sub.
Alongside that, you would expect Setsuko to be the win-out player, but historically he has not been. In his solo career, of course, he's playing those fast nines, he's winning these crazy spots playing for first, but it has been Soju who ends up being the one capping out the most for Vitality. So the question does remain, as they said on the analyst desk, will Setsi be the one to step up this year?
This is the wild card, and normally in 4v4, everyone has to be flexible and play any spot, and I think this is the only team that enables a player to do whatever he wants. So Setsuko, they have said it before, Setsuko, do your game. We'll plan it out, we'll set the stage, and you can play exactly as you feel comfortable with. That hasn't worked in the past, so is Setsuko going to take a more tower role, a defensive role, or we will see him trying to do that cap out in the end?
Yeah, and the big thing with Vitality is this team that has been together for so long, 3 years, you know, there's synergy there. These are some of the best friends in their lives, being able to come together and play like this. On the other side for the Flash Wolves, on paper, they are just the stronger roster when it comes to final lobbies at Tactician Crowns, overall career trajectories from these players is a little bit better than what we've seen from the side of Vitality. And it comes with, you know, the 2 final lobbies for Iron Bog, final lobby for Kibao, runner-up at Cyber City for AQ. And as well as Terry making the KO Coliseum final lobby. These players have all done incredibly, and they've come together this year as a full roster speaking Cantonese this time, which is crazy to kind of have that ability to swap languages and then have that full synergy with the roster, which I think is going to be a big boon for this team.
Also, the learning about the AQ1H. This is a player that used to be the coach for the team, and now he's player. And all of that knowledge is being influxed directly into the game. I feel it's more of a win-out composition of a win-out squad here for Flash Wolf versus a tempo play, if you will, for Soju. So I really believe that Vitality will try to pressure early game. Meanwhile, Flash Wolf will try to just cap out and have 2 win-out players.
Well, and when it came to the APAC circuit, it was Kibao that ended up being that win-out player time and time again, averaging better than a 2 AVP. It was like 1.6, 1.8 in the APAC qualifiers. They also beat T1 to get here, which is so impressive. Every time we expect T1 to be a favorite in these tournaments, Flash Wolves got the better of them to become the #1 seed. So very much looking forward to this, and we are going to be just starting off the early game for both sides.
Bodyguard here for Iron Bog, very great. I mean, you're already thinking about the legendary of the game, having combat augment, a great augment to actually perform in the legendary of the game, probably going for the LeBlanc angle. We see Terry here already committing to the Jax, maybe thinking about Stargazer. We'll check a little about the Constellation, but still open to ideas here. Board, not the best, so I really think maybe a tempo play for now and maybe try to play something else.
Yeah, we could see that. Just the Gargoyle Stone play augment just going to be giving some additional frontline stability. Could very easily go in any direction from that.
Okay, so for Cherry, now is the setup. Exactly. You need to talk. You need to actually think, okay, who's going for the win out? Who is pressuring the lobby? Who will just play tempo to preserve HP and trying to help the rest? And this is exactly what we're seeing for the players. For now, Terry, IQ1H are dominating with 100 HP, so it will be important. If at least one of them preserve that HP and manage to maintain tempo, they can pressure later into the game.
Yeah, but of course, Terry's staying at level 3, probably not going to be the main person looking for win streak, of course, just playing it a little bit slower. Will probably lose this round to Kibao, as, you know, of course, the front line has already fallen. Take a couple rounds to see where these win streaks and loss streaks are going to shake out, but at the very least, that is going to be a win then a loss for Terry.
Yeah, taking it slow for now. Looking for the game. Milk still with the Lustrik. No, only Prestion, the one with the 2 Lustrik. So it will be interesting to see. AQ1H, very interesting to slam the Kraken early, having Treasure Hunt, that is normally a reroll Aument because you want to get the threshold as soon as possible. So he's cooking something here. I really love it. Normally, Velvet is not your primary carry here, and we haven't seen the Jinx Velvet reroll being played so far throughout the tournament. So it's very interesting if he's going to this angle. A little of the cooking that we were talking about for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, so we'll see if he ends up going in that full direction or if this Kraken Slayer ends up just being maybe a Xayah late game, but often you need some additional item correction to get to that Xayah angle to feel good. You just need so many bows for that composition to really come online. And yes, you can start with a Kraken, but who's to say you're going to find the 3 more bows that you're going to want for that comp?
I mean, yeah, Xayah is what makes more sense because of the item, but the Aument is telling you to go reroll. It will be very interesting. He slammed it directly, so he's thinking about tempo. Let's see what he does. Setsuko directly here, slamming items, trying to be the one who's pressuring the lobby, and he's maintaining win streak. Still the only one. It will be very important to him to then preserve HP for the rest.
Yeah, he's the only one who went to level 5 on 2-3, just really, really pressuring as hard as he can. Meanwhile, Prestivant keeping that loss streak going. We'll see if he can hold on to a full loss, and if Vitality can hold on to both the top and bottom end of the lobby in Stage 2, as we do have the first choices, and Thresh has been pretty popular selection, and once again it seems the entire lobby are heading that direction.
We can think about Ari as a mace here, only giving the rerolls. That is good if you're going for the reroll line and you're rolling right now, but obviously Thresh, you want the variety, you want the volatility here, and of course the special economy that you get to the threshold. So yeah, 100% Thresh selection.
We'll see if that continues through the rest of the game, but I feel like often when we see these Thresh lobbies, it is very much 8 of 8 Thresh consistently throughout these, so see if Ari ends up being enough to change anyone's mind as we look at Setsuka's board once more, and he already has a Zion board, not likely to commit to that composition, but so early having a 4-cost and a 3-cost paired for the snipers, just giving so much value with an upgraded front line of Pantheon and Aatrox.
Yeah, holding also the Lulu and the Jax, maybe only playing defense in case someone on the Flash Wolf sides is going for that angle. Holding a Poppy also that probably is going to sell, managed to get 20 here. Yeah, there it goes. And now he needs to be winning here. Gets the strong side, and AQ1H taking away the Kraken, puts it again, trying to win against Setsuko.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's unlikely that he can find the win, but is going to at least try and get some amount of kills, because really trying to break through this front line with the amount of damage Setsuko has is quite difficult. This is looking to be a pretty massive streak for Setsi in this game. Meanwhile, Milk was on the other smaller win streak, and he is going to lose it, so no full domination for Vitality just yet, but it is still going to be the loss streak and the win streaks both controlled by the Vitality side.
We saw a little here about Soju having already the Aris Blessing, having a good possibility here, good tempo, and just maintaining it. And here's the important part. Prestiven with a loose streak, just opening up with Primordial, perfect gameplay, just trying to hold on. Has a spatula later to cap out, probably going into the space group line. And of course, on the left, Setsuko both controlling the sandwich, as we will. Yeah. Someone in the bottom, someone on the top, and then you can manage to control the game a little better.
Yeah, and the fact that Prestivant hasn't had to open fort for this, he's been able to play the Primordians, get that extra economy from that on top of the full loss streak econ. Curious if there's any chance for him to get griefed by somebody from the Flash Wolves, but we aren't going to see it here as he does run into Milk, so that is going to be an easy conversion of this full loss in Stage 2. And I didn't see anyone fully contesting that from Flash Wolves either. It felt like most of them were playing at least some amount more on their boards. They were looking to preserve HP, and the biggest loss streak, of course, is AQ1H on the 3 loss, but overall, Prestivant playing those Primordians has actually saved enough HP that he's really not that far behind AQ1H, even though AQ1H has a win in Stage 2.
Yeah, I like the plan so far. Setsuko managed to maintain the win streak. Soju is looking strong. We have Milk also with a Guinsoo already going for the LeBlanc with a great angle, and AQ1H together with the Flash are more thinking about the layers of the game. So this is exactly a setup that we were expecting. Tempo play from Vitality versus cap-out possibilities in the later stages of the game for AQ1H. Will they have the gas to actually get there, or will the pressure of Vitality will be more superior?
Yeah, and I think that's one big thing for us then is how does Prestivant stabilize? Because he's going to have the one with the most econ injected into him on this loss streak. He's going to have so much gold, but the Flash Wolves are going to try and trap him in the cage, make him go 8th. If he can escape that, find his composition, and get above the pack, they're going to have so much extra HP between Setsuko, Soju, and Milk that you can start sending Flash Wolf players into the bottom 4, and that's how you execute the tempo strategy, and that's how you finish the game when you've gone for that, because you're probably not going to have the first place, so you need to win out in the other stages.
Yeah, for Setsuko, it's very important to maintain the weak string. AQ1H will be weak for now. Next stage, in 3-4, in the next round, he will totally roll, want to cash out the trade treasure, and of course try to find an additional possibility to stabilize the board. And there is where we will see. We see him holding also the Urgots, so maybe thinking also about Misfortune, having other possibilities in mind.
Just going to start for now. Not slamming anything additional, just making a ton of money. 70 gold in the bank, now going to pre-level to 6. Going into the next round, but he's going to take a large chunk from Ironbog.
Having Darkstar +1 here early for Ironbog, one of the best emblems, maybe in parity with Space Group, because you don't need that additional Darkstar in the end, so he can really roll deep at level 8 on 4-2. Again, thinking about the later stage of the game, and Flash will be very, very strong on that stage. Vitality needs to pressure so much here on stage 3.
Just taking a look at these selections. Epic Roll Down is on offer, is going to get skipped.
Guess the Jinx really wanted to go for the Jinx 2 start, not even getting the pair. Has additional frontline there with the Maokai, really wanted to go for the Rek'Sai because it's easier to 3-star. So this is not the best roll for AQ1H. He decides not to roll deeper because he doesn't want to waste his additional economy, but he needed a little more here.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about the Bel'Veth Jinx, and this is a reroll we have not seen much of. And it does feel like there is somewhat of a commitment at this point towards it, right? It feels like that is the direction that AQ1H has now locked into. And on the 5 loss, unless these hits start coming through, not even finding the 2 stars necessary, there's going to be a lot of trouble for the Flash Wolves and just starting here with AQ1H. Still a lot of gold in the bank, still on this loss streak, so there is time. But certainly a bit of woes for Flash Wolves early in this series.
And for Milk, we saw the Winsus, and now we're seeing also the Archangels, so now he opens up to also play Vex. Normally is Lissandra, the possibility, or LeBlanc itself, and then you go into the Vex, but he's thinking still about going directly into level 9.
Got Setsuko going to take another win over Precedent, continue that win streak, as Precedent has started to find some upgrades to his board. Akali is looking to be the angle for P-God here, as he does have both the Kindred and the Akali. The Akali currently paired, and he's holding on to these extra Bel'Veths to try and slow down AQ1H.
Going directly for the Nova standard, if you will, one of the new comps that was assembled last patch. Also a defensive comp, especially to maybe avoid the 8th place and try to pressure in the middle stage of the game. Once again, the tempo. Setsuko finds the Winso here, still maintaining the Saya and trying to keep pressure.
Now, Precedent once again facing off against the teammates, so he's just going to continue that loss streak and keep the win streaks alive for Vitality. Meanwhile, Setsuko going up against Ironbog. Ironbog trying to snap this win streak, but it is not going to be close. The Xayah with the 2-star Maokai in the front line is still just far too powerful for anyone in this lobby, and Setsuko taking big chunks out of everybody he runs into.
And for Soju, this is great because he was one off of the Leona that he's been printing with the Arbiter, and now he will be stronger than ever. Also bitter clear for a great position here. Free Bel'Veth here as a chance for that primordial line to have possibilities. And once again, 100% selection on the Thresh Space God.
Yep, everybody going to Thresh. So we do have a parting gift for somebody picking up the 4 cost there. See if that can actually add to any comp. If there's an AP flex, there was a potential Aurelion Soul. As there is Precedent finding the Akali in the shop. It's going to be a level to 7, and we'll see if there is a big roll down or if he's just going to go 7. Because he's hit that Akali naturally, he can slow it down, just add something to the board and re-econ back up to 50 gold.
Yeah, 100%. Already have the two costs, thinking about level 8 and re-establishing the board probably with Tamkens, probably trying to look for the Kindred to have a secondary carry. And very important, he's not slamming items, he's just being strong enough to play defense against his teammates, just waiting for the face-off to make sure he puts the item if he goes to against a rival.
Yeah, finally, either Setsuko or Soju will have to lose their win streak as they do rotate into each other, but after an 8-win and a 6-win, I think they will take it. Not ideal, but it looks like maybe finally Setsuko's streak will be snapped as the damage from the Foxfires on the Zoe are actually quite immense. It is just the Xayah left, one more cast, but the Zoe is not quite enough to get there. Setsuko's going to hold on to this massive streak, keep his 100 HP.
Also, perfect loss. You're going against your teammate, only losing by 1 unit, preserving HP. Perfect possibilities here for both of them. And as you mentioned, I mean, 6 win streak for both. That's a lot of gold and a lot of HP that now they can funnel into Milk. That is actually, I think, will be the win-out spot player going for the Vex, already having the Winsus. So I think HP going to Milk, and that will be the win-out player for Vitality.
Yeah, do you think they'll leave Prestivan on an island on his
yeah, Prestivan plays defense
they
every
basically
time,
say, hey, you know what, Prestivan, just get us a 7th. You know, like anything here. And his spot's not horrible, right? He's getting towards the Akali, but he is playing, of course, tempo with the Akali. He's going to level 8. That is not looking for a cap out too incredibly high for Prestivan.
He's the hard worker of Vitality. I asked Setsuko, what do you think about Prestivan? He's tier 2 player. Let's not talk about him. And then I got Soju. And how his gameplay? Does he play good? He's a hard worker.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, and so difficult here for IQ1H. Doesn't find the Jinx 2-star, so needs to carry the Velvet. That is not ideal because Velvet is very close to the front line. It's very easy to be punished and killed, and you really want the Jinx. It's the one that does the damage. Velvet has been nerfed throughout the set, and Jinx is supposed to be it. He knows the position is not good, so expect a big roll down now for him.
Yeah, we'll be looking at that 4-1. For AQ1H to see if he can get it done. Setsuko finally took a loss. I think Terry on that full win streak may have been the culprit to get there, as Terry does have 92 HP, holding the fort down for the Flash Wolves as we took at the rest of the lobby, and it has been a bit of a struggle for them. AQ1H is going to go for the big roll down here, Hoope, and we'll see if he can find the Jinx upgrades. He at least found the 2-star.
Yeah, finds a Raz that is very difficult to put in here. A little uncomfortable. That's the unit you want for the later stages of the game. And I mean, he's in prison right now. He knows he's far away from hitting, and this is not the best game. He needs to try to stable, and he needs one roll down, and he's maintaining gold so far.
Yeah, and he's holding on to the extra Akali, trying to prevent Prestivan from hitting that, but I don't even think Prestivan's going to reroll. He's just going to go to 8, play around the 2-star, not worry too much about it. Meanwhile, Ironbog is playing that AP flex. He does have the Aurelion Soul with the Dark Star on it. And he's going up against AQ1H, who did just hit some upgrades, but not that many. I mean, it really was just the 2-star Jinx off that roll down. He's going to take another loss, a huge loss to Ironbog, as this Flash Wolves team is continuing to hemorrhage these HPs.
Also, great line recondition here for Ironbog, having the Darkstar that normally doesn't have good tanks, so gets the dummy with the Augment to compensate. And again, a good spot for him with the Darkstar emblem together with the Azul. A great chance. We have
Prismatics
here.
is going to round this out. That can change a lot in an instant for a lot of these players. What are you looking out for in the Prismatics line?
Barons is the default. It's a lot of combat augment, especially for Setsuko if he wants to maintain the pressure. But let's see if he's thinking about going level 9, maybe something else. But for sure, Baron Slay is just too much raw power here.
Passed it up, just goes for the money.
He's shifting gears. He knows he's maybe not so strong right now, thinking about level 9. He's not even rolling. He's going directly level 9 and then finding the cap out.
Well, and he has so much health to work with. He can actually take the time and recognize, hey, maybe I can win out for the team at this point. And there's not a lot of opportunities here where he needs to sacrifice. Yep. Milk is actually relatively stable. I mean, this is just a LeBlanc one. He's going to need to find a little bit more, but he has 2-star Karma that's going to continue to anchor this board.
Also, the 3-star Leona. I mean, that's exactly what you need. You need the time for the LeBlanc.
And as well, for Prestivan, they're not going to sacrifice for Prestivan. He is just on his own at this point, so Setsuko can look to become the winning player for the team. And I think with that big life lead that he had, seeing that opportunity to go 9, and play his comfort zone, very reasonable, and we'll keep our eyes on Setsu to see if he can make it happen. As Prestivan does go against Milk, this is kind of the weaker members on Vitality as of now, and it is just going to be a small loss towards Milk, equalizing the HP between the two.
Also very interesting, in the bench, Prestivan holding 2 Vex, maybe trying to hold up for one of Flash Wolf units, but probably will be sold unless when Milk is going for the units. So just playing preemptive defense here for Prestivan and having that chance.
And still maintaining this kind of consistent placements between these, right? Terry at the top, then all of Vitality, then the rest of the Wolves following through. As we saw a little bit more of a roll down here from AQ1H. Does find the Bel'Veth 3, but the Jinx is still far away. Even a Kali 3 is about to arrive long before the main carry of this comp.
Also, you have scaling with the Krakens, and you really need a buffy. Frontline Maokai is not great items for the Maokai, but you really need a 3-star. Normally, the Rexa is doing the work, so AQ1H will keep falling from now on. He could win some rounds here, but later stages, stage 4, this is downfall for him.
Yeah, probably a good enough spike on stage 4, but we'll see if that's the case, right? I mean, the Bel'Veth is carrying, but the Maokai is going to go down already, and this Kabao's LeBlanc is actually just a little bit too good at 2-star. AQ1H, as you said, still not even stable enough.
Yep. And Kebabo looking good. It has already the LeBlanc, 0 gold, so true 0 for him, thinking about level 9 and looking to contest into the AP line together with the Vex and AP Flex to get Sona, Bard, or everything he gets.
And we do just have everybody going back to the Thresh well, get the random boon plus some extra gold. Some players are going to be able to get those 5 costs from the parting gifts if they are low enough. Not sure that that really does anything for AQ1H. He's at the lowest life total, is most likely to be having a nice little option like that, and still probably not going to make all the difference for him. Does feel like AQ1H is going to get the speed run to 8th place in this spot.
Yeah, so tough. Maybe trying to think about griefing someone else. Ironbog looking great. I mean, has a frontline, has the Tankage 2-star, generating gold with the Tankage, has the super Aurelion Soul, Darkstar, great items also. This could be a win of players. He managed to get the Jhin 2-star for Flashwood, but is it enough? There is too much tempo from Vitality, and Ironbog cannot do it alone.
No, and especially not if AQ1H goes down first. Ironbog and Kebabo both being pretty strong is a boon for Flash Wolves, though, because they're starting to try and rubber band this HP. See if they can pass up Milk, pass up Pressive, and Setsuko in free fall, but we know why. He's got 83 gold in the bank. He's going to be going level 9, so he's going to take a couple more losses, and then he's going to look to slingshot for a first place. But Ironbog going up against Terry. We haven't seen Terry's board in quite some time. It looks like he's been playing around the Akali from a heavy tempo standpoint because it's only 1 star with 3 items. So very much relying on just the power of the itemization in the early stages. And now Terry is going to fall off a cliff when it comes to power level in this game. That is a worry for the Flash Wolves because they do have some good strong points in Kebabo and Ironbog, but Terry is not far enough ahead to really maintain for a board that looked that weak considering his gold state.
Yeah, and now the huge roll down here for Setsuko. Finds the Vex 2-star, finds the Fiora, finds the 2-star Blitzcrank here. Lacking a little front line, there's the Nunu. And Setsuko is doing it, man. He didn't pop off in last CWC, and now he's coming back in best form. Setsuko doing exactly what we expect him to see. Dubsere doing the desk. This is exactly as Setsuko. We want fast 9, full tempo, taking risks, and capping out the board.
Yeah, and I mean, he finds so much of what he needs. I saw the Ginsu earlier. I was curious if he'd go this direction, but we thought Milk might want to go for the Vex. Turns out, you know what? Setsuko also has a Ginsu. He has the better spot. Milk can just try and play to preserve HP, and they let Setsuko go for the win. And at this point, considering the board strength of the rest of the lobby, it feels very likely that Setsuko's going to be able to walk this one home.
100%. Kebaba holding some LeBlancs there. We know he has 3 and holding 2 else, so the Kebaba looking for LeBlanc 3-star. Of course, this is known by Vitality, so it will not be very easy for him to get it. And Ironbog, this is not strong enough. He needs to get the Jhin 2-star. He's thinking about level 9 and maybe try to compete against Setsuko that is just too strong.
He's going to send it. Only 10 gold left afterwards, so not really a good chance to go for that Jhin 2. But still, having that level 9, if he can turn the corner, if he can high roll a couple of Jhins really quickly, there is a world that Ironbog can start to contest. Big notable thing, though, for Vitality is Prestivant has gone on a 2-loss streak recently. We didn't expect him to be long for the world, but the hope for Vitality was that he could outlive AQ1H. And with the 2-win streak, with the Flash Wolves finding the pickup on the Bel'Veth 3 and potentially even that Akali 3, certainly finding an opportunity to escape the clutches of that 8th place.
100%. These are the eyes of a winner. Look at Setsuko just focusing locked in, knowing he's level 9 and being so flexible, being sure that he's not being wrapped maybe by Ganakanji or anything. You really need to protect your Vex. And Ironbog needs to face him right now, maybe to have a chance, but I think until now I don't see no one that is stronger than Setsuko.
Yeah, Ironbog's combat is going to be Milk instead. Milk still on the 1-star LeBlanc, not able to ever find an upgrade for that carry. And that is going to be tough for the Vitality squad, really needing to pick up that 2-star, relying on the upgraded Karma that he found earlier, which is still very good, but at this stage of the game, needing the dual carry to fully be online to make something happen. Ironbog is going to pick up this win easily. Milk going to take a huge chunk. Prestivant, we'll see if he is able to hold on for one more round. He does find a win, but Milk is going to be on his last life, and AQ1H able to find the win once more.
And we know Setsuko is strong, but if Milk and Prestivant go holding hand 8 and 7, that would mean they will only win with a 1-2 for Vitality. That's the worst spot you want to be. They can manage to do it, but it's not what you want. You want to at least have another one take the 7th and have additional possibility cast. So these are the players that could make the winner
Sorry, I
of
had
here
to
for
rush out,
Vitality.
go feed
Yeah,
the
the
dogs.
saving grace is Soju,
Still
level
dog
8
walking.
with over 60
We got
gold.
one more day,
Potentially
though,
can go to
which
9
is nice.
himself and look for a win angle, but it is
Yeah,
going to be
so
Milk
reply back.
versus
Let me go
Soju
reply back
and
to that text
Prestivant
message.
versus Terry.
I need to say
See
thank
if
you.
Soju is able to sack at all for Milk. It doesn't really look
And
like it.
always find
Feels
out,
like all the
always
items are on
find
the
out,
board. We'll see if Milk takes him
always find out
down.
the wrong.
Meanwhile, Terry, this is going to be just a straight fight. Prestivant trying to hang on. Does not really have the damage to get through Terry's front line, as that is just the 3-star Jax just holding out, and it is just far too much. Looks like Prestivant will fall. We already saw the drop from the side of Milk. Maybe Prestivant actually gets there. There was a wrap from Akali, so now it's just the Jax. And even though it is Akali 2 versus Jax 3, Akali is the damage dealer. And once we get to overtime, Prestivant holding on is massive because Milk is gone.
Total massive win, and AQ1H takes the L. So that's only 6 AP. 1 life for AQ1H for Vitality. So important to play strongest ball right now and make sure to turn AQ1H on 7th place and then have a clear chance to take the win with Setsuko.
This was a huge win for Prestivant because now if Prestivant can hold out just one more fight, 1 or 2 more fights, Setsuko just needs to place first, and Soju has the buffer to be able to go third. He could go second. He might have the board for it. He did just go level 9. He's winning, but being able to have that buffer to go third is so massive. AQ1H gets a ghost, it looks like, and it is just going to be Prestivant then. Has to hold on. AQ1H should probably win this. It gets Prestivant's ghost.
Yeah, and Prestivant is not strong enough. He has a great front line, not enough damage there with the Grindel, but we saw the front line making good damage. Akali is the one to see here on the left, but it looks like it's just not enough for the raw power of 3-star from AQ1H.
Yeah, it's too much, and he's going to hang on. Now, Ironbog is another player who could fall very soon. He's down to a single life at 9, but does Prestivant go down? He does. That is a 7-8 for Vitality, which means Flash Wolves have turned the corner. 4 life on Ironbog, 6 on AQ1H, and Soju lost his last round, which means he is nearly on 1 life of his own. He could take a softer loss still, make it 2 lives, but Soju is going to have to hold on for a 2nd place. Setsuko may now even need to look to sack for Soju, but he needs to be dealing damage to these other Flash Wolf boards.
100% AQ1H, the leader, if you will, for the team, used to be the coach and played it perfect. I mean, he maintained it. He low rolled a lot in the early stages of the game, maintained with the line, and now already getting a 6 guarantees is a win for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, he found his hits. We'll see if Terry can even potentially sacrifice for him a little bit. Doesn't look like many of the items came out, if any of them. Having that Jax 3-star, still a pretty powerful board for Terry as a whole. Soju going up against Ironbog. That is still the Jin 1, but the Riven got to the back line. It looks like Soju's carries are all gone. He's going to take a loss. It's not big enough to end the game right here, right now, but Soju is now on a singular life as AQ1H finally falls.
Yeah, I mean, Setsuko can win the game, but without Soju going second, it's just a loss. He's thinking about popping off a little more here, Cass, trying to find the second. No, he decides to sell the Sona here. Has a bar 2-star, has the Victor still as the secondary carry, has a good tank, but it just doesn't look like it's enough. Pair of Blitzcrank doesn't find the additional one.
Yeah, and even then, Setsuko lost that last fight, so somebody out of K-Bao Terry is actually strong enough to contend, and they still have some gold to work with, so not looking good for Vitality. You drew it up at the start of this. Tempo game plan versus Cap-Out. Tempo was holding on for a very long time, but Flash Wolves turned the corner, and now Soju on his last life has to face off against K-Bao. Still hasn't found the 3-star LeBlanc, but has found the 2-star Sona for these Shepherds. Really put together a very powerful composition that Soju is just not able to stand up to. Bard goes down, Victor falls, Soju is out, and that is going to do it on this first game. As we had Prestivant go 7th, 8th,
That
Vitality
scared me,
needed
like,
that
out of nowhere.
1-2, and they can't get there.
Yeah, 100%. Here's Setsuko knowing that it wasn't
hi,
just enough.
everyone.
Kebaba doing great. Playing exactly
Thank
the
you
way
for
he had to.
stopping
Thinking about
in.
augment of bodyguard. Thinking about the
Hi,
later state of the
Wally.
game. And AQ1H, a player that low roll, maintain his tempo, maintain exactly what the team
You know
needed.
what's crazy is
and
this,
take a
I know I'm
fixed
not
place,
lagging
play
on the
defense and take the
computer.
win.
I am
Yeah, I mean, this is playing
lagging.
from a knife's edge for
on
the
my
Flash
phone.
Wolves, right? Of course, they
Ah,
fell so
see?
far behind
See?
in the early
It
stages
is
of this
not
game. There was
me
such
lagging,
a
it
huge
is
HP
my
advantage
viewership.
for the side of Vitality.
viewer
And
is
even then, the pivot to putting Setsuko in a position to look for the win out because they felt like Milk or Prestivan could hold on, weren't going to go in that 7th, 8th, but just no one would die at that point from Flash Wolves. It was just one life for AQ1H, one life for Ironbog, but that is all you need if you can turn the corner, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, only needed a little more, and of course the chance to do it here. There was final fight here. Soju just trying to step up, but it was doing amazing, but it's just not enough here, Caps.
Yeah, and we'll see if Vitality can bounce back in the next one and convert on their high-tempo game plan, or if the Flash Wolves will take it in 2. We're going to go to a break, but TFT at EWC returns after this.
Hey, stop that!
Is in
What are
our
you doing?
DNA.
She's in my random league.
Whenever we let it out,
Baby,
it
I
becomes
got
our
it.
superpower.
Run away fast as you can. Run away from
Now
me,
imagine an
baby.
entire city being built to supercharge
Run
it.
away, run
A dear
away
city
from me,
powered by
baby.
play.
Run away. And it's about to
We
get
talked about the team that was
crazy.
forged in fire. Team Flash
Run
Wolves
away.
get the job done. Now
Baby,
lead
I got it.
1-0 over
Let's
Team
run away.
Vitality. The veterans who are returning to the stage now, trying to make it through group play, but can they come back? That's the question. I believe in Team Vitality. After all, this is in fact their stage for the past 2 weeks, and it might be their stage once again. Let's talk about the first matchup here. Game number 1, Team Flash Wolves looking great.
Wow, we have to set up what happened in that game because it was a miraculous comeback. And it all starts with how strong Vitality was. We know early on that Setsuko is going to win the game. Birthday reunion, one of the best augments. He gets a Zaya early on in level 5, is able to carry all his Vex items. He is going to go very, very strong. And then on the other side, the pressure from all the Vitality players. They had almost a 30 HP advantage just in stage 2. They had the better streaks. I thought it was going to be a very clean Vitality sweep.
I mean, I think nobody would expect that A1 KH was going to come back, and then suddenly he got the Akali tree, and he was able to save that top 8, even getting a top 6 finish. And you know, even when you have the winner, that Setsuko was going to close it out the game, you still have to focus on that middle placement, and Flash Wolves just took the win out of that.
Well, Flash Wolves looking great so far. We'll see what they can do
Hope
in
you're
map
having a good
number
morning.
2. Obviously here, though, the series
Hope you're
will
having a good
continue.
morning.
However, the Esports World Cup, there's a lot of things happening.
Damn,
Check it out.
son, we lagging.
Playing, you're not.
We
Yes.
lagging.
EWC Play is your all-in-one
It's okay.
platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000
crazy
in
enough.
prize pool. Build your
They're
dream
like,
fantasy team
what
in
are the
5
two
different
things
games and track your score with live results
You can never fix.
tables.
Do your
Predict
best.
the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes?
And that's other
Join
people's
EWC
perspective.
Play now.
Alright, we ain't gonna beat the haters. You ain't gonna beat the non-haters. You gonna have to beat laggers and the hate and your own perspective. That is what they say. Alright, come on. Come inside.
Well, Vitality's looking to come back, and we got just the man to talk about their comeback. It's Danny Ingles,
Piper.
CIO of Team
Come eat
Vitality.
your food.
I feel like
No,
we've been seeing
go,
you around
go,
a
go.
lot
Piper.
recently, because here in the
Piper.
Allianz Vault,
No,
your
not
team
you,
has
Piper.
been spectacular.
Yeah, you see with my outfit, I'm definitely enjoying my summer vacation in
All
Paris,
right.
you know. Now starting TFT
All
and
right,
a heavy
Nova.
week for us. I think we have 14 in total this week. and looking forward for more club championship points.
Yeah, no, you guys have invested quite a bit for the club championship, and you're nipping on the heels of Na'Vi for first place, which, hey, let's see what your team can do here for TFT. And speaking of which, you have trusted this gives you and your roster, and where do you feel the chemistry shows the most?
Yeah, I think especially in TFT, there's a power of friendship, and our team in particular now qualifying for the 3rd year in a row as the first seed of America definitely shows that they're here to represent North America in particular. Not the start that we wanted, but they also have a track record of always going down the first game and then coming back to 1, so I'm hoping that we see this again. Not happy for my health and my heart because it's definitely nervous. It's not over yet.
Well, it's double elimination, right? So even if they do in fact drop down, which we're not hoping they do, okay, to be respectful, I'm not looking to fight on the desk with you, Danny. But if they do, obviously they're going to be just fine. But it is more heartache for you, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, messy eaters.
We actually have the MLBB women's team here, the champions of last
week. All right, we're gonna get
just
the TFT
backstage
matchup,
the
so
boys
I want to see what's going
tricks
on.
and tips, hopefully, how to win on this stage in particular.
And let me tell you, I think personally they gave the best championship run. We're probably going to have all of EWC. Those ladies, they're absolutely spectacular. But looking back at your previous EWC appearances, what's the biggest lesson this TFT roster has learned together and are applying this year for 2026?
I think what is so interesting this year around is that we are on a whole different timing of the sets, right? Like the last 2 EWCs, there was always a new set coming out, meta was shifting regularly, and last year that made us really nervous because we didn't really figure out the meta going into the tournament. I think this year around, they definitely feel much more confident. And seeing a player like Soju finally stepping up on the individual scene as well, definitely makes me very confident we have a captain that can lead this team, hopefully very far.
I was happy whenever you said that name right there. Clearly a big supporter when it comes to Vitality. And, you know, as far as EWC goes, this is your 3rd consecutive EWC together as Vitality's TFT roster. And over the years, have you developed any pre-match rituals or traditions before stepping onto the stage? Because again, you're an integral part to this stage here in the Allianz Vault. You're constantly supporting up for your teams, both male and female. Lucky socks, I don't know. Do you guys got a dance ritual? What is it? What's the secret?
Probably have to take out the B shirt again that I had last week as well.
I love that one.
Maybe that's the lucky one that I have to bring tomorrow. But no, overall, I want to show that we care a lot about our teams and that the players feel trusted and supported as well. And ultimately, I want to trust them as well. I think they are the experts in the game. I'm backstage. I'm officially listed as the coach as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I feel more like the Ted Lasso of TFT right now.
Wikipedia, get it updated. We got coach here, Danny Ingles. Milk is retiring. That is a big talking point as well. What has he done for you?
Hey!
Your roster, your team, and what does he want to achieve this year for what could be his potential final before retirement?
And he was always vocal about how much he enjoys 4v4, right? So making this his final event is definitely special for the team, for us as well, because it's not often that we have players that are in Vitality for 3 years in a row. And obviously they have brought so much to us as well, not only on TFT overall, but the first EWC top 4 finish was also super valuable. So I hope that he can go out with a bang, a big bang, and hopefully then enjoy life afterwards. And who knows, maybe, you know, like TFT can kind of track him back in the future. You never know with these guys.
Coach, what's the game plan to come back? Are they coming back? What are you thinking? I know the heartbreak is there, but I believe in the boys to be able to dominate the competition. Vitality, after all, just a great organization. I guess if you had to say anything to your fans, your supporters, because again, you put so much into the club championship race this year, what would it be?
Yeah, let's be loud. Let's be loud and proud. And also, let's not go 8th for once. So let's start a game where we don't go 8th place in the lobby. And then I think if we have a winner player, then I think the boys will get some momentum for the 3rd match as well.
All right, Danny Ingles, CIO of Team Vitality, hoping that they can come back. Coach himself as well. He's got a lot of things to do. We're going to let him go. But until then, let's head to the stage. All right, Danny Ingles, there it is. Team Vitality versus Team Flash Wolves. Once again, Flash Wolves, they strike hard and fast in game number 1. They now lead 1-0 in the series. Danny said, look, Team Vitality, They're used to the
You get this
heartbreak.
move.
They're used to coming in
No,
and
you get this
obviously
move.
just breaking hearts
Hey,
with
Vitality,
first
is it
game
one?
loss.
No,
However,
they lost.
they can come back.
What?
What is the secret for Vitality? What do they need to do to truly come back in this series?
We just heard the coach talk about it. They need more win-out players. Top 4 is a lie. It's a LARP. They need strategic players that are going to go reach for the highest cap possible. We all know Flash Wolves. They're a very slow burner of a team. They like to reach their maximum potential. You have to match them.
Got to match them indeed. Setsuko, you got excited when that name was brought up. What do you expect from him here? Because he was a big talking point during Game 1. Game 2, he needs to be even bigger.
He played a great Game 1. I think he capitalized on the high roll really well, but they need to find ways to slow the opponent down. The real issue was Prestivan and Milk not hitting their carries.
All right, let's see if they can do it for game number 2. Casanova Hoope, take it away.
A master class in win-out versus tempo in Game 1 between Vitality and the Flash Wolves. As you can see, that big lead that evaporated oh so quickly and suddenly towards the end of it. And we've got Soraka and Varus as our gods for this one, Hoope, going into this game number 2.
Yeah, Soraka, not the favorite of the crowd, if you will, has a shield that is pretty good. I particularly like it, but Varus is the one to look at. 50% chance of him to give you duplicators that are so important into going to the reroll line, and 50% chance that he doesn't give you much. So if you actually are thinking about going to the reroll line, expecting the duplicator, and you don't get them, it could be a low roll.
So we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on that. We've seen reroll pop off, and also just be kind of stagnant, right? A lot of the expected Akali rerolls have kind of turned into more having to play it from a tempo perspective. You're not able to actually reroll that line. Instead, it's going to be a lot of fast 8, playing around her as just a 2-star. But we did see something like Summertimer playing around the Cho gap. When the spot appears for you, when it's given to you, you can take it and run with it, and you might even find yourself winning a lot.
100%. We see also Stargazer is
Right, a lot of the expected Akali rerolls have kind of turned into more
Altar and already with a good composition here, starting with the Jax for Iron Box. This is a comp that he's very comfortable playing and could be useful. We already saw the Lulu that I didn't think we would see so much during the tournament. Tidal won a game with Lulu before today, and it's a great comp. Of course, it can be Griff, but of course, having Varus, having the additional duplicators is easier to navigate.
Something that we'll continue to look out for as this game develops, if that is something that these players can go for. I mean, the Lulu it was very strong on Medallion, on Altar. I think it's still very playable, and we'll see if they can actually go for that or if it gets griefed out. Might not even be something that is on their minds going into this game. But Milk, that player on your screen, his last ride retiring after this event. 4v4 champion for so long. He always is talking about how excited he is to play 4v4, even when the game has not been his favorite. When he has not wanted to play 1v1, he still wants to play 4v4 with his friends. We'll see if Milk can make something happen in this game, as it is going to be silver augments. We're looking for that expedition.
Yeah, 100%. A great moment also to remember it here, Milk. I remember him on a previous Tactician Crown playing the Kled, forcing Kled reroll at every moment and having that possibility. Since then, he has matured. He's a veteran, he can play any line especially, and obviously looking for a great possibilities here. Goes for the immediate icon, finds a showing that is pretty flexible for the early stage of the game, but commits you a little into the AP reroll line, if you will. Pretty good also Misfortune that he had already on place.
Yeah, AP direction, potentially just Nami later. We've seen Nami be very popular from the AP lines. Could be early in Seoul, but I think the Shojin's like a little bit less popular than that.
Yeah, Misfortune being a caster, also great possibility. Setsuko playing defense, so another one going into the Stargazer line, so probably 2-player influxing here on the Altar to have possibility. The first time right now we see risk coming from Prestivan. 3 anima being played right here. It would be important for Flash Wolves to have a defense player to open his board and make sure Prestivan doesn't pop off.
Yeah, and we'll see who ends up getting that duty from Flash Wolves, because currently we're looking at Ironbog, who has caretakers, and it is a jinx for the caretakers for Ironbog, so he certainly can't be the one looking to sell his board, because he's going to be wanting to go for that jinx 3-star through his caretakers.
Someone has to do it, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we got Terry. Yeah,
okay.
It'll be a mirror matchup.
If you cannot open, you do the same. So mirror matchup here, Terry. Having the Ilaoi is more difficult because you have a great tank. Of course, you can put it on the back, and we'll see probably changing positioning immediate here for Terry, trying to go for the cheese and trying to lose the round.
See if Terry and Preston face each other early, or if they dodge each other forever, like we've seen with some of these lost streakers in the games today. An early fight where one of them is able to take the loss can make a big difference, and it will be Preston going up against Terry.
We'll see if Terry and Preston face each other early.
The positioning did allow for Jinx to get focused first. That is boding very well for Terry, but the Alawi is overall a stronger unit than a lot of the rest, but everything is down. It's going to come down to a cast from the Alawi. Gets the big shield. The damage is coming through, but it's not taking anything down yet. There's going to be a cast from the Aurora and the Jinx, and that's going to be too much damage. Preston wins the round, but that is a bad thing.
Ideal positioning here for Terry, scouting, making sure he makes the movement at the last moment. Jinx was focused first, and we see the laughter. He's smiling, he knows this is perfect, and we know Vitality has a great possibility of ramping up. They want to go for the comeback, and now Terry in a great position because it's very difficult for Vitality now to grief an additional player, knowing that you don't have the couple player on Preston.
Yeah, and Soju's going to be the one to do it.
Has to, man.
He's pretty much sold everything out. They have to stop Terry in his tracks before he can go for just the biggest cash out imaginable, and this just hurts their game. It hurts so much, as Soju may have been looking for a loss streak anyway, but now he just takes a bunch of damage for free because he does not rotate into Terry.
Wow. Dire position here for Vitality. They can still pop off, but they will need tempo play, they will need a win-out player, and they need to stop Terry.
And it's just going to be Setsuko going up against Terry, and Setsuko, of course, cannot sell out of his board, even if he knows he can rotate into Terry. He has to play for the full win streak. It's on a 3-win streak, but AQ1H is also currently winning, so it will be contested between Milk, AQ1H, and Setsuko for the full win, as we do have duplicators coming from Varus, just the tiny duplicators though, and then Prosperity on the other side, which is going to be looking to buff a champion you're trying to keep for the long haul. So kind of we're all weak options between the two, but we might see tiny duplicators just come into play to help beef up some of these points.
Yeah, I mean, going for the tempo, no one going for Lissandra, Cho'Gath, but as you mentioned, just going for a little strength, you're having your ones cost immediately to 2-star, and having a little more presence in the board is very important now in the beginning.
Yeah, a few players though, considering Soraka, we'll see potentially if there are some reroll lines available for the Flash Wolves, or if they already have a tank that's going to stay for much of the game. You often see that with just Arbiter and having the Leonas, but I don't think I really saw that many Leonas just yet. So
yeah, for Soju, open for angle immediately here. He can put something in, because, I mean, 3 units from Terry, but he wants to make sure that Terry knows that he cannot be stronger and hold maybe additional units. So all the bench will be sold for Terry just to not get an additional one, or having that possibility. And Soju full open, making himself pretty, and he needs to be faced now. The later that he doesn't face the Terry, the worse, and there it is.
He got him. Okay, so this is a huge save for Vitality. They really needed Soju to not have to keep open forting for a very long time. They need to stop Terry from continuing to get this lost streak cash out for the Anima. Preston is going to go back into the lost streak, but he's going to be extremely low when he goes for a cash out, unless he can do just a middling one to save HP later on and just hope that Terry can't go all the way. But Soju stopping him in his tracks for now is at least going to prevent the worst case scenario where Terry becomes an unstoppable force.
We see the health here. Milk 100, AQ1H and Setsuko, so priority here if you will, but once again the sandwich. Vitality holding the stronger line, Soju and Preston on the lower, and Terry and the rest with good cap out possibilities. So a little of edge, if you will, for in the start for Flash Wolf, but with good possibilities for Vitality to ramp up.
Yeah, I think it will be big here if Vitality can dodge each other on the win streaks and stop AQ1H. If they can go into neutrals with 2 5 streaks, that is going to do wonders for their econ going forward. And let's see who it is. It is AQ1H versus Milk, so there is a chance for the change to happen. It is going to be that MF trying to punch through the Meeple front line. Has a upgraded Gragas as his own anchor front line with the Gargoyle Stoneplate, and it looks like Milk has been able to get through the front line first. If he has enough damage, it feels like Milk is actually going to do it, and with Setsuko winning on the other side of our screen, Vitality is going to keep 2 5 streaks going into neutrals and prevent Flash Wolves from even having one.
Double streakers, and also remember, Prestiven lost the early stage of the game or won with the anima, but now he can wrap over again. So maybe he will not go for the 400, but he can still make 200, maybe 100 a few times.
It looks like he got griefed again though, or he just decided to not play for that deep anima because he takes a win in this final round. I think that's going to completely lock him out of taking a big loss streak for the anima. He now has to play it from a tempo perspective, or at least it has to be trying to change up the game plan because it can't be full loss streak.
Yeah, level 5 here for Setsuko, trying to find an angle here. And what do you do? Do you expect something? Do you find an angle and maybe greet a little the economy, or do you just try to ramp out together with Milk and just take a chunk of AP of the rest? That will be the decision for this stage 3 that will be pivotal for the result of this game.
Yeah, it feels like historically we've seen a lot of when you have this kind of opener, you just try and lay down the punishment. But I'm not sure if that's going to work against the Flash Wolves. We saw how good they were at stabilizing their boards, finding their out, and they completely slingshotted from that last game where they were at the bottom of the tables. The health was looking bad. It was looking like Vitality might run away from it. And then all the Flash Wolves players found their way back.
Start slamming. We have Protector's Vow here. Good defense, but still holding 2 items here to wait to see the placement on whoever he faces, and then maybe commit to a red buff or even a Winsus, but I don't know if he wants to really commit to that line right now.
Runs into the anima from Prestiven, so still Prestiven has put an item down onto the Aurora. He's at least trying to pick up a couple of kills. He's not playing for just the turbo loss streak, even just slams the Jewel Gauntlet to see what he can get in this fight. He does take out the Jax at the very least. He might be able to get one more takedown. Probably not. Looks like Aurora will fall, but at least Prestiven not taking the full brunt of Setsuko in this fight. I think that is kind of the game plan now, is to loss streak, but not loss streak too hard.
Artifact always a great possibilities here. Also the emblem, if Soju has a good angle here and tries to go into that line. Ironbog with good possibilities, also trying to find something interesting. Heavy is the crown very good into the LeBlanc if he has the angle to go for it, but decides to go defense.
Go for frontline. Just safe frontline pickup, gets that for the Jax, which is the best in slot item for Jax anyway, so it's already something you're excited to have. And he already has Akali too, so he is going to be playing around the Akali with the Caretaker's Jinx. So he's going to be getting a lot of these extra copies of Jinx and kind of play in that direction.
Yeah. Iron Block trying to get stronger here, finds the Jinx, finds an early Morgana. That is the best tank in the game. Debatably, for me, there's not better tank than Morgana. Finding her early, even though it's 1-star, it will give him a good stable board.
Soju is the direct contest. He ends up finding a pair of Akalis and an early Kindred to match up with his board at level 6. Stage 3 should look pretty good for Soju, especially if he can 2-star that Akali, but the items are already good and it is a collector, so a way to kind of restabilize the econ, get even richer, and really level up Soju's spot.
Yeah, I mean, for challenger players watching the game, you already know this, but for the newcomers, for the people enjoying the show for the first time, Akali is a unit that already gives precision, gives crit damage to the whole team.
I'm not even wearing my Vitality shirt. I should have worn my Vitality shirt, but I'm wearing my Core shirt.
So, as you said, Akali 2-star will be a menace to the enemy team.
Yeah, no, we already saw just with the 1-star, Soju was able to win, and he can start to turn around this big loss streak that he started the game with. I think he preserved a decent amount of HP considering how big of a loss streak
trying to get out of the room.
He's in lockstep with Terry and Prestiven, even with his open fording to try and grief Terry. So I think Soju's position overall is actually quite good, and it is just a matter of he's contesting into a member of the Flash Wolves, and can he hit first?
Also the communication, Cass. They keep talking every time. They're thinking about what is the matchup right now, how do they want to position. The talk at every moment of the game is so important at being able to preserve HP and then try to pop off.
I mean, Setsuko once again potentially just looking to go towards the Vex endgame. He's level 7 already. He's on this huge win streak. I don't think he even rolled much. I think he just leveled to 7 and is pushing the lobby in that way. He does have the 2-star Gwen that he can just anchor around for the time being, and I think that's probably enough for stage 3. Setsuko might have just a repeat game of the last one where he just tempos out the early game, uses that HP buffer he gets to go 9 and play around the Vex.
Yeah, especially if he finds a good economy augment to do exactly as you mentioned and look for that pop-out spot. Once again, Varus as the priority, but no, more Soraka right now, just getting a little more stats and great possibilities here to maybe have more presence into the game.
Yeah, mostly Raka ends up being the choice. I believe that was the edit, 66 HP and 33 HP, you get something, so looking for just more power long term instead of the quick buff that you get from the Varus. Terry is going to end up taking this little cash out here.
Yeah, second one, already having good stats here with the first one, now an additional one. So yeah, he knows that he can, it's not possible to go because of Soyu. I mean, the great defense play from Soyu makes Terry do this. And we have seen that this pop-off is not good enough. Normally, you really need something else to support the game. So this is not enough for Terry. Low in HP and trying to avoid the 8th duel with Festival.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight between the two.
Crazy is that, like, how did they play this without having
one? A little bit, but Terry is looking rough there, and only a 2 HP buffer between him and Prestivan.
Like, only one layout and one section of like what they're doing. That's the biggest difference.
Setsuko seeing if he can stop the streak, but the Gwen 2
man,
is just
I lost
far too strong. Damage is
stats.
there, and there is no stopping Setsuko once again with this massive
Yeah, earn them back.
as he did in the previous game.
I mean, the CIO from Vitality said it perfect. The combat possibilities here, we just need to not go 8th and have a player pop up and go first. If we manage to do that, the player plays by itself. Setsuko being that we know players with good possibility, and Prestivan.
Three before neutrals. Terry versus Prestivan. This is a big fight. Prestivan wins. He's going to gain a big life buffer over Terry. This is crucial for both sides, and the Aurora is at least being able to kind of cleave down all just the Leona anchoring the front line, and then you have these weak units in the front, which is going to buy a lot of extra damage. It's very small amounts, but these margins matter, and it is going to make all the difference. Prestivan is significantly stronger, and not only is he going to win this fight, he's going to deal a reasonable amount of damage, a 4-unit victory over the side of Terry.
Humble AP here for Prestivan with the 1-star Aurora, and Terry playing humble AD, if you will, with the Misfortune. So both of them, as you mentioned, I mean, the pop-off once again, Terry's getting an additional possibility, and Prestivan holding HP. That is now the most important resource for him.
Yeah, he's got a 9 life buffer, but he's actually tied for Kabaobao as well, who is very rich, level 754 gold. Same with Terry. There's a lot of room for these players to start to cap their boards, and the 4-1 roll down is going to be critical for Terry, Prestivan, and Kabaobao to see who can stabilize the best. And if any of them miss, they will free fall this 8.
And for Terry, he had the LeBlanc 2-star, knowing that a teammate is going to that line, decides to sell it entirely. He's low in HP, and he knows he cannot cap the board. Great defense there. Recognition of exactly what you have to do in 4v4.
Look at those gold numbers dip immediately. Terry sending it as well as Kabaobao on this round. Full sell from Terry into a pivot. Let's see what he can end up finding. It looks like a pair of Namis, ends up swapping over to Corki. I think he had 80 items, so it needs to be the Corki instead. Gets to the Corki 2, finds Fizz 2, finds a lot of the Meeple, gets the Rammus to stabilize around. I mean, a really great pivot from Terry. Finds just about everything he needs except for the Rammus 2. He does have great frontline items, and that might just be enough for stage 4.
He has 2 ambush to find a sword. It shouldn't be difficult, but of course, there it is. Immediate sword here, so the death blade coming into here for the Corki. Decides not to slam because he's going up against his teammate, and he wants to avoid friendly damage as much as possible.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Setsuko goes up against Prestivan. Prestivan does have a lot of items, ends up actually getting this win over Setsuko. Setsuko was able to keep some amount of items on the bench and save some HP for Prestivan, and Prestivan held strong. 76 gold. He did not go when Kabaobao and Terry did, and he gets to win his round while Kabaobao loses one. Now he gets to see the prismatic before he sends it, and this is a big advantage for Vitality.
What is the option? Goes for investment. So thinking about capping up. Rose here at level 8 and just trying to find the better placement here. This is flexible AP as we were mentioning, Cass, so he needs to propose anything. Karma is important. Any front line that he can find. There it is. Nice.
Finds Karma 2. He's still anchoring around this Leona front line, which is not ideal. He needs to find probably something to replace this, but Aurelion Soul 2 hit as well. All of the AP threats are being found, and really it is just a frontline issue now for Prestivan.
Has the Lawi 2-star, is not enough, but it's pretty good, at least decent for the start of stage 4. Obviously trying to look for something else, the Dune will be ideal.
But this is massive. He saw where Flash Wolves wanted to go. He can pivot the other direction. He plays around AP. Recognition recognizes what AP flats are still open. Okay, it's Karma, it's Aurelion, so he finds both.
Yeah, now go Nox against Iron Bomb at the Caretaker Jinx, already 3-star. Playing a tempo for now, no items on the Jinx. Just thinking more about the Akali that is the one doing the full damage there. It's not wrapping still. The Ilawi looking damage, but the Leona holds strong. And for now, a great win for now for Preston. I didn't want to call it out soon, but yeah, it's good enough.
He's got it. He's just fine there. I mean, Ironbog finally finding a 3-star Akali. We haven't seen so many of them today as much as the comp has been very relevant. It's just the 3-star has eluded players for a lot of the day as Ironbog does find it, but I think Precedent made such a great pivot there, going away from the Anima early game. Everything was tragic there. He loses the mirror to Terry. He finds another win randomly throughout, but it saves enough HP that he can just go for this full pivot into the AP flex, and he's put together a very powerful composition with that extra gold, and he's still making eco.
Yeah, having the chance also to get the Corki 3-star, obviously low-key for now, 3 missing here. On the later stage, on the last game, Ironbog was the one playing Darkstar emblem on the ace, and now Kebabao, taking one from the book, and of course with a great composition that lacks a little front line, but it's very good, already having the dark holes in the front for the tankiness.
Yeah, pretty much the same setup as Precedent, just a different frontline setup, and both of them kind of having not the most ideal front lines, but at least good enough. Meanwhile, Terry has picked up the second Corki 2. There's a world where Corki 3 can come through, but surely Vitality is aware and is starting to try and grab any Corkis they can, so it will just be a double Corki setup instead.
4 Tiny and 1 lesser for Varus, not the ideal one, but of course helps.
Yeah, pretty much the same setup as Precedent, just a different front
Maybe try to find that Kaisa 2-star that you're missing, maybe a little front line to help, and of course everyone going for that place, either for the unit or just for the gold if you select directly.
There's a world where Corki 3 can come through, but surely Vitality is aware and is starting to try and grab
Tension gets built right here, Cass. They need to pop off, they need to have a win-out player. We know they're building their composition as strong as possible, but the HP is running low and Vitality is looking for the win.
We have to see who will be the hero for the Flash Wolves right now. AQ1H has a lot of health that they've held on to, but the rest of the team are going to be on their last legs. We saw them turn things around last time, but Soju trying to put the nail in the coffin with the pickup of the Jax 3 does not have opportunities to get towards an Akali 3, but playing the tempo style, playing around just the 2-star Akali as we've seen it for the most part. Now he just needs to find potentially a Kindred upgrade that can get him the rest of the way. Goes up against AQ1H, and we're just seeing our first look here. It's the Shepherds playing around the Zoe and around the Victor for now.
The position is the worst. Yeah, getting strong side here from AQ1H, great positioning from him, so you will have a very difficult possibility ramping out of the tankiness here.
Yeah, but let's see if Akali can turn to the Victor, and there it is.
Damage.
Crown of Demacia is just going to end immediately, and AQ1H ends up taking a big hit for it. Soju able to really turn that comp online. Kebabao versus Ironbog in this spot. It is going to be Ironbog taking a hit. No, that's Satsuko actually. Satsuko's gone in towards the Zaya with his items, not able to go towards the Vex yet, but he could still later, or leave it open for someone like Prestivan to potentially go there.
Beautiful transition. Prestivan also having the Kindred already prepped here, also negating from the rest of the unit, and one off here. So very important. Terry one off the Corki. Probably someone in Vitality is holding one for the Prestivan, so there's one more off, unless someone else is holding one either on the store or not.
He's still rolling.
Yeah.
I think maybe that Corki is not found yet by someone from Vitality. I wonder if they're all rolling to find it. Prestivan does have one. That is a dangerous prospect. They need to take out Terry now. It is going to be Soju. Soju has a chance to do it. With the Akali, the front line very powerful with this Jax, tanking up double Corki. And that Akali still fighting its way through, but going to get stuck on the Rammus. How long will she get stuck? It looks like a little too long as the Corkis are finally able to take her down, but maybe not just yet. It will be too much. Soju not able to finish Terry, and he has one more look at this Corki unless Vitality has found it. I don't see it on Soju's bench. It was only Prestivan's bench. Can we find the Corki somewhere else, or does Terry still have a chance?
Low goal here, only 6 gold to try to find the Corki, so that's only one row. If you think he's, low.
will be too much. Soju not able to
he will
finish
need
carrying his one
to
more
sell
look
something here, but
at
he
this
was winning.
Corki
I mean, it's
unless
not needed.
Vitality
He's
gets
still
back.
rolling.
It
I think
was only
unless it's in a shop somewhere, it must not be on the board, or else there's no reason for Terry to roll.
There it is.
Corki in the shop for Prestivant, he can lock it up.
Nice. Great defense play here for Prestivant. You having the possibility, finds the Leona 3-star just to have an additional tanky here, makes the switch, and now has a real tank to go together with the Aurelion Sol.
He's not out of the woods yet, though. Prestivant very low on HP, and while he is currently blocking both of the Corkis, if he goes down, Terry has the opportunity to find his way back in, because that would be both in the pool immediately. So Prestivant right now has to outlive Terry for the chances of Vitality, because if Terry can live, finds that Corki 3, the game is over.
Split screen right now. You place it perfectly, Cass. This is exactly the two players that we have to watch right now. Avoid the ace is so important, both because Terry wanted to win the win-out spot one-on-one, and of course, try to avoid Flashwood for taking the win with the Corki 3-star.
Prestivant's matchup is going to be Setsuko, and Setsuko sacking. He's taking items off of his Zaya. He's going to be able to get Prestivant a win. Meanwhile, on the other side, looks like going up against the Iron Box board, who I believe is sacking as well. Only 2 items on the Jinx, but he only had 2 earlier, and that's the full 3 items on the 3-star Akali. I don't know how much he was able to sack, but it looks like it's enough for Terry to hang on. The double Corki still powerful enough to get the job done. Big loss for Setsuko into Prestivant, but the sacrifice is needed. Have to keep him alive.
Elite 4v4 right now. Both players keeping alive the win-out possibilities. For Terry finding the Corki, but they need to take out Prestivant, who's still 15 HP.
Meanwhile, Ironbog has dropped down to a single life in Kababao as well. This is looking very good for Vitality with 3 Flash Wolf members on those blinking health bars. See if they can send them out 7th, 8th, and just try and lock this up.
Pure muscle. Also saw you with a different composition, playing Noah, just playing full flexibility, pressuring the lobby when he must, and Neil playing 6 space group right now just for fun, has the Kindred, has the Riven, and has a great front line here to step it up.
Terry once again going to run into another teammate. AQ1H, no items on the Nami. Looks like he is able to sack for Terry once again. They're looking to just keep playing this dance, but no one except for AQ1H can sack for Terry any longer. Prestivant is going up against Ironbog, though. A very real fight. If Prestivant can take down Ironbog, he lives longer, and Aurelion Sol gets the back line. Ironbog goes down. Prestivant stays alive a little bit longer, and that's a Flash Wolf going in.
Oh my god, and Flash Wolf has invested so much to keep Terry alive that this is so much in favor right now of Vitality. Having a chance here, Soju gets a huge chunk, but we see full yellow on the top.
That is just AQ1H with HP kind of contending in that 2nd spot right now, but I don't think his board is strong enough to contend for a first in this, and he was sacking for his teammates, trying to get Terry out of there, get Terry an opportunity to go for the first, but for it to even matter, they have to eliminate Prestivant, and they have struggled to do so. Prestivant has played this game beautifully.
They cannot stack anymore for Terry. They have to win out the game. They know they're in a bad position right now, so full strong side here for Kababa on the right, and finishing the transition there on the left for Terry just to put the front line in place.
Yeah, Setsuko looking to put the nail in the coffin, going up against Terry. Does have his Zaya fully online. Going up against the double Corki carry, so it is still a little bit more damage on Terry's side. It comes down to the front lines, and Nunu 2 is the anchor for Setsuko. The damage is there, the front line is there. It just comes down to the Rammus. Can it outlast the Nunu? But the crowd control buys a lot more space. It is a very close fight. One more cast from the Nunu. Is it enough? It is. Terry goes down.
And
7, 8,
also.
6, 7, 8 for Flash Wolves, and that's just game 2 going over to Vitality.
Totally clean. Elite 4v4 by both teams, maintaining the pressure for Vitality here, making a huge possibility, maintaining the work here. Prestivant playing defense in a great level. Didn't find the Corki cast. This has been elite. This has been so great, and we are gifted with a 3rd game right now.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful from both of them. We talk about the masterclass of win out versus Tempo in game 1. This is what happens when the Tempo players succeed. They send them out in the bottom 4, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and Vitality is able to take that win. It looks so dominant, but it's just a knife's edge. It's moments away from Terry finding the Corki 3, and the game looks very different.
It's so beautiful. I mean, and they're still talking about it. They know they're prepared. They know exactly that this was the game plan they had prepared. Coming into WC for the 3rd time, they know exactly how to navigate every spotcast. They know how to win games. They know how to manage the pressure into the lobby, and we see Ironbox totally destroyed right now. He knew he had the possibility to get the win out there. The Jeans was not enough with Terry Kerker. Items were not enough. They gave too much resources there for Terry, and they couldn't make it out.
Yeah, and I mean, it just felt like a position where they were going to send Presteven in 8th once again, but he held on. He held strong.
Dude, this is such a nice
way
sweep. That
out
was
of
such a good sweep.
that Anima early game where it just could not come together, lost in the mirror to Terry, but made it happen. And now Vitality knocking on the door of escaping out of this group, trying to find this win. Vitality versus Flash Wolves, 1-1. We'll see the rest after this break.
You are dirty. I need to watch you again.
You're trying to find this win. Vitality versus Flash Wolves, 1-1. We'll see the rest after this break.
境地目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備以外で急ハイヤーもっと飛べないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
Well, Denny said it best. Team Vitality, they got a habit of losing game 1, but then fighting back. Exactly what they do in this series against Team Flash Wolves. The series count now 1-1. The question is, who's going to take the last game of the day? Well, let's find out together. But first, a recap game number 2. Vitality, exciting stuff. They come back. However,
remind me to buy milk, okay, guys?
Terry. He would have hit
I will be right back.
If he would have hit the 3-star, things
I'll
might
be
be
right back.
different.
I already lost the broadcasting.
The lucky
Like,
was in favor of Vitality in this game. I feel like they have
let me have my camera for now. I'll see you in a second.
They started very strong with 2 players winning streak early game, and Soju actually sacked his board and break Terry's streak. And then later on, one Corki away, he could have hit, and the game was going to be very different.
But Vitality got it done just in the nick of time. We take a look at a live look at our vaults, our dugouts here. Team Flash Wolves on your screen, forced to reconsider that game number 2 and make a game plan going into game 3.
Yeah, and Flash Wolves have been just playing at a very, very slow pace. They want to play for the cap-outs, but unless you have the augments for it, I feel like they need to pick up the pace. They need to fight for the stage 3, as most other teams have been doing in 4v4.
Yeah, I feel like in this game specifically, Iron Bog has some tools to have a strong early game, but they didn't have the items, so it ended up not being good for him.
Yeah, I saw on the screen there in the dugouts, Team Flash Wolves immediately going to the screen, talking with their coach about what we can do, right, to wrap up this game number 3. Not going to be easy. You look at the history, though, of Flash Wolves, the gauntlet that they had to go to. Again, a team forged in fire in order to qualify for this stage. They've had their back against the wall before, much like they do now, and they found a way to overcome it. But exciting stuff for Vitality. If they can win this series, they might in fact make it out of the group, something they couldn't do last year. We take a look at some of the comments from all of you out there in the chat. Keep them coming. This is one of my favorite segments to see what the chatters are saying. Milk, the savior of NA. Cliff Teasy, what do we think? I mean, hey, this is in fact his retirement routes. He's retiring after this, so he says anyways.
I feel like Milk has a great spot on that team, but I feel like the spotlights are always into Soju. He had such an amazing season so far. The set Space Gods, he's doing amazing, and I feel like he is the greatest player in the team.
You could take this one. I saw you laughing already.
Yep, a Kali unit, you have to get used to it. It's just going to kill all of your carries if you don't 2-star them. Just very, very powerful tempo machine here.
Ooh, what else we got? Setsy Fast 9 every game. Giga Chad, Toxic TFT.
I like that. I call it that
Break it down for me.
Final update from Stream B, where we just finished Nemesis vs Virtus Pro with the score being 2-0 going over to Virtus Pro. Game 1 was an early Belveth hit for Virtus Pro, where they were able to get the ball rolling very early on with that Belveth early tempo. And of course, for Game 2, it was a complete sweep for Virtus Pro with 4 of the Nemesis players in the bottom 4. So as the schedule updates, I'm looking forward to see how things turn out for tomorrow.
Thank you, Kitty, for the update. Of course, Stream B working incredibly hard over there across the set. Sad for Nemesis, though. Virtus Pro, however, it was to be expected. Virtus Pro, they move forward.
I feel like Virtus Pros being the runner-up of the last season, they were the favorites in that series, and of course, they cleaned it up 2-0. It was a statement.
Which is big for Virtus Pro, especially when we talk about the club championship race. Trav, give me the updates.
Sitting in second in the club championship with 1,400 points, Team Vitality have got a unique opportunity to bolster their title charge this week. They're in all 4 of the games being played out. However, over in the Allianz Vault, they're looking to switch their focus from MWI to TFT. In 2024, they managed to crack the top 4 and get some good points, but in 2025, they fell short in 9th to 12th. The question remains, will the home crowd advantage allow them to get over the line and take the club championship? Stick around to find out.
Final series of the day, Team Vitality versus Flash Wolves. We head to the stage in just a moment's time. Ooh, here it is, 1-1. It comes down to a final game. Vitality lost the first game, but they come back in a big way. Now they've got the confidence. They've got the ball rolling. The question is, though, will it be stopped by Team Flash Wolves?
Oh, I think they have to. Someone has to stop Setsuko. Both of these games, 100 streaks to start off stage 2. Great positioning and on that altar Zaya. If you want to defeat Vitality, you have to defeat Setsui.
Ooh, Setsui. But what about Team Flash Wolves on the opposite side? I mean, Iron Bog has been out of this world. AQ1H as well has been spectacular. And let's not forget, if Terry would have got the 3-star, this could have been much different. It's not like Team Flash Wolves dropped the ball. They've been stellar. It's just Vitality got the job done a little bit earlier than Flash Wolves could have.
Yeah, so we were talking about that Vitality crushed the game, but it was one core key away to everything could be very different. So I feel like Flash Wolves had an amazing did an amazing job in the first game, and they know what to do. So let's see if they have the tools to bounce back.
It's a group of friends. Vitality also veterans. They return. Vitality has put a lot of hope and entrusted faith in this roster to be able to do better than they did last year. Danny said, please no longer finishing 8th place. We want to go further. It starts with this match. And honestly, if they can beat Team Flash Wolves being the strong team that they are, I don't see Vitality being stopped anytime soon. Give me your best take. Vitality or Flash Wolves game 3?
After watching those first 2 games, I have to go with Vitality. Strong early game, strong finishes.
Yeah, I feel like I'm with Vitality as well. I feel like the first game, they were on an edge of winning. Of course, in the second game as well, but I feel like they're doing a great job so far.
Vitality has been spectacular here in the Allianz Vault. They've in fact won weeks 1 and week 2. Are they going to be able to win week 3? This is just day 1 of 5 for our TFT tournament here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's been spectacular, but we still need to watch the finale between Team Vitality and Team Flash Wolves. Casanova, Hoope, let's get it started for the final game.
Hoope, let's kick things off. Varus and Evelyn are the gods as we go into this final game between Team Vitality and the Flash Wolves. Vitality, disappointment last year at EWC, this time trying to change history by starting off with a big win against the Wolves.
They said it perfect, Cass. They want this to be their redemption arc. That's what Preston is saying. That's what the CIO was saying here for Vitality having that possibilities. And you mentioned it, Varus and Evelyn. Varus, more influx into the reroll line. And Evelyn, if we get steamroll, that will be tempo play. I know this is the favorite god from Vitality if they manage to get the angle.
Yeah, I mean, with the early tempo we've seen from Vitality, Steamroll could be a way to completely shut this out. And Steamroll is just giving all that extra gold if they can find it. Stargazer is going to be Medallion this time. The last time we saw Medallion, it was that win from Lulu, so we'll see if we get that again.
Yeah, 100%. It was Tidal doing the Lulu, finding also the Twisted Fate that is not needed in the combo, of course, inflexing more on the 3-star to get additional power. That could be an option here. They're playing a lot of defense, so difficult to navigate a 3-cost 3-star, but obviously an option here to consider.
Yep, Arbiter for Prestivan is going to be Leona printing. So for each interest you would gain, you have a 20% chance to gain a Leona at combat end. It's going to be a little bit slower on the Leona print than some of the other versions, but it will still potentially get you to that 3-star.
Yeah, if he manages to maintain great economy here at the start, especially with good economy augments in the beginning, he can get into the pop-off as soon as possible. It's tight here, Cass. This is the final round for them. Of course, trying to avoid going to the lower bracket and maintain that win streak possibilities. This is a flashy, Vitality has always been like this. I mean, they start losing, they pop off, and the excitement, the tempo for them is the name of the game.
They're going to have to dial it in for this one after that game one. Could not close it out. Flash Wolves ran it all the way back, going from those low HP bars, but it is going to be a Prismatic to kick things off, Hoope.
Yeah. Great possibilities here. Shimmer Scale also good with the economy that we know Prestivan is looking for. He's asking the rest of the player, can I go up Gorgon Mobility? Can I be the win-out player? Or someone has a better angle here?
Just waiting to see whether he's going to do that or if it ends up being even something just like expected unexpectedness. It is going to be Shimmer Scale, though. He's going to go for that econ you were mentioning, looking for that Mogul's Mail. It's safe, and he's going to be playing around this Leona regardless. It should be 2-star relatively fast. It's going to synergize with his Arbiter to make sure he can print those Leonas even quicker.
So important here, Cass, to ask permission, to say, okay, what is my spot here? What do I have? If it's going up for Gormili, he needs a win streak also and have a chance, obviously, to pop off the later stages of the game. Setsuko, I mean, thinking about Fortune Strength, so this is great. This is an artifact now, and then you get artifacts every few rounds. If he managed to stay alive until stage 4-5, for example, he can be the strongest in the lobby.
Yeah, we saw just the power of this in the series earlier between Zeta Division and JDG, and it was in that first game that we had 2 players, one from each side, going forged in strength, and one of them was able to take the win after the big loss streak between the two. So see if if Setsuko once again can be that win-out player, but this time not from tempo. It will be from the loss streak.
Similar for Terry here with Combat Story, trying to cap out the game in the later stages of the game. Shimmer Scale also for AQ1H, so also thinking about economy and maybe playing it slow. Clement said it. I mean, Flash is playing maybe too slow. They need to tempo out. They maintain the slow play cast. They are thinking about the later stages of the game.
Yeah, but Vitality also slowing things down. Only Soju with a win. They had the double win streak in the last game. At least at the very start here, I'm not even seeing many levels be pushed by Vitality. They're actually matching Flash Wolves' pace instead, with only 2 players going to level 4 here on 2-2. Soju and Ironbog both looking for those win streaks, and everyone else playing slow, playing for their economy, and playing potentially for those major cap-outs around the Prismatics.
Yeah, having that chance for obviously challenger players already familiar with TF, they know this, but just to explain, Comeback Story right now for Milk, what it does is for the much speed you lose, you get additional stats. You get attack speed, you get strength for your game itself. So the lower they are, the stronger they are. So we have players that are going to stack fully the early stages of the game, and they can win out.
All right, so that's going to be the Arbiter build, I believe, for Soju now. Looking at his bench, he has a pair of Gwens. We saw that Gwen be the main carry for Setsuko's comp for a while in the previous game, but gonna have to sell those out to make Econ, just playing around the early Vanguards and hoping the Zoe has enough damage, but Soju not the strongest board. I could see somebody have a stronger board in this lobby, but it is just gonna be Setsuko for now, who is at level 4, but only with 3 units, still just looking to loss streak and play Econ.
Yeah, I mean, normally with the first artifact, you're not strong enough. With the second one, you really need to pop off. So for Setsuko, Stage 3 will be the name of the game. That round will be the influx, and he will start popping off.
Meanwhile, there is the first Akali for the game. Going to be Terry holding on to that. Has a pair of Akalis to potentially play into that line. Somebody will be going for it, as the options are going to be Blood Pact and Super Parting Gifts. So no steamroll just yet.
Okay, not having that chance, that of course will be ideal spot right now. Deadly or Dead plays here for one of the players for Flash Wolf. Very good tempo, also good possibilities, and stacking onto the later stages of the game. Normally we see Corki on this line, but he could stay on the Akali. We know she's very annoying, and she can really tempo it out on the middle stages.
Just looking for the final choices from these players. Saw a pretty good mix between the two. So we do have an Evelyn, at least for Soju. He is just looking for that extra money to try and continue playing into push levels and keep the win streak alive. Evelyn is going to tax HP as a resource, though, in this team play. So, of course, it is going to be about equal, though, because everybody is going to be looking towards this Evelyn. So all it does is just reduce the total amount of HP in the lobby.
Yeah, and for Soju, I mean, this is exactly the way he loves to play. Tempo play, keeping himself flexible, opening himself for the Vanguard AP line that he loves to play, because there's so many variations, Cass. You can play it any when you can, and you can really be a little greedy with the items. Decide to slide the Rabadon, slams also the blue buff, and try to pop off here and take a good chunk out of Kebaba.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to do just that. Not a single takedown for Kebaba. It's going to be just a full hit onto that side. And Soju just continuing to look for this win streak, try and be that anchor for the team, as Ironbog on the other side has that 4 win as well. Flash Wolves this time did overall have the early HP, but we'll see how it's kind of all fallen once we get that big look at the entire lobby, because it was pretty much every player in the lobby taking it slow except for Soju and AQ1H.
For Ironbog, we're seeing there good communication, a player that has been to Tacron so many times, a player that lacks a big result, a big win. EWC could be that big win for him. Soju, as we mentioned, maintaining tempo, trying to look for something, and Setsuko playing defense here, or just making sure to be the one in that perfect lose streak position and get the economy.
Yeah, Kebaba is the only one kind of contending with him, but Kebaba is on worth the wait, so not able to actually kind of sell out of everything. It doesn't really make sense to do so. So it will be a good opportunity for Setsuko to just lock in that full loss. Soju runs into Ironbog, so we'll actually only have a single full win streaker, and Soju, having slammed all of these items on Zoe, should have plenty of damage, but that is a Radiant Giant Slayer on to the Bel'Veth, and it just comes down to, is the melee going to be too much of a problem? And it is not. Ironbog going to keep the win streak for the Flash Wolves, and Soju going to lose out on this one. This is the first time that Flash Wolves have controlled the early game. However, Vitality has been able to maintain the loss streak, so one streak for one when it comes to this stage 2.
This is what Clement was saying about Flash Wolves. They were playing slow, and they had a chance here to play a little more aggressive. Ironbog looking for that possibility, and you said it, Cass. He managed to make it, and now we have 2 players, Ironbog and Terry, preserving HP, punishing the lobby, and this is exactly going against Vitality's plan. It could be difficult to navigate from now on.
Soju trying to play that AP flex line immediately on level 5, finds a Nami. Not necessarily ideal with the blue buff versus the Shojin, but it's still very good, and it is an early pickup of that 4 cost.
100%. Having a chance. Also, he only had the Zoe still, so having a 1-star 4 cost looks amazing. Ironbog also trying to look for Orgraves. He will wait 1 more, and we will see a deep roll down for him on stage 3-2.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kebaba, with that worth the wait, does finally get to the Zoe 3 here on 3-1, so is going to be able to play around that. Should have good opportunity to try and win out stage 3, exactly as Clement wanted. A little bit more fight in stage 3 from the Flash Wolves, and Ironbog, Kebaba both going to be doing so. Vitality this time are the ones on the ropes when it comes to the health totals. But, you know, with Setsuko's spot, we identified early on he's going to have really good chances to go for a win-out angle. He's done so in the last 2 games from win streak, but really what Setsuko's known for is doing this from loss streak, and this is absolutely going to be the comfort zone.
They need to stop Ironbog here as soon as possible. No, this is friendly fire. This is perfect for the Flash Wolf. Ironbog takes the win here, Cass, and has a perfect spot to roll down and maintain the win streak even more.
And we'll see who can end up breaking that, as Soju takes a loss to Prestivan. Not sure how powerful Prestivan's board was, because I expected Soju with the pickup of the Nami to be quite strong, but he stayed level 5 on 3-2, whereas Precedent did go to 6. So we do have Prismatics once again. We are going to see the next pickup of these augments. Just a bunch of giant belts for Milk, just trying to stabilize that board around the Akali.
Trade 3 for Terry here. If he managed to accomplish something interesting, Marauder, something that makes sense, could be amazing. And of course, he can really miss. Maybe Meeple, also an important opportunity if he managed to go into the Corki angle.
So Milk ends up finding Akali 2. Gets Jax 2 as well. Did roll down quite a bit, though, down to 20 gold. Looking to stabilize this board. He should be relatively stable, though, from there after finding those 2 stars.
Okay, finds the Meeple here opportunity to try to go for the Corki, and also has a chance to stay here and just play a little more flexible into Master Yi, a unit that we haven't seen so far, and I don't think he will influx into it. So I really think this should be a Meeple angle and then transfer into Corki.
Yeah, so with these items, right, Deathblade already one of the best for Corki, so certainly having an easy chance to go in that direction. And Terry, playing the Corki in the previous game, will be on Corki duty once more.
Okay, so you hear holding strong, low in HP, and hasn't, as you mentioned, he stayed low level, just trying to accomplish and then maybe pop off. And for Vitality, this is very difficult cast. Maybe a level 7 angle here to stabilize. Ironbog looking pretty good, has the Baron Slayer, so also scaling Augment here to get powerful in the middle stages of the game.
The roles have been reversed between these two teams. It's Flash Wolves playing tempo, it's Vitality looking for the win-out angles, and Setsuko is going to be the leader of that with this massive loss streak, with the Forge and Strength, and that's really the big thing we're looking at. But Vitality has to continue to play around that, because they can't go 7-8 and force a 1-2. Setsuko may have the best angle in the game currently to play for first, but that does not mean you can get complacent. The rest of Vitality has to get the job done.
We're seeing Prestiven right now. I mean, no presence. You have a little strong board, you have the Zoe, level 7, middle placement, so thinking about stabilizing on stage 4. That would mean losing a lot of HP. If they don't hit, this could be a loss for Vitality. They really need to high roll and get very, very lucky on the first stage of stage 4.
Yeah, and I mean, Prestiven's going to be very rich. He's one Leona away from kind of stabilizing around that Leona 3 front line that he's got from his Arbiter, but down to 58 health, and we're going to get a 3-star 1-cost option from the Evelyn, or just duplicators. It looks like most players going for the dupes. The random 3-star 1-cost, a little bit tough at this stage to actually even fit in your composition. It's really looking to high roll, and the HP you lose is so valuable in 4v4.
LeBlanc, pretty interesting if someone is going for that line, especially the Winso users in the early stages of the game. Nami also a good pickup there if you have the pair prepared. But of course, no one still with the pop-up angle. The name of the game is Tempo, and for now it's being won by Flash Wolf.
Getting our first look in a while at Setsuko's board as he goes to level 7. Just the Blighted Jewel for now, as he will get the rest of those a bit later from the Forged in Strength.
Good chance here. Also getting the Anima in, trying to get a little more strength and even be a more of a cap-out player, but low in HP, and he really needs a recognition. Someone needs to funnel HP for him in the later stages of the game, and that's not happening. On the right, Prestiven at least find some upgrades, but still a lot of gold and one off the Leona 3-star.
Yeah, he'll get it in this next fight just from his Arbiter. It should be able to print that last Leona, but that is going to be one more fight that he is weak as Setsuko goes up against AQ1H. Is going to be going into his Mogul's Mail and the Melio carry for now, as Anami added to the board for Setsuko to just get a little bit stronger. And it will allow him to at least get a bunch of takedowns that will mean he's not going to lose nearly as much HP as he has been losing in these fights, but still not enough. And he's just going down to 2, maybe 3 lives at this point. Not even rich enough, as he's level 7 at 3-5. He's going to need to go at least to level 8 before the big roll down. Here's the cash out as he's going to start to get a lot of value from that Force and Strength.
A little gold, a little stat with the augments, the allow with that. It's always good to maintain that flexibility and angle. Finds the static shift here as an additional, so goes perfect. Good synergy. Has the Blinding Jewel, has the static shift. Normally with the static shift, you want to play Vex. With the Lightning Jewel, you want to play the LeBlanc. So he has a good angle to maybe transition from one comp to another.
Yeah, he has direction going into the potential 4-1 or 4-2.
Hi, chat.
do
I
roll
got back
down.
some quick milk. Then we'll head
So
off.
he's going to run
Go back
into
to the
a
desktop.
3-star Leona from Prestiven.
lunch.
Finally, he hits, and then he runs into his teammate after all that. But
Be my guest
it is
here in
still
the
going to
middle.
be fine as a whole for
No problem.
Setsuko. He may be taking one more loss here into Prestiven if the upgrade was enough, but maybe all of these artifacts get it done for Setsuko, and he can finally turn things around, keep Prestiven on a loss streak, but save HP on the biggest win-out threat for Vitality, and that will be the case. Massive win for Setsuko, not too terrible of a loss. Prestiven was already loss streaking, so good for his econ as a whole.
Yeah, needs to find the stable point, needs to find the critical mass. Already having the infinite remover here from Setsuko is just huge. If he managed to be the leader, to be the strongest, he can just take out all the items and then funnel the HP to his teammate and then punish directly at Flash Wolves.
Look what he's doing. He's trying to save AP for the next round. Sells off the entire bench. Didn't have anything for the comp that he's pivoting into, and we'll see if on 4-2 we actually see a massive roll down, or if he has a little bit of extra time, because he's currently playing around a Riven and a Nami. These are 4 costs. These are powerful units. They're not exactly what he wants for the end game, as you mentioned. Potentially playing around the LeBlanc and the Vex is what the itemization is asking for.
He needs to take whatever the game gives him right now. Find stabilization will be so important. Decides to pop off? No.
One more round.
Yep.
He's got one more. He can do 4-3 instead.
Makes more sense. He needs to play it safe,
Or
still
4-2,
have a little HP, so have a chance here to stack one more and go for that additional possibility. Prestiven here, level 8, he's the one rolling on 4-1, trying to look for stable angle, finds one LeBlanc, and finally the Leona that you mentioned, Cass.
Yeah, Setsuko actually gets to see his augment before he goes off. Big hopes for Vitality is that Setsuko's able to find one more win. Maybe even a teammate can sacrifice for him. Prestiven going up against AQ1H. Does have all these items, good items for LeBlanc as a whole. Gambler's Blade and the Ginsu. However, Gambler's Blade not providing that much because currently Prestiven is broke. He had to roll all the way down. See what he can generate though, as the Leona is stable at this point. AQ1H has not spent a lot of money recently. Still level 6, 53 gold. So this is a massive win for Prestiven. A big hit there, and it looks like AQ1H was looking to reroll Emilio, and he's still a couple copies away.
Yeah, 2 ways to play the Lulu comp, if you will. The first one is to try to find Jax and Emilio quickly. He didn't accomplish that option. Or you go level 7 and just find the Lulu. He tried to stay on level 6, but far away, as you mentioned, from the Emilio and also from the Jax. So difficult spot to navigate. He has a lot of economy he should hit right now.
The roll down from Setsuko ends up picking up new recruit, so he's going to get that +1. He's going to try and find the big pickups, the LeBlanc, the Nami upgrades, maybe just the Riven upgrade. Doesn't find anything, but gets pairs for both of the main carries of his current composition, as well as pair of Morganas for the front line, but doesn't actually get to complete anything just yet, and he's out of gold.
Yeah, so you find a Blitzcrank that it could be useful here. Also finds the Aurelion Sword, but again, no pair here, Cass. True zero in gold for both of them. Trying to find the stable spot. They will need to keep rolling and try to really win this round. We were mentioning they won or they lost the stage 3, and now they really need to win now.
And it is going to be Setsuko going up against Soju, so this is going to be some team pressure. I think ideally they want to wear the damage onto Soju. Setsuko still has the opportunity with this portion strength to really cap out high, win the lobby. So getting the win on him, having Soju just take a bit of a loss here is overall beneficial. Milk has been on a bit of a 3-loss streak so far. AQ1H kind of doing the same with his attempt to reroll Milio, but now he's pushed to level 7. Spent a lot of the gold as he's down to 30 HP. Milk takes a loss as well. He's playing around the Akali, has 5 copies as well as 6 copies of Jax, but he has not been able to hit the full composition.
You can feel the pressure here. Ironbog also going to True Zero, didn't find the Jinx, has a Rek'Sai 3-star there on the front, but lacking so much damage and difficult for him. If he doesn't hit the Jinx, he could also go into a pitfall.
Yeah, Milk rolling down to 30 gold. Still not finding any of the big upgrades. We'll see when he ends up just sending it as he goes up against Terry. Terry having a rogue emblem now. Looks like he did reforge the Meeple emblem, so not playing towards Corki as we thought. Instead playing around the Kindred for now, as Milk's Akali is hanging on by a thread, but it is still living, still getting the damage down. Is it going to be enough? Takes out the enemy Akali, and it's just the Kindred left when it comes to the damage, but the front line is in shambles for Milk. Very close fight. One more cast from Akali can do it, and she gets there. This is a huge win for Milk to save HP for Vitality.
On the other hand, also Prestiven taking the win, preserving more HP here. We see a lot of Vitality members there on the bottom, and now the final possibilities. Lover plus. This is the chance to find the 5 cost, the 4 cost that you actually need, and everyone is going for the Gamba.
Yeah, everyone looking for it. Nobody looking for the 2-star 4 cost. No looks for a cheeky 3-star 4 cost off the Evelynn. I think that is incredibly high risk, especially because the health loss from the Evelynn is so scary at this point. And if you devote to Evelynn, you lose more health per loss, which could actually make such a big difference in 4v4. You have to be so confident in the Evelynn selection to go there. So everyone's just going to go for the Varus, go for the safe option. Now just a little bit of gold. Setsuko does have to find these hits. Shen 2 found for Setsuko. Massive upgrade, but still looking for damage as his Nami is still just a Nami 1, but he can use Shen as a carry. He brings Mittens onto Shen instead.
I love it. I mean, Shen is a unit that is very underestimated because he needs to cast 3 times to actually do damage. With the Mittens, he's faster. He can get the possibility. He has more attack speed, and he could be a big carry right now.
Now taking a look at Kabao's board, he has the highest HP in the lobby. Getting that worth the wait Zoe has made a huge difference. It's made a huge impact. But now the comp should start to fall off a little bit as he begins to transition to the level 9 board. We'll see if it can win. For now, it will be stronger than his teammate Terry, who I think is kind of starting to fall off quite a bit with this Akali comp, but still, I mean, this unit is disturbing. Yeah. Whatever that Twitch chat is, they were completely correct. I mean, got it. Come on, that looks like something Kabao should absolutely win, but it just does not do it. Every time the Akali surprises you.
We see on their hand, finally, Setsuko finds the Morgana 2-star in a stable position here. Doesn't find the damage. Still lacking the Nami. And Milk here just trying to hold up, trying to find the Akali. 2 missing here, Cass, and of course Griffin, the Jax from AQ1H.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1 away from his own Jax 3-star, so really just the big fight between these 2 players, and Milk has rolled all the way down to 0. He just has nothing left in the tank. If he can find these last 2 pickups, he can escape this 8th place, but it's just going to be 2 rounds to get there. At least he will have 1 neutrals round to make a little bit of extra gold.
Finally finds the Nami 2-star here for Setsuko, so in a great spot right now, 27 HP, having the replacement. The forgers here to eliminate items and put again, and have that great possibility to replace and now funnel to the rest of the game.
Milk found the Jax as we panned away, but does not have the Akali 3, and she gets focused down by the Jinx. Jax is not going to be enough by himself, and the Kindred 1 with only a single item isn't cutting it either. But Milk will at least live until the boons and gets a chance to maybe find this last piece of the puzzle, find the Akali 3, and then it's all positioning from there.
Wow, and Prestiven taking also the L here against Ironbog. Milk really needs to pop off here, find the Akali. Prestiven needs also to avoid, and this is the danger spot here, Cass. Milk and Prestiven once again trying to avoid the 7/8 with the possibility of Setsuko to win it all.
It is huge. The 7/8 is starting to look likely. The knife's edge that they've been playing on this entire time, it's been the Flash Wolves in the previous 2 games. They were the ones looking to turn the corner, to cap out big, but now it's Vitality in that seat. Milk, 2 copies of Akali away, only 12 gold to try and get there.
For Soju here, something similar. He's in the jail of level 8 right now, trying to find the bar, has the duplicator to do it. And now Bar is a great carry right now. Also having a possibility here to get a chance, the Leona in the front. Milk couldn't find the Akali yet, so 2 off here. And AQ1H also finds the additional tank here of the Jax. And also now has the Lulu.
He found everything.
Wow.
He found everything. The Melio, the Pantheon, the Jax, the Lulu. AQ1H might turn the quarter. Title 1 with this board on Medallion. And now AQ1H with 14 life. If he can't be stopped by a member of Vitality, if he can't be sent in 7th or 8th, in this moment, he could run away with the game.
Kebaba, on the other hand, playing defense also with the Aurelion Soul, so has the additional units that Soju is looking for, and Milk here, running for his life. He really needs to withstand one more.
It's an 8th.
But no.
It's an 8th for Milk. Will be Vitality taking that. If AQ1H can live. No, he'll go down. Ooh. Down to 1. Prestiven couldn't quite finish the job. They needed that. They needed AQ1H to be sent 7th, and Soju is now the next potentially in trouble. They cannot take 7th and 8th here with the life totals currently. They are too far behind to bank on a 1-2.
For Soju, not finding the upgrades is so huge right now, and the possibilities here are in favor of Flash Wolf, sending 8th place here, Milk. So you still trying to roll, not even having the pair, so the bar will have to do all the damage right now. Very important to protect him and to maintain a strong side, very focused on the one side.
Last minute positioning from Soju, and he will be the one going up against AQ1H. He has to win this. If he loses, that could be it for Vitality in this series. This is for everything in this moment. It comes down to the Bard. Does it have the damage to get through this front line? Focusing on to the Pantheon as the Lulu continues to pump out so much damage, but the focus fire is there. The Bard and the Aurelion, are they onto the back line? The Lulu, one more cast. It's too much damage. Soju falls down in 7th. And the Flash Wolves are running away with this game as Setsuko takes a loss as well, and the HP is not there. The math is not mathing for a 1-2 from Vitality.
Looking so doomed right now. They need to pop off. Setsuko has a chance here with the emblems and with the possibility here of Artifact, but Prestiven doesn't have a strong enough board. Pure present and elite gameplay right now for the Flash Wolf. With great spot, they did everything, Cass. They maintained the tempo in the early game and now have pop-up possibility to close it out.
Yeah, AQ1H living on 1, finding his comp in the last moment, takes down Soju, sending Vitality 7th and 8th once again. A repeat of game 1. Setsuko now rotates into AQ1H, can look to try and finish the job. If he can get there, maybe there is a hope, a shout, a chance in hell for Vitality. But looking at the HP values, if Flash Wolves can hold fast, if Flash Wolves can hold on their sacrifices with each other, they can force this win as AQ1H does go down, but Prestiven takes another loss, and that may just do it.
Yeah, all the eyes right now on Prestiven. Any win-out possibilities here, trying to find the Nunu 2-star, playing with the Fight Shepherd. Doesn't have the Vex 2-star here, and that's the pop-up. That's the chance he has to take the win here, Cass. Finds the Nunu 2-star, finds a Bard, but it just doesn't look like the damage is strong enough. He really needs a Vex 2-star, a Sona, something to make presence here.
Yeah, and he had to sell out of his Sona pair in order to make the Nunu. Certainly going to hurt, but the Nunu is so important for the front line, but as you said, the damage is just not there. And with only 17 total HP between the two members of Vitality, and he's facing off against Setsuko, he has to find a 1-unit loss, and even then at 14, I'm not even sure exactly on the math of that one, Hoope, but it doesn't matter, because taking that loss here just means they'll have to face one more time before this game is done, and the 1-2 dream is not going to be possible for Prestiven and Setsuko. And once again, they're going to have to start the group stage at a major disadvantage, losing in that round 1. Setsuko lives, but this is all but the writing on the wall, Hoope.
Yeah. I mean, if they face each other once more, no matter the result is over here for Vitality. The math is just not working. They need the Hail Mary both in composition and, of course, in matchup here, Cass. And, of course, the stand-up here for the 3 Flash Wolf member, Ironbuck, Terry, Kebabo. So huge and so strong right now.
Yeah, Kabao making it all the way to level 10, and now continuing to level up the composition, right? As have just the Blitzcrank 1-star as well as the Sona, but now he can start to find those upgrades, and he has 61 HP to work with. He'll face off against Prestiven, still playing around this 3-star Zoe from earlier. Does have 4 Conduit online, has the double Death Cap jeweled gauntlet onto this Aurelion. The damage is all here. The synergies from that level 10 board. And even if Prestiven is able to pick this up, which he is not, Kabao has so much time to make the board all the stronger. And the Flash Wolves are going to pick up this series against Vitality.
They won against T1 in the close qualifiers, sending it to the global qualifiers. So APAC representative number 3, they're happy, Cass. They know they did well. They play the way they have to. They changed gears. They started playing slow, and then they play tempo, flash out that board, and find an amazing win against Team Vitality that looks a little down. They played well. The second game was a total blast for them, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Look, Clement laid it out on the analyst desk. He wanted to see the Flash Wolves come out and match the pace of Vitality. Vitality in this game, their spots made them need to slow it down, and because of that, they were actually run over by the Flash Wolves this time. The comfort zone from the Flash Wolves is playing for the win out, but this time they showed that they have the flexibility to play all kinds of styles in 4v4.
Also, being in a comfort zone, right? You win today, you get to the upper bracket, you play with more comfortable, knowing that you have one life. And for Vitality, I think this is comfort spot because they know how to ramp out from bad placement and possibilities, so they really can go. Lower bracket for them wasn't the best possibilities here, but now they can pop off tomorrow.
The lower bracket comfort zone for Vitality.
I'm here.
You can knock them down, but you
here.
can't kick them out. Congratulations to Flash Wolves
Discord.
for picking this up, and we'll see if they can close out this
Alright,
group,
so I'm gonna
and if
put
Vitality
my
will make it as well, sending it down
milk
to the
back
desk.
up. 'Cause we got some milk, guys. Got some milk and cereal. But I got a couple bags for my friend.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Look at the shirts. Okay.
Now
There's
imagine an
that.
entire city
I'll come back
being
down
built to
and then I have to
supercharge
grab
its
some
budget.
stuff. Because
Kadir
we got
City,
some things from Riot
powered
Night.
by play.
Today's gonna be a longer stream. We're just not gonna do EWC stuff and leave because
And just like that, our
Not a lot of
final
things
match
going
of
on,
the day
so
has
we're just gonna
concluded. Team Flash Wolves get
have
the
fun
job
with it.
done, beating Vitality 2-1. They move forward in the upper bracket. But don't worry, Vitality fans, they're still in it. They just got to fight through the gauntlet in the lower bracket. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a winner. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, joined by Clement as well as Dobbs. What a series we just had before us. Vitality, they fought back, but only for a moment. It was Flash Wolves who looked stellar in the end.
Yes, I feel like tempo was the name of the game, and I had a note that in the 3-3 phase in the game, Vitality had the 4 players at the bottom of the standings. So it's very hard to come back when you have such a low pace early game, and Flash Wolves, they were able to explore that.
You know, I think for this series anyways, Flash Wolves probably were the favorite, right? However, the veterans of Vitality, they've chose to stay together, and I think they did a great job. They're still going to be in it. Let's go ahead and start taking a look at our Group A bracket, how it ended up unfolding throughout today's competition. And Clement, we had a lot of great matches, and tomorrow looks set.
Yeah, a ton of 2-1s going into this one. Team Vitality, of course, did drop out against Flash Wolves, and overall it looks like CN and APAC are holding on very strong to their seeds.
T1 Fnatic will face off against each other alongside that of Movistar Koi and Team Vitality. Those will be our first decider matches. Ladies and gentlemen, we crush keys tomorrow. There's going to be 4 in total. The keys, the hearts of the competitors. They got to protect it all the way till the very end. Of course, our decider matches on the top end, on the upper bracket, are looking quite stacked themselves. We'll take a look at Group B, and again, just as competitive, Dobbs.
Wow, I feel like Fnatic, specifically starting the lower bracket against T1, I mean, they have to bounce back. They will have to do a lot of job.
That's right. Clements, man, Mouse, JD Gaming, Team Nemesis, Nakshum Red Force, once again put into a position where they got to protect their key.
Yeah, and overall, we have 5 Western teams already in the lower bracket. It's been a really rough run. Those signups really coming back to kind of bite the Western team. So I hope they show up tomorrow and give us a home crowd favorite.
I'm sure of it. Just like we'll be crushing keys tomorrow, we'll also have 2 or 4 teams, I should say, advance to playoffs. It's going to be a big day for sure, and a lot of great matches to get through. Let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow. It's going to be action-packed, not only here on Stream A, but also over on Stream B. We're keeping the action going. We're working hard out here for all of you out there. We start with Weibo Gaming versus T1. This is actually, I believe, today's schedule. But we will have tomorrow's schedule up for you guys. Make sure you're paying attention. Weibo, here we go. Hey, Weibo Gaming going against Godlike Esports Vision versus Flash Wolves, T1 and Fnatic and Movistar Koi, Team Vitality. Like I said, it's going to be 2 matches in the upper, 2 in the lower. 2 teams move forward into the playoffs. 2 teams have their keys crushed. For Stream B, though, just as busy. AGAL, Zeta Division, Virtus Pro versus Aurora Gaming, Mouse, JD Gaming, Team Nemesis, not
each other very early in the competition, already in an elimination game, but hopefully the best of they can actually convert the win.
That's right. Only the best move forward, right? That's what this competition is all about. It was a great day for sure. Let's throw it over to Kitty to close out the day.
A momentum-defining day with the 4v4 format at the Teamfight Tactics tournament for the Esports World Cup 2026. And of course, we had clutch wins coming in for Aurora 2-1 as their series will be progressing tomorrow. And of course, we also had Godlike Esports grabbing their huge defining 2-0 win from Stream B. Tomorrow, we will still have 4 more days continuing the tournament. And we also have the lower bracket, a second life for the West. So now the question is, can the West prevail and can they bounce back?
Yes, and tomorrow we have very important matches. 4 keys are gonna be crushed, Rob, and you know that's the big moment. I love hearing that bah! When it happens.
Oh yeah, man. You know, that means that at that point, your journey is officially over, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow we have either qualification or what, Damascus? Elimination. All right? That means that the stakes could never be higher than this.
Man, it was kind of crazy.
Losers matches
No,
or
I wasn't
lower
in the
bracket
accent,
matches.
just
I'm
in
looking
case.
forward to, of
I
course,
wasn't in
T1
the
versus
accent. It was
Fnatic.
crazy.
But now, the
Like one
next
of the
one, you
national
did say
car
there's a
drivers,
little
or
bit of
what's
a
that?
history.
The school drivers, the
Movistar
student
Coin against
drivers?
Vitality.
Damn,
Listen,
dude.
for the guys who don't follow, like either this or like any esports, there's always
Feel
a
bad
serious
for them.
rivalry between France and
Must've been
Spain.
terrified. All right.
And lately it's
Where are we
kinda
at?
been France being better.
Where are we
no
at?
bias.
Sorry, I also want to go get some
So there is a mission.
The bias is crazy,
I
Damascus.
want to
Spain might
get
be world champion, but we kind of nice still.
All right, by
other
default, that
things,
means that I'm going to be
groceries,
going ahead and
fed the
rooting for
dogs,
the other
and then
squad. I
here.
got to make sure I root for... Well, why are you looking at me like that, Damascus? Why are you looking at me like that?
All right, we'll talk about it after the match more.
Okay, we'll argue off stage. That said, ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, was phenomenal. It was 10 out of 10. But trust me, think about your favorite sequels. EWC is just like that, okay? The second day is going to be even better as we are up in the ante. Qualification or elimination, and this is what it's all about. Ladies and gentlemen, you do not want to miss day 2 of EWC. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Paris time.
I don't know if you guys saw when I was at the other place watching the dogs. I was sharing. I was like, my face was up close to the TV. I'm like, I need to see Setsuko win. And dude, he did pretty good. I saw the team vitality where all 4 of them just went by and they made it. That was crazy. It was so crazy sick. Alright, I'm gonna do my own recap for today. Again, I don't have anything else to do for content wise. Not to say I don't have content. But basically, it's pretty simple. I want to give you guys the experience of what TFT really is. It is a complicated game. It do be complicated. They were supposed to let me broadcast. What happened? What happened? Come on. Let me still be broadcasting. I think they are gonna do a rerun. If they do a rerun, we're gonna capture a couple of clips from the rerun, and then yeah. I'm still code streaming it. What the heck? I was about to say, it was saying I wasn't code streaming it. I don't know. How many other people were code streaming? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they're just like less than 10 people. I'm happy to have you guys choose to watch me though. Watch me to be here to code stream. You guys are amazing. We love you, chat. Chat's love. Wow, dude. Group B stage was like, nah, we're done. I gotta catch up with my chat too of EWC. What are the code streamers? I got tagged. Wants to pay clean feed. There is no clean feed for coaching. That we won't count in. We decided we. I'm joking. Ha 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 ha. Oh, there's almost 2,000 people that are coaching him. You had me there for the first pass. We had him. That's it. We had him in the first half, coach. Please email for the rewards. Providing this information, 48 hours, sweet, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sweet. They're just doing a bunch of stuff, too. Show me your stage. Tournament continues tomorrow at 10 East ST. CEST. So, what does that say? What time is this for us then tomorrow? I think it's kind of like not busy, but it's kind of Dan. What is Dan? Something else to talk about on this. Oh wait, Discord. Oh, do you mean ask Discord because you're coming from the Discord from the EWC? Oh, W, man. W from coming from that Discord. Thanks, dude. Edmer XV, if you haven't heard it, I said thank you for the sub. Good job for the sub. Oh, for the sub. Alright, so I know they just opened my office. I do need to go downstairs to grab some more stuff. Do you guys want to come with me? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to can we clip? Can we still hit a... Oh, I can still hit a clip. I can still make a clip here.
A bit of an edge, a bit of value in this set, trying to align their game plan with...
Alright, let's hit a clip. Alright, guys. Let's hit a clip right now. Okay, ready? You ready for this? Alright, TFT is just this. It's 50% luck, 50% skill. But these pro players, they take that a little bit more further, and they make it 55% skill, 54% luck. That's all it is. Twitch, clip that.
So that is why we're seeing Flancy still playing a board, not fully open to forwarding, and having 3 Arbiter here as well, so bumping up that percentage a tiny bit. Really trying to maximize the gold gain, maximize the chance to get to 7 interest with the savings account.
W subs. Let's do it for the subs. W subs.
Easily punishable, but you could also actually just get ahead because you're getting so much gold. So it's
Alright,
a bit of a
so
risk-taking move on the side of Flancy.
alright, let's look where we're at though. Alright, let's do a little bit of a recap of where we're at, y'all. Oh, plus good morning. I hope everyone's having a good morning. It's morning over here as well. Dude. Wait, huh? Oh, I can't escape. We can't escape this. This is a browser window. You can escape. You shall not escape. I like how the EWC coming out from the bottom, even though like almost is like being covered up the entire time. Where is browser? Oop. Oop. Sorry, I should have done that like earlier, but you know. Yes, we're still on YouTube as well. Alright, YouTube, you guys are gonna stay with me. Damn, we get some views on YouTube. We're very investing into ourselves and into our stream. I think after tomorrow and seeing how like budgeting goes with my life and how things go in my life and see how happy I can be in my life, hopefully. Yeah, everything went through. We're going to see where we are at. Okay, so no more Brock. Alright. Okay, do I have anything where we can just... Oh yeah, we can just recap from here. Oh, but the chat's so big. I can change this. I can change this. Yeah, I can change this. Alright, we're gonna change it. Chat, you guys are gonna go a little bit smaller.
Here for the subs. W subs. Yeah. Okay. I still gotta fix some of the commands too. Alright, and if you guys don't know me, my name is Hugh Lee 8. I am a Twitch streamer, content creator, nonprofit founder, and I am here to teach you guys more about esports. The best way to do that though is to literally talk to you guys, chat with you guys, get you guys going. See what's going up. See where we going for the subs. Alright, so where are we at? Where are we at, everyone? Where should we be? Should we be here? We want to be right here? Or you want to be right here? We're going to be right here. We are going to be right here. We got more space here anyway. But boom. Oh wow, that looks wide. Why did you? Okay, so what are we looking at? So right now we are looking at how we are doing at the EWC. Oh, you might play Digimon TCG? Oh my gosh! I need to show you my TCG cards! I need to show you my TCG cards. I will show you that in a bit though. Oh, hi Alex, good morning. What up? Alright, so we are at the Esports World Cup. We're watching Teamfight Tactics. This whole week we're doing something pretty light. Instead of doing PUBG, EA, FC Pro. Actually, wait, PUBG's still going? No, did they end? I'm pretty sure they're not. Oh, no, they just did end it, yeah. Yeah, the recap. What do you mean? Why they sad? Team Liquid winning. Oh, Team Liquid's killing it over here. The difference between PUBG Battlegrounds and PUBG Mobile, Player Unknown, I think it's called? Maybe? I don't know. There's a mobile version of PUBG and there's a PC version of PUBG. This is the PC version. I'm guessing is this the PG? Is it PC? I like to do peep. We peep on in. We just come on in and try to see what they're doing. Actually, it doesn't look like PC. It looks like it might be mobile. No, it's PC. It's 100% PC. Damn! Damn! Did you guys see that? Damn! Damn! That could have ended badly. Damn! It's getting lit over here. Wait, let's hear with the sound effects. Damn! Damn! What a nade! What a grenade! The hell? He's got wild over here. We wilding over here.
Control that Liquid is on the curb. Off the harbor.
Oh, here comes.
A circle to start things off here at Esports.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. The grenade's right here. Damn! I did knock him out. Hey, he got knocked out. That's crazy.
Follow-up will take down Luka Rux. We'll try to return with the Molotov and flush out
the Molotov?
The smoke wall is blooming.
Damn, okay. Okay, well, we got crazy in PUBG. We're not doing PUBG. We're not doing FC Pro. We're gonna peep into FC Pro. Did they do anything today? No, wait, they didn't. They start tomorrow. Duh. Mobile Legends did though. Mobile Legends already started as well. So they've already done something. But yeah, we're only doing Teamfight Tactics, guys. So with Teamfight Tactics, you could have saw that was glitch on the left there. It was pretty glitched. It had just the names. Today we went on to group stages. So group stages got split into 2 groups. There's about 20 teams you can do. I have it pulled up still. No, I don't. Oh, that's crazy. 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 Oh, okay. Well, that's crazy. There's a couple teams in here, and some of the teams we were going to look out for. Oh, and if you didn't know, so group stages is kind of weird. Okay, this Teamfight Tactics format, it's different. Because in usual Teamfight Tactics format for actual game itself, I worked for the Teamfight Tactics Vegas Open, which is the first like type of competition for everyone in the world to come by and to compete and stuff like that. So I did that, and the one thing is, it was like pretty cool that they had that happening. But on top of that, it's just different. They didn't do a double elimination bracket. They didn't do 4v4 stages. They did everyone for themselves, because originally Teamfight Tactics is free for all. You got your coworker to play Digimon TCG? That's crazy, Alex. That's crazy cool. Hey. Why do I keep getting phone calls, y'all? Hold up. Hold up. On the road again. I just can't wait to get on the road again. So their format is pretty weird. Their format is best out of 3. So how you play is that you guys are set into still free for all. You guys are still doing a 4v4 and all that stuff. But the difference is, sorry, I'm trying to copy a scene right now so I can keep it on here. I want this scene here too. The problem is that the the format is too long. Let's be real here. It's just way too long. The format itself is just every single hour you guys have to dilute who's going to be the last team standing. Unless it's like a perfect world where it's like a perfect game. Like a good example is like the last game with Team Vitality was that if there was 4 people, 4 teams, whatever teams left over in the top 4, right? They move on. Your goal is to eliminate the other team and get them gone. That was a perfect game where half of the game, it like ended in like 15 minutes because the top 4 players were Team Vitality. They eliminated all the other 4 players of the other team of FW. But it doesn't often happen like that. When what's crazy, and that counts as only 1 win per the round, and it's best out of 3. So you got to do this like twice. But like majority of the time, it'll go to the final 2 people, which will take an hour. And if you're doing best out of 3, and let's say it goes to the 3rd match, that's 3 hours of it happening. We got really lucky how it went 15 minutes for one, and then an hour probably for the other one. So it's like an hour and 15 minutes. So it cut off half the time. But like, it's a long time just to like sit there and watch. And plus, teamfight tactics is kind of complicated. It is, especially for new viewers. So that was like my other big thing too. Like, it is a fun game, and let's be real here. They're also using the advantage, and everyone knows this. People who play teamfight tactics usually play TCGs or like card games, but they also are the least complainers of the entire world of when it comes to esports. They'll complain about things being OP, of course, right, and meta and all that stuff, but they will not complain about anything, and it's like kind of entertaining to see, but not as entertaining to see, which is why I'm gonna wonder. I just want to wonder where it's gonna go at the end, right? I want to see what happens at the end. I broke my view streak. Crazy. Alright, so what teams are in it? So with this group stage, after group stages, a lot of the teams actually don't make it out. Oh, there's 2 brackets. Oh, what? Okay, so I guess they double elimination group stages to where they have, if you make it, you move on and you advance 2 qualifiers for playoffs, and then you get your spot in playoffs, and then you go to a final elimination after semifinals. But they still have to split the teams in the groups, and if you don't make it out of your group, you get sent to the lower bracket, and then from the lower bracket you gotta fight. It makes sense. That do make sense. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we at with this? What I'm trying to say is that we're looking for a couple of teams, and we're rooting for a couple of teams. Fnatic's one of them. Weibo Gaming's also a one that we keep our eyes on because they won last year's championships for TFT. And then Team Vitality. Oh, Team Vitality's out? Bro. Bruh. Really? Really? Crazy. Well, they didn't update any of this stuff for sure. And then tomorrow at 7 a.m? No, 1 a.m. Another 1 a.m. stream, y'all. I'm gonna be... Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to sleep like at 6 p.m. Oh, that's not gonna happen tomorrow. That's definitely not gonna happen tomorrow. So, which is tonight. So it's gonna be a really crazy time tomorrow. So tomorrow I stop watching the dogs. So yay, I'm actually free from my other job responsibilities. I still have to do nail stuff, and I'm doing nail stuff for the entire day. But afterwards, I get to chill and relax back at my own house, which is I haven't been here for like a good 2 weeks. Like I've been back and forth for 2 weeks, driving like 30 minutes back and forth from my other place. Yeah, you sent me a Discord DM. Let me see what you sent. Did you Digimon day? Wow. Okay, I gotta show you my cards. I'm gonna show you my cards in a bit. Let me just turn this to just chatting right. But we will be playing some TFT just in case, for you guys to understand what TFT is. And I will have to get my package stuff. It's gonna be a long stream today. I've already streamed for 7 hours. But yeah. Yeah. I gotta update my thing. Alright, so we're gonna end the YouTube. YouTube, I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 a.m. Be sure to check your notification. Don't forget to sub as well. Make sure you follow up on some esports stuff. I have a long form content video coming up about the EWC format, so please be on the lookout for that. Don't forget to share it out with your friends, and I hope to see you, YouTube, later tomorrow. Bye. So I'm starting the YouTube back up, and this time it's not going to be called whatever it's going to be called. It's going to be called EWC Gaming and some chatting. That's what it's going to be called. We'll still keep it in the T-Fight Tech. Sweet. Let's see if I refresh it. I've only been streaming back on the YouTube for like a minute now. Actually, I want to look at it. I gotta show you mines. We gotta play. These guys are all sample. Whoa, Agumon. Back when I was small and little, I used to read Digimon as a manga, which was good. Honestly, it was cool that way. It was a lot cooler. I don't know. Does it split up my streams? Let's just hope it does. Let's hope it does. Damn, I peaked at like 3 a.m. 3 a.m. I was still awake, which is crazy. Alright, yeah, so we're looking for that, and then in the AM tomorrow I'll be up 2 stages. Zeta Division made it out alive too. They're going to this AGL, AG.AL. First Pro made it out alive, so did Aura. Okay, nice. Aura's of someone their underdog that they're watching for in some of the EWC chats right now. There's a fantasy draft that you can do. We're gonna do our fantasy draft today. Hopefully, I don't know if we can. I'm bronze. I'm not the best one doing this. Hi, Lorenzita. Good morning. I've been saying that every morning you pop the drink. Good morning, Lorenzita. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going over some EWC stuff. We're gonna do some pick'ems. We're gonna do some things. Good morning, Lorenzita. I've been saying this every single morning, just in case you showed up. I'm sorry that every time you show up, I'm either like doing something or I'm like away. Because guess what? It does happen like that. And yes, I've been driving back and forth to watch dogs, which has been taking me like 30 minutes or so. Oh, by the way, I will like and do the thing, and so I will like the post right now, and I will jump onto the Discord later on today. I'll do that later today. No way! Does Maya have a skin in Fortnite? This came out 2 hours ago. Sidekicks, puppies, and animals. Wow, Maya Higgins doing a Fortnite collab with animals. W collab, man. Oh, Cuddles and Chaos. Aw. Okay, let me find that post. Just do the like. Chrissy Conzenza? Who's that? The legend. That's running around Paris. Oh, it's one of the casters. Speaking about Worlds, we're also going to talk about the World Final tickets of League of Legends. And how, if I'm not getting those tickets tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'm leaving this country. I'm never coming back. I'm not going to stay in this country and deal with League of Legends Finals, and I can't even go. Alright. You Ninja. This is the poster. No, there's a different one. There's definitely a different one. Like that. No, it might be. Yeah, this. Posted. Alright, we reposted. We done our dog. On the dog. We do the IE. Dude, I have so many fun. I have so much more. Okay, before that though, we are going to do we're gonna go downstairs. We're gonna try to check and see if we can get our stuff. We're gonna duplicate this filter. IRL 2. We are going to. Give me 1 second. We're gonna go to front camera.
Alright, there we go. There's so much on my screen. Crazy. Crazy. New capture 2. Alright, there we go.
Alright,
we're gonna go
grab this package downstairs real quick.
BRB. Or, what am I saying, BRB? You're coming with me, guys. What am I saying? Alright, I'm taking you with me, chat. Yeah, we're gonna see if we have a package, and if the package isn't there, we're gonna have to go back upstairs, grab the keys and stuff. Actually, I could just use the other keys right now to go do the other way. I feel like it looked like a mess.
Bros. Okay, maybe I have too much in my room. Okay, yeah, it wasn't working. What the heck? Okay, I was saying good morning, Lorenzita, almost every single minute. Okay, so when I get disconnected from the Wi-Fi, it looks like it don't want to work. So let's try this again. End and then. Do I have my try? Yeah, I have my. Hello? Huh? No. Does it change? Did our iPhone thing change? Do I change? EB? No, it's just not working? What? Oh wait, or is it because my webcam's over it? No, it's not. Damn, it's not actually. Hold up. I don't know why it's doing this, guys. Hold up. Hi. From Texas to LA. What is not working? What is up with my IRL kit? IRL. Same thing to me. Too. What? If I do front rear comics? Can you guys see me? You can only hear me. Oh man. Good morning, Lorenzita. Let me close this. Let me open that our app. Front camera. Initiate camera. Let me see. Can you guys see my crazy face? You guys can't see my crazy. If I go co-stream, can you guys see? You guys cannot see my crazy face in my co-stream. That's kind of crazy. Oh, now you can?
It definitely took it a minute. Okay, yeah. I muted that. I muted on myself on that. Okay, sweet. Good morning, Lorenzita. We're good now, chat? Sweet. Alright, give me 1 sec. Put the plug in. Plug. Alright. And I'm gonna, oh my gosh, I have to like, I have to clean up my room right now. This is a mess. And you guys probably wasn't hearing me when I was in the kitchen, but I'm like, I don't want to be a mess. Like I like to be clean. Like I like to be clean, but I'm forced to be a mess. Like I am literally forced to be a mess. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let me grab my try. And it sucked because you guys saw. I don't know if you guys are coming from my Instagram. My Instagram has a video of me where I'm like I'm so sad because of my room's being a mess, and I don't like being a mess. It's okay. It's okay. All right. So how are we doing this? I'm gonna need you guys to port layout of layer mode. Look, my hair is so crazy. Probably need a haircut too. Actually, why am I putting you guys so high? Just chill with me. Chill me on the ground. It's in Major Tom, the ground control. And I now. Okay, so I need to put away some clothes. I'm here, chat. Chat, I'm gonna see you. You guys are literally right here in front of me. I have 2 computers that I need to fix. I have 2 monitors that probably need to go upstairs, and I still have to get my Xbox up here. We need updates for tomorrow. I can go and do that tonight, though. I'll buy you phone. And Alex, I want to show you my cards, man. I don't know if you're still on stream though. Alex, I want to show you the cards like that. The Pokemon cards. I put with my clothes though. Okay, the dolls. Actually, why are you guys looking down? You guys probably want to see my face. Whooped. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. There you go, that's a lot better. Is it really actually? I didn't want you guys higher because I didn't want you guys to see my mess. No. No, anything but that. Anything but that. Okay. Come on. I have to make my. I have to cut my own path. Got some switches and consoles and games everywhere, cameras, stuff like that. I need to definitely. Once I'm done watching the dogs, I'm gonna sit at home and just clean up everything. That'll probably be Thursday when I do our classroom session and I'm doing our timesheet and I'm getting stuff ready. And then the weekend, I don't have to go anywhere. And I'm gonna make sure I don't because I have to fix technology, computer equipment. And next week, I gotta get ready for stream because I'm doing 2 separate streams, one on YouTube, one on the Twitch. So it's gonna be crazier on that end. I don't know how that's gonna work. Well, I do actually. I have a plan too. I have to organize this stuff too. So we're gonna be organizing some things too that we've gotten for our event. We have a couple of events going on for Neil about esports education league. So, oh, I gotta change my title because we're done co-streaming. We're not co-streaming anymore. Okay, wait. Okay, there we go. Okay, change the title and all that. All right, yeah, we have to organize some things. Gosh, all my TCG's crazy down there. Alex, I hope you are still in stream. You definitely need to see the cards I got. Like the cards are good. I have a lot of things I could still be putting in my wall. I really want to. I just don't have time. And then like I get worried because I'm like I have to take them out and all this. But it's worth it, right? It's worth do this. Well, I don't know if I should do it right now. Yeah, just for now, we're gonna do this. We're going to go into do not disturb mode. Do not disturb. Oh, come on. I changed it to do not disturb, and then it just didn't want to cooperate with me. There we go. And then well, get back. Alright, I gotta move to. Oh my gosh! I hit the other game with PC. Game PC 1, game PC 2. We're gonna troubleshoot this stuff too by today. And then tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Thursday when we get into a class session for EWC stuff, we're great. I'm gonna take this out. I'm gonna need some tape. I have tape. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that after I put away my clothes. Then I can show you my cards. You can get some more stuff. Then we can get some emails. The whole thing. Tomorrow, Thursday, when we get finished, we will be doing another whiteboard session. So we're gonna be doing whiteboard session on the tablet again. That way we can educate you guys. Thanks for the sponsorship, Nevada Esports Education League. for letting me teach with a tablet, or yeah, let me teach with that. Crazy. I just did my laundry and I already have more dirty clothes. No, my PCG. You know what? We're just gonna sell cards today. Honestly, but I don't have time to do a lot of this stuff too. Well, wait, what am I saying? How am I gonna say we need to sell the cards when I don't have time to sell them? I'm a fool. Just a fool. Because I have a bunch of tiny card stuff that needs to get out. Honestly, I don't need it. I don't need it. Here. Just need a couple of clothes hanger. I need 3. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't have 3 clothes hangers? 1. 2. 1 more. Bruh. Wait, hold up. I took from colorful size here. I organized my clothes in certain colors. And that's why it's a mess. It's a mess because I organized it in a way that I am very OCD'd about it. You know? We ended EWC week, or for League of Legends. I'm not wearing the League of Legends stuff no more. I'm still gonna wear my esports stuff. If you don't know what this is Core. It's an esports team here in Las Vegas too. They participate in a lot of Valorant stuff. Did I wear it during the Valorant week? No. Should I have? Yes. I got busy for sure. And then it was like the first week I was doing EWC. It was the first week I was watching dogs. And then I 100%, you know, I was not ready for that stuff because it was crazy with the time schedule changes. I thought I would be okay. I was not okay. I was like, after 2 days, I felt so burned, and then I felt like my expectations were like too high. And I get it, how you can be nervous and excited and stuff like that. But I've used that stuff to help navigate and guide all the other people who are co-streamers for the EWC. And there's time. There's like over 2,000 of them. But then again, there's like 25 games, so I'm like, that makes sense. I've just been the most consistent US one though. I've been streaming every single day. There are times though where I even pass out and things happen, but I'm still here and I'll still be streaming. I'll still be doing my stuff. We still be putting in work. We grind. Okay, I actually have a pants. I think those pants are clean. Those pants are clean now. So these pants get put up. Surprisingly enough, y'all, today's a light day. It's like answering emails. I find that to be light. Sometimes people feel like answering emails to be heavy. It's pretty light. Depending on who you're talking to. I don't think the dog cares got out of this one. Chat. Hope we're having a great day. It's a Tuesday. Feels like a Monday. Especially when I got the day off. I like how EWC has days off on like a weekday. It's a Monday. They're like, we don't want to work Mondays. Which is funny. Okay. Digimon cards. Yeah. I'm stuck in the room. I trapped myself. I can't get out. Can't get out, chat. Okay, so with my card game stuff. And then we have like, so we're gonna, oh my gosh. I didn't want this to be fresh, but we got parts from house and money. That is, okay, so this stuff is meal stuff. Meal stuff is here. Oh my gosh, and it's heavy. Stuff is heavy. something here. I've already showed off my world box. I want to put the world box for MVP. Stuff. This is how my TCG. My TCG starts to be on the side for now. We're gonna go through it. And I need to sell some things. I really do. I really do need to sell things. This is clothes that I have to wear for this later this week. My Worlds box, my World Championship box. All right, call me weird, but I put this box in my bathroom. I put the World box in my bathroom. Call me weird. I got sweats here, so I can wear pants when I go outside. There's my monitors. 2 monitors need to go downstairs. Inside my room. This looks here. This goes right here. Alright. Let us go through jeez. I'm gonna go through my box for Riot Games that I just got from our partners for our Riot Game community night that happened, but you know, for Riot Game community night that we're supposed to give away, you know, well, we're definitely gonna give it away. Let's go do that stuff. More esports stuff. I got this from Call of Duty Championships. So I guess I'm gonna put that in my esports bin. Oh, because I have 2 bags full of esports stuff. Yeah, I want to put it over there. I feel like it's better over there. Oh, okay, guys. All right, let's go. Let's go through our stuff. Let's go through our things. W Esports, and then W partners and team people who make this all worth it and fun and all that. Because that's what esports is. It's a community, y'all. We're a community. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is from one of our partners. So happy to get it. What is, may I ask? So we had a Riot Games community night with one group called One EPIA, and we're just celebrating Asian students and how they can get into gaming, stuff like that. I have to send an email out by the end of the day, but this came a little bit late. Oh my gosh, look at this. Jungle, mid, top, support, bot. Oh, this is amazing. Look at that. Look at that. That's cool. Aw. You guys play any of these roles? I'll play jungle. Kind of want it. We're gonna do another Riot Game night. You know why? Because these things need to be deserved to be given away. I want to give it away to people. I want people to enjoy this stuff. Aww. Man, now I feel even more bad. It didn't come in time. There's storms that are going on. I think it was in Texas. That's where it originally came from. So yeah. Ah man. Okay. Wait, so we need to do another Riot Games night. Crazy. What is this? What else do we get, guys? Not only do we get these things, which is super cool, we got, what are these things? Thank you for being part of it. Oh, you get free skins? Oh, man, there's free skins. I don't think I could check through this. Decline photos advanced tracker for event world, post your photos, tag. Oh, no later than 2 weeks after your event's concluded. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta do this now. Oh my gosh. Okay, so these are deliverables that we have to do. Jeez. Jeez. Okay. So I gotta really reach out. I gotta reach out by today. Like I really do. What we got? We got lanyards. Aww. We need to do one. We need to do one on our games night. I'm totally down. We have to. This is so much cool stuff. We got stickers as well. Aww. Okay, sweet. So we're gonna have some lanyards and stuff like that. I need to do a photo of these things. Ah, we need to do another one. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. So this what skin is this? This is Nocturne. Nocturne's cool. What is this? This is Evelyn. Evelyn's cool. This is Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks is cool. I think they want to do this within 2 weeks because then these things might expire. Oh, there's the Coven Ward skins, and you get wards. Oh, man, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I'm so sad. I really feel bad. We need to do this. We're gonna do this again. So I'm gonna do a Riot Games tonight, and we're gonna give away all this stuff. Why? Because the community deserves it, and we care about our community. We care about people and our students and everyone here in the entire world. I'm so sad. So it's the hype up for Pandemonium, and we got to do it within 2 weeks too. So yeah, kind of need to do it ASAP. ASAP, Rocky style. Okay. What is this? Something broke. This is the. This is more stuff. Oh, there's a Tom Kench skin too. Tom Kench is kind of scary. Okay. Got icons. You got emotes. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, I really want to. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do another night. We're gonna do another night. Oh, I gotta make some phone calls too. So I'm gonna also make some phone calls. Oh. After we go through our stuff, guys, like, well, let's just do the leak stuff. I really want to email back. I don't want to delay on it. I really wanted to say, man, I'm so sorry that it didn't come out. It was funny. We actually did give away keyboards as well under HyperX, which is cool and stuff like that. And we explained to kids and the students and the new kids that, hey, if you didn't have a place to go, like all the, we'll do the full 60 yards of what it is, okay? But oh, I'm so happy. Look, they gave us so much free skins and stuff. Here, I'm trying not to leak the codes. For the Pandemonium league stuff, they gave us this stuff. And then look, they had free skin codes for like emotes, icons, what is this one? Fiddlesticks, Tom Kench. No, that's Evan. Wards, right? Tom Kench and Nocturne. W Riot Games, man. Thank you so much for this. Like, we need to hand this out though. We need to do another Riot Games night. I We need to do one. We need to do one real quick. I think that would be probably the 1st of August. I want to do another one. We're gonna do another one. And it was supposed to be for League of Legends specific. I got it, but it was a Riot Games night. We'll focus in on the league stuff. We'll definitely focus on league stuff. Sorry, I'm setting up my bed so I can take a photo of this stuff too. Because at the end of the day, like, I feel so bad. I'm so sad on some of this stuff. I wish it came through. But how could we like fight the storms in Texas? You can't. You can't fight the storms in Texas at all. So oh my gosh. OMG, y'all. I'm so sad. What else did we get? We got more stuff too, and that's like what's even more sad. Is that there's a lot more things as well. Okay, so what else do we get? We got so many lanyards as well. So sad. I wish we could have given this away. Kids would have loved this so much. It's okay. Okay. What else do we have, guys? Oh my gosh. No way. Oh my gosh. Look. Oh my gosh. They had posters. They had posters. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. I want to give these away. These kids need these. But I remember when I was younger and I loved League of Legends and all this stuff. I wanted to give away stuff. I always loved the game, got free stuff, and that kept me playing League. That made me remember what League was, right? W Riot Games, Rally Cry, and Riot Games. You know what? When I was a kid, I always wanted to play League of Legends with friends and find friends. And I found friends through events that hosted League of Legends stuff. And they became my friends for life. So W Riot Games for all of this stuff. And I know this story is gonna share on with every single younger kid in the world and all the youths there. Twitch, clip that. Yeah. Oh, this is hilarious. This is the HyperX Origins that we've also got too. We also got some gaming keyboards that we got to be able to give away. I'm going to message them back right now and I'm going to say thank you for all of this stuff, but it came in super late. But we're going to host another event, another one specifically just for League, and have students 110% be involved and get all this stuff. So let's take a photo. I'm going to take a quick photo of this, okay, guys? So give me one moment. You guys will probably be off this cam of the iPhone. I'll jump on iPhone afterwards, but yeah. So, alright. I'm gonna put my HyperX headsets in this frame too. Okay. Oh my gosh. Look at all this stuff. Man. Alright, let me take a quick pic. You guys are gonna see me.
Hello. Oh, I also gotta do a daily post. So I'm gonna do my daily story post for WC as well. Day number 13? Day number 13. Oh, I'm on day 14. Wow, I've been doing this for 14 days straight. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know, my mic's in the way, y'all. Day 14. Okay. Alright, y'all. And let's also play some music or play something that's cool. Morning, Lauren Lita. Sorry. Need to do that every single time. Wow, this looks like a mess. This is what it looked like beforehand. Oh, we had YouTube chat. Sorry, my bad, YouTube. Hello. What are you doing? Phone calls about what? I am I'm just showing off my what do you call it? My stuff that I got from League of Legends Riot Games. They gave us some free things for community night for Riot, and the one thing is, it's kind of late because there was a storm in Texas, and I think that was because like we weren't expecting it. So obviously they're not gonna be like being mad, yelling at me and stuff like that. But I still want to do another event because we have so much good free stuff that I want to give to the kids and to students and stuff like that. But right now I'm going to finish my post real quick. And then Alex, I hope you're here. I was gonna show you my Digimon cards as well, and I was gonna have you help me grade some of them. We need to play Digimon. I have to read Digimon cards. I'm looking for a certain deck though. I will let you know what deck that is though. Didn't I put my phone on off to do not disturb? Yay, hi Alex. I don't know actually. We'll go over those Digimon cards though. Out John Lorenzi. Get stuck in the TikTok stuff. Hey, North Las Vegas getting lit right now with some stuff. So, Best West Awards? Wow, they won an Innovative Art Award. Nice. Weekend. Okay. We did our post and stuff like that. I'm going to do this post. Ay, stop giving me phone calls. There we go. HyperX. Alright, chat. Give me one moment. Now it's time to write the email. I have a lot of things I'm doing. I know. I'm sorry. I feel so bad. I feel so bad because I want to give you guys boring segments. Are you guys cool with me doing this? Like, are you guys okay with having me still be on here while I'm still doing other work? Or do you guys think it's boring? Let me know, chat. What do you guys think? You guys think it's boring having me just be doing some work? I do my let's go quick. Oh, yeah. So deep now. Rally cry. Good morning. Morning. Probably have to go on my other laptop and convert some things too. Oh man, I feel so bad. Why are they so bad quality? HEIC to JPEG. I'm also a little bit hungry, y'all. I want to eat food too, but eating makes me tired. I have a lot of work to do. We're gonna go sleep a little bit earlier today, like at 6. I still gotta finish. I'm gonna get it all done. There we go. What? This said, why did this pull out so many of our other ones? What the heck? What the heck? Oh, wow. What? I guess they kept my cookies? That's kind of crazy. We're gonna send these ones. I don't want to like flood my thingy. Oh. We're gonna do that. Price flag. It didn't come in time. We did take a lot of photos. Photos. Link below. Hello? Attached. Why does Grammarly want to correct everything? Oh my gosh. Okay, sent this attached. Oh, I chose the wrong account for Grammarly. I chose the wrong account for Grammarly. Please don't tell me that worked. Thank gosh. Okay, I was about to say. I wrote so it's the wrong account. Okay, we have a lot of videos from upload and edit and stuff. That's a lot. A lot of things to do. What is even funnier, we already had gaming HyperX gaming keyboards that we also gave away at the event for free to students. Can we increase the size a little bit? Oh, it's okay. Took the time to remind some of the new AA NHPI youth that was graduating that if they ever felt lost or didn't know a way to make friends in college, that there are many colleges with esports clubs, game clubs that would welcome the space. Thank you again, Martin. We will stay in contact to send you our next event. Boom. Sweet. Alright, we sent it. Good W. Oh, this is State Farm. This is State Farm. No. Okay. Alright, here's a little bit of my work, guys. I do need to send one. Just one more very important. Very. Oh, my bad. This is email. Logging. Sorry, chat. It's kind of like quiet right now. I'm trying to turn off the music and I'm turning up the stream. What am I doing? I am definitely not focused right now. Okay, okay, log in. Gotta log in. Gotta log in. Meet? Good morning, Norzita. Freestyle begins at 10 a.m. PT. James. Facebook. Oh, but he doesn't use Instagram. Damn. Let me just summarize it for him then. Tori's birthday. I don't know what Curry's at. Aww. Well deserved. Sorry, I'm keeping up on socials and stuff like that. I should be continuing what I need to do, which is sending this. No. I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, I'm here. Sorry. Dr. Ray so much on social media. What? Send you another thing on Discord. Ah, I need to look at that. Give me 1 sec. Brianna. Ah, okay. That's it. We're good. We're Gucci. 5D, what the heck? Let me ask. Second deck? Oh, do you have another deck? These are real cards, right, Alex? Like they're like real cards? Oh, my bad. Sorry, I'm trying to look at YouTube chat as well. I should be here. I wish I had a combined thing. Like, I did try to make a combined thing for both chats to be put together. It's just that it wasn't there. It was hard to manage on top of that, so. Almost there. We're breaking through barriers, y'all.
EVO.
The Pokemon collab, Alex. Considering on building these decks. Okay, sweet. Definitely. I want to build those decks. They look pretty nice. This is actually, I think this is the deck I kind of wanted to build, but I'm not sure. I wanted to build the one, Terrymon, which is this one, but like, this one's different. This is like a different Terrymon deck. This ain't no normal Terrymon deck for sure. Oh, by the way, I had to get a quick shout out to Quali. Quali, thank you for following. We appreciate you so much. What? What? How? How? What? How? Wait, whoa. Oh, the devs were allowed to buy it. Face value. They're $1,000 each? Ryer versus Ryer, ticketing awards. I sent my alarm again in the queue. Oh, okay, so Riot got their tickets first. Per all in 239. Wow. 480 for 2. $100s for 400. Buy such tabs. Irene, hello, thanks for lurking. Bro, I've been trying to lurk on your stuff all the time. Oh, I showed off some of the League of Legends stuff I've had gotten. If I have any leftover League stuff, I'd definitely like to send it to you if you want. And I know you play Misfortune. I watch. You know? I know you play the Misfortunes. So I definitely have, what do you call it? Have something like this that you might want? Tell me if I'm wrong though, if you don't, you know. It's okay if you don't. Say I think it's a patch. It looks like a patch. But it, you know, for your Misfortune plays. I'll be dropping off some TNT later on today too. Alright, Alex. I'm gonna show you my Digimon cards that I have. And I'm gonna also show you Riftbound. I don't know if you guys play Riftbound, but it's a League of Legends card game as well. Alright, sweet. Sweet, I am... Well, we got the email back. Which is perfectly fine. Alright, sweet. Boom. I got everything all set up. Alright, I'm so sorry, Alex, that you had to wait so long. It's because I've had so much things happen. So this is my life on a daily basis. I just have a bunch of things just hop in and pop up at the last minute and stuff like that. Da, 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 da. Wouldn't even say anything. Okay. Message request. Oh, I have message requests? Oh, what the heck? OMG. Oh my gosh, there are requests? There are hella requests on flipping Twitter? I did not know that. Dude, oh my gosh. OMG. I've missed out on so many stuff. That is so crazy. Oh my gosh, how did I miss out on all of this? I did not know Twitter had a DM version of these things. Alright, I'm so sorry, Alex. Alex, I'm gonna bring out my stuff right now. I'm not gonna make Alex wait no more. I cannot do that. I feel bad. Alright. We're gonna run back onto our iPhone cam. Play the Podcast RS. Yes, you have. Are you still playing that right now? Oh, I don't know if you saw my recent video that I did for Razer, because I still gotta apply for the Razer content creation stuff to be a creator. But I got this from Razer, or well, got a good discount off of it. It's a Honkai Star Rail. Sorry, not Honkai Star Rail. I'm a dummy. It is a Zenless Zone Zero Black Widow X, and it's ZZZ themed. And then, like, since I got that, they threw something in just for me because they like what I do. They threw me this pink Angels of Delusion light stick, which is super cool. I think this is cool. And it came with this too. It came with this card as well. Oh, it came with 2 cards. There's 2 cards? I didn't even open it. Actually, I didn't even open this. Huh. It came with some ZZZ cards. Look at that. That's cool. Cool, Alex. Yeah, I got that stuff. So that's what I'd be typing away on. Alright, let's get you to see my cards though. We're gonna show you our cards, and yeah, you guys are gonna see as well. You guys are gonna see the cards. And then after, I might get some food. I'm pretty hungry.
Alright. Alright, there we go. So let's go. Let's get some stuff ready. Alright. Pull this down. Oh my gosh. I hope they're not mad, honestly, because this is so cool. They have so many cool things, so many cool stuff. Coolio. Yeah, we gotta get this stuff okay. This stuff looks good. Okay, actually, let's put this back properly. I feel bad. That put back properly either. Oh my gosh. Messed everything up. Not again. I messed everything up. No. No. Okay, cool. Alright, there we go. Alright. Alright, Alex, let's show you my Digimon cards. Let's get away this Anime Expo stuff. Don't need the Anime Expo stuff now. Do not. I will need to sort this back out for tomorrow's event. Okay, for Tetris. We have a Tetris event tomorrow, so if you're interested. Okay, so let me tell you the story of how I got these cards. So I got into the Digimon card game mainly because I was very interested in basically learning how to play this. Oh, one more thing, Alex. It would be better if you messaged me. I know you're on the YouTubes, but it would be better if you messaged me on Twitch. Sorry. Twitch chat is what I have on my side of my other phone. I don't have YouTube chat on it. Yeah, do Twitch chat. Twitch chat is way better. Yeah. There you go. So yeah, give me on Twitch chat. So how I got into Digimon was mainly because I saw the booth when I worked for Bandai. I worked for Bandai on their Bandai Card Festival. It was pretty nice. It was pretty fun. The reason why they wanted us particularly because we came from esports and they wanted esports people to be there. So I was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. And it was great. So when I went there, I met this amazing person named Tommy. Tommy was very quiet, but he was one of the referees for Digimon, and I was super interested. So I was talking to him, he taught me it, he told me to get the app, how to get on and stuff. Like I wanted to get hooked onto it because I really wanted Terrymon. And then when I was looking around and I was looking at literally what type of cards there were, and there's like a new set that came out with new Digimon because they have a new series. There's a freaking shoe called Shoemon. Have you heard of Shoemon, Alex? You guys, if you've never seen Shoemon, you need to look it up. It's literally a shoe, and the button of the shoe is the eye. And I'm like, y'all, this is kind of, it makes me feel some sort of way. I don't know if you've seen that, Alex. Oh, I don't have Discord up, but I do only have Twitch chat. So chat, it's super cool. But yeah, so what happened at the end after we Bandai Card Festival? The staff were treated to Korean barbecue, which was super nice. I'm actually so hungry. Oh my god. We were treated to Korean barbecue. Went to go eat, and then the funniest part was that there. Oh, hi! Thanks for the follow. Thank you, Aurora Chill. Thank you for the follow. I thought I have gameplay that can action. Didn't know you streamed. I'm from the VR place in the library. Oh no, hi, what's up? Yeah, I do stream. Are you chilling in the library? Yeah, so I was just explaining a couple things. Saw a gameplay deck in action. Aurora Chill, thanks for the follow. Amazing. W Aurora. So we're at Korean barbecue, we're eating, and it's after the card game festival with staff. Then they did a free giveaway. Everyone got a raffle ticket, so everyone was gonna win something. We also got some free goodie bags too, which was cool. Thank you, Bandai. Thank you to people who are at Play TCG that hosted the Bandai Fest as well. And one of the people got exclusive mats because they had like exclusive stuff. I don't know if y'all play One Piece, but One Piece had a thing called like Heroine, with like basically all the females in One Piece and all that, and it had Nami support. I think there was like a really rare Nami card. Back home in AZ. Oh, hey, Arizona. I hope it's chill right now. Over back in Las Vegas, it's like really raining and kind of like cloudy. But they had exclusive mats. I won an exclusive mat, and it was a solo leveling one. But I saw one of my Neil members who really wanted one, so I gave it to them instead. Make sure they made their day. And then what's crazy enough, someone saw that good work of kindness, and they basically paid me back. And guess who it was? It was Tommy who paid me back. Tommy got one of the Digimon mats, and he paid me back. Now, this is something exclusive for me. This is a personal thing for me. Not only did he give me a mat, and it was the Digimon mat, he did something very special. And I don't ever think I'll clean this mat, and I haven't played on this mat, and I don't know if I will ever. But he gave me the Digimon mat, which is amazing, and he signed it on behalf of him. And that made my entire night. I was gonna cry, honestly. But he signed the entire thing. He's one of the refs, and he's like, it says, Hugh to Hugh, have fun with Digimon. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Yes, W Kingdom Hearts music. We're on YouTube. Hopefully I don't get copyright for that stuff. That's okay, I'm not getting monetized for YouTube stuff anyways. And plus, if I do get a copyright strike, I have to just let them know. That, yeah. But yeah, I'm so happy that he did all that. And it's pretty cool. And yeah, and I got into Digimon. I played the app. I didn't finish, because the app is kind of like the only way to learn, really. And I didn't finish the tutorials. I was like, it's a lot. It is a lot, though. It's a lot to play Digimon. Alright, Alex, let me show you my cards, because I know you've been waiting so long. Okay, so this is Riftbound stuff. I'm going to take out all my Riftbound stuff, because I've been very addicted to this game as well. Like, I have a box, like, I bought, like, another box set, because I got involved into it. This is my Magic deck. Alex, you know this Magic deck. This is Dragon. Chat, you know about the Dragons, right? Magic. I do play a lot of card games, honestly. I just don't play with anyone, though. I don't really have friends to play with. Or, it's hard for me to make time. That's the big one. So I actually did find these things, too. Like, randomly. They're White Sword cards. I have no idea what anime this is from. So, chat, if you want to tell me what anime this is from, I have no clue. I think this person looks familiar, but I can't read Japanese. So, since I can't read Japanese, I don't know what White Sword cards these are from. It says Taurus Legend? No clue. No clue. I gotta get back into Japanese stuff. I have three Riftbound decks. It's kinda crazy. Oh, and then I gotta put away my Pokemon stuff. I got these Pokemon stuff too. Because I bought the Prismatic Evolutions one. I'm gonna be real with you here. This was not a healthy buy. I'm gonna say not healthy. I mean, not that it was bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it's kind of cool. Because it came with like deck sleeves. It came with the mat. It came with the box, and it looks so great and stuff. And of course the EX EV card. And I got only like one full art trainer. It's just that I bought this off of rage and emotions to someone, and I shouldn't have done that. Let me get all these Pokemon cards away. I also, which is crazy enough, the time when I got some Riftbound cards was the time where someone, I'm separating some more cards, there's this Fiora deck that I got at GameStop. Someone was so nice enough to talk to me and to tell me about all the work we done in Level Up and stuff like that, that they gave me, I know it's Japanese, but still, I think it was super cool. They gave me free Pokemon cards. Like, a guy randomly opened up an entire packet of Pokemon stuff, and he just gave me a whole stack of these Japanese Pokemon cards. I'm like, what in the hell? Like, bro, it was crazy. It was so cool. It was definitely super cool. Chat, what Pokemon is this? Alex, you'll know what Pokemon is this. What Pokemon is this? It looks funny. I like that Pokemon. I'm separating it right now, Alex, so that way I could just pick out all the Digimon cards and then show you, because everything got messed up in this. And I put it in my Pokemon bag. I also have a Pokemon bag because I worked with Pokemon. I worked with Pokemon in doing a Poke block party. So we did a Pokemon event block party for regionals of Pokemon that was coming out here in Las Vegas. And then They gave me free tickets, yay! But they gave another student free tickets, which is what I cared about the most. And I got him involved in the TCG of Pokemon. And one day, like, hopefully he was happy about that stuff too. Yeah. Cicadas. Separating all these Pokemon cards. I hope you guys are having a good day too. Aurora, I hope you're having a good day, even though you're in Arizona. And I hope the weather's nice there. Don't have to question my mood. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm on a master quest. I want the world's history. Actually, we're gonna stop YouTube just in case. I don't want to get into YouTube trouble.